Chapter 20. Marshall was beginning to worry about his shock absorbers. This old logging road had more potholes than surface. Apparently it wasn't used that much anymore by the logging companies, but was left to hunters and hikers who knew the area well enough to keep from getting lost. Marshall did not. He looked again at the scribbled directions and then at the odometer. Boy, the miles go by slowly on roads like this one. Marshall bumped his way around a gravelly corner and finally saw a vehicle ahead parked alongside the road. Yes, an old Valiant. It was Harmel. Marshall pulled up behind the Valiant and got out. Ted Harmel got out of his car, dressed in clothing for the outdoors. Wool shirt, faded jeans, work boots, a wool cap. He looked the way he had sounded, exhausted and very scared. "Hogan?" he asked. "Yeah," said Marshall, extending his hand. Harmel shook it and then turned away abruptly. "Come on with me." Marshall followed Harmel to a trail off the road, and they hiked up among the tall timber, picking their way through logs, rocks, and underbrush. Marshall was wearing a suit, and his shoes were definitely the wrong kind for this sort of terrain. But he wasn't about to complain. He'd recaptured the big fish that got away. At last Harmel seemed satisfied with their seclusion. He went to a huge fallen log, weathered and bleached by years of changing seasons, and sat down on it. Marshall joined him. "I want to thank you for calling me," Marshall said for an opener. "We never had this meeting," Harmel said bluntly. "Is that an agreement?" "You've got it." "Now, what do you know about me?" "Not much. You used to be the editor of the Clarion. Eugene Baylor and the other college regents were on your case. You and Eldon Strawn are friends." Marshall reviewed quickly all he had learned, which was mostly what he and Bernice had gleaned from the old Clarion articles. Harmel nodded. "Yeah, that's all true. Eldon and I are still friends. We went through basically the same thing, so that gives us a sort of comradeship. As far as the molesting of Marla Jared, Adam Jared's girl, that was a bizarre setup. I don't know who coached her or how, but somebody got that girl to say all the right words to the police. I do find it significant that the whole matter was settled so quietly. What I was supposed to have done is a felony. You don't just settle a thing like that quietly." "Why did it happen, Ted? What did you do to bring it on yourself?" "I got too involved. You're right about Julene and all the others. It's a secret society, a club, a whole network of people. Nobody has any secrets from anybody else. The eyes of the group are everywhere. They watch what you do, what you say, what you think, how you feel. They're working toward what they call a universal mind, the concept that sooner or later all the inhabitants of the world will make a giant evolutionary leap and meld into one global brain, one transcending consciousness." Harmel stopped, looked at Marshall. "I'm spilling it as it comes to me. Is it making sense?" Marshall had to compare Harmel's spillings with what he already knew. "Every person affiliated with this exclusive network subscribes to these ideas?" "Yeah. The whole thing is built around occult ideas, Eastern mysticism, cosmic consciousness. That's why they meditate and do psychic readings and try to meld their minds together." "Is this what they do in Langstradt's therapy sessions?" "Yes, exactly. Every person who joins the network goes through a certain initiation process. They meet with Julene and learn to achieve altered states of consciousness, psychic powers, out-of-body experiences. The sessions could involve just one person or several, but Julene is at the core of it all, like some kind of guru, and we were all her disciples. We all became like one growing, interdependent organism, trying to become one with the universal mind." "You said something about melding your minds together?" "ESP, telepathy, whatever. Your thoughts are not your own, and neither is your life. You're only one segment of the whole. Julene's highly skilled in such things. She knew my every thought. She owned me." This part became difficult for Harmel to speak about. He grew tense, and his voice faltered and dropped in volume. Maybe she still does. Sometimes I still hear her calling to me, moving through my brain. Does she own all the others as well? Harmel nodded. Yeah, everybody owns everybody. And they won't stop until they own that whole town. I could see it coming. Anybody who gets in their way suddenly drops out of sight. That's why I'm still wondering about Edie. Ever since this whole thing started happening, I've been leery about anyone just dropping out of the picture suddenly. What danger would Edie be to them? Maybe she's just one more step toward taking you out. I wouldn't be surprised. They took out Eldon. They took out me. They took out Jefferson. Who's Jefferson? The district judge. I don't know how they did it, but suddenly he decided he wouldn't run for re-election. He sold his home, left town. No one's heard from him since. And now Baker's in. He's part of the network. He's owned. So, did you know this at the time you had your little crime settled so quietly? Harmel nodded. He told me he could make it really rough for me, turn me over to the county prosecutor, and then it would be out of his hands. He knew good and well it was a frame-up. He had me checkmated, so I took him up on it. I got out of town. Marshall took out a pad and pen. Who else do you know that belongs to this bunch? Harmel looked away. If I tell you too much, they'll trace it back to me. You'll have to find out for yourself. All I can do is point you in the right direction. Check the mayor's office and the town council. See who's new there and who they replaced. They've had a lot of turnover lately. Marshall made a note of it. You've got Brummel? Yeah, Brummel, Young, Baker. Check the county land commissioner and the president at the Independent Bank, and Harmel kept probing his memory. The county comptroller. I've got him on the list. The Board of Regents at the college? Yeah. Say, wasn't it the tiff with them that got you run out of town? That was only part of it. I wasn't controllable anymore. I got in the way. The network took care of me before I could hurt them. But there's no way I can prove it. It doesn't matter anyway. The whole thing's too big. It's like a huge organism, a cancer that just keeps spreading. You can't go after just one part of it like the regents and expect to kill the whole thing. It's everywhere, at every level. Are you religious? In a limited sense, I suppose. Well, you're going to need something to fight it. It's spiritual, Hogan. It doesn't listen to reason or to the law or to any set of morals but its own. They don't believe in any God. They are God. Harmel paused to calm down and then took off on a different note. I first got involved with Julene when I wanted to do a story on some of the so-called research she was doing. I was intrigued by it all, the parapsychology, the strange phenomena she was documenting. I started having these counseling sessions with her myself. I let her read and photograph my aura and my energy field. I let her probe my mind and meld our thoughts. I went into it after a novelty story, actually, but I got hooked. I couldn't tear myself away from it. After a while, I started picking up on some of the same things she was heavily involved in. I'd leave my body, go out into space, talk to my instructors. Harmel caught himself. Oh, man, that's right. You're never going to believe any of this stuff. Marshall was firm, and maybe he did believe it. Tell me anyway. Harmel gritted his teeth and looked skyward. He fumbled, he stammered, his voice went pale. I don't know. I don't think I can tell you. They'll find out. Who'll find out? The network. We're out in the middle of nowhere, Ted. It doesn't matter. You used the word instructors. Who are they? Harmel only sat there trembling, terror etched in his face. Hogan, he said finally, you can't just cross them. I can't tell you. They'll know about it. But who are they? Can you at least tell me that? I don't even know if they're real, Harmel muttered. They're just there, that's all. Inner teachers, spirit guides, ascended masters. They're called all kinds of things.
But anyone who follows Julene's teachings for very long invariably gets mixed up with them. They come from nowhere. They speak to you. Sometimes they appear to you when you're meditating. Sometimes you visualize them yourself, but then they take on a life and personality of their own. It's not just your imagination anymore.
But what are they?
Beings, entities. Sometimes they're just like real people. Sometimes you only hear a voice. Sometimes you only feel them. Like spirits, I suppose. Julene works for them, or maybe they work for her. I don't know which way it goes. But you can't hide from them. You can't run. You can't get away with anything. They're part of the network. And the network knows everything, controls everything. Julene controlled me. She even came between me and Gail. I lost my wife over this whole thing. I started to do everything Julene told me. She'd call me in the middle of the night and tell me to come over, and I'd come over. She'd tell me not to print a certain story. I wouldn't print it. She'd tell me what kind of news to cover, and I'd print it just like she said. She owned me, Hogan. She could have told me to take a gun and shoot myself, and maybe I would have done it. You gotta know her to understand what I'm saying.
Marshall remembered standing in the hallway outside Langstradt's class, wondering how he got there. I think I understand.
But Eldon found out about the college finances, and we both checked into it, and he was right. The college was headed for the rocks, and I'm sure it still is. Eldon tried to stop it to get the whole mess straightened out. I tried to help him. Julene came after me right away and made all kinds of threats. I ended up going in two directions, following two different loyalties. It was like being torn apart inside. Maybe that's what snapped me out of it. I made up my mind I wasn't going to be controlled anymore, not by the network, not by anyone. I was a newspaper man. I had to print it the way I saw it.
And they took care of you.
And it came as a total surprise. Well, maybe not total. When the police came to the paper and arrested me, I almost knew what it was about. It was something I could have predicted from the way Julene and the others were threatening me. They've done that sort of thing before.
For instance?
I can't help thinking the real estate offices, the tax rolls, any information you can get on the properties around the town might show something. I couldn't follow it up when I was still there, but all the recent real estate deals didn't feel quite right to me.
The real estate business wasn't feeling quite right to Bernice either. Just as she pulled up in front of Tyler and Sons Realty, she saw the owner, Albert Tyler, locking up the place and getting ready to leave. She rolled down her car window and asked him,
"Say, aren't you supposed to be open till 5?
Tyler only smiled and shrugged. "Not on Thursdays." Bernice could read the hours on the front door.
"But your hours say Monday through Friday, 10 to 5.
Tyler got just a little cross. "Not on Thursdays, I said." Bernice noticed Tyler's son Calvin driving his Volkswagen out from behind the building. She got out of her car and waved him down. Unwillingly, he paused and rolled down his window. "Yep," he said. "Aren't you people usually open on Thursday until 5? Calvin only shrugged and made a face. "What do I know? The old man says go home, we all go home." He drove off. Old man Tyler was getting into his Plymouth. Bernice ran up to the car and waved to get his attention. He was really miffed by now. He rolled down his window and said gruffly, "Lady, we're closed, and I have to get home."
"I just wanted to look through your microfiche. I need some information on some property."
He shook his head.
"Hey, I can't help you anyway. Our microfiche is broken down."
"What?"
But Tyler rolled up his window and pulled away, screeching his tires a little. Bernice shouted angrily after him,
"Did Rosemary tip you off?"
She hurried to her car. There was still the Top of the Town Realty. She knew the owner regularly helped out with youth baseball on Thursday afternoons. Maybe the other gal who worked there wouldn't know who she was. Harmel looked grim and haggard as he said,
"They'll do you in, Hogan. They have the clout and the connections to do it. Look at me. I lost all I owned, lost my wife and family. They cleaned me out. They'll do the same to you."
Marshall wanted answers, not doomsaying. What do you know about some guy named Kasif?
Harmel grimaced with fresh disgust. Go after that. He might be the source of all the trouble. Julene worshipped that guy. Everybody did Julene's bidding, but she did his.
Do you know whether or not he was looking for any real estate around Ashton?
He was drooling over the college, I know that.
Marshall was taken aback.
The college? Keep going.
I never got the chance to dig after it, but there might be something there. Talk around the network said that the college would be taken over entirely by some network higher-ups, and Eugene Baylor seemed to be spending a lot of time talking money with Kasif or his reps.
Kasif was trying to buy the college?
He hasn't yet, but he did end up buying everything else around town.
Like what?
A lot of homes, I know, but I couldn't find out very much. Like I said, check the tax rolls or the real estate offices to see if he's been buying up anything else. I know he had the bucks to do it.
Harmel pulled a ragged manila envelope from under his jacket.
And take this off my hands, will you?
Marshall took the envelope.
What is it?
A curse, that's what. Something happens to everyone who has it. Eldon's accountant friend, Ernie Johnson, gave it to me, and I hope Eldon told you what happened to him.
He told me.
It's Johnson's findings from the college accounting office.
Marshall couldn't believe his luck.
You gotta be kidding. Did Eldon know about this?
No, I just came across them myself. But don't start dancing yet. You'd better get some accountant friend of your own to try to decipher it for you. It doesn't make much sense to me. I think there's still a whole other half of it missing.
It's a start. Thanks.
If you want to play with theories, try this out. Kasif comes to Ashton and wants to buy everything he can get his hands on. The college is not even thinking of selling. Next thing you know, thanks to Baylor, the college gets itself in such deep financial trouble that selling may be the only way to get out of it. Suddenly, Kasif's offer isn't so far-fetched, and by now the Board of Regents is stacked with yay-sayers.
Marshall opened the envelope and leafed through the pages and pages of photocopied columns and figures.
And you couldn't find any leads in all this?
More leads you don't need, not as much as proof. What you really need to see is who's on the other end of all those transactions.
Kasif's books, perhaps?
With all the friends and Confederates he has at that college, I wouldn't be surprised if Kasif was coming back to buy the college with its own money.
That's some theory. But what would a man like that even want with a little town, or with a whole college?
Hogan, a guy with the power and bucks that guy seems to have, could take a town like Ashton and do anything he wanted with it. I think he already has to a great extent.
How do you know?
Just check it out.
Chapter 21. Bernice was in a hurry. She was in the back room of the Top of the Town Realty, going through their microfiche files. Carla, the girl out in front, was new enough to the job and the town that she bought Bernice's little talk about being a historian from the college looking for background on Ashton. It didn't take long for Carla to give Bernice a tour of the files and a short course on how to run the viewer. When Carla left her alone, Bernice went straight for the crisscross file. This was certainly a wonderful stroke of luck. The other real estate offices had files that told you what land was owned by whom if you knew where the property was. The crisscross file told you what various people owned if you knew the names of the people. Kasif. Bernice flipped through the microfiche holder to the Ks. She slipped the celluloid into the viewer and began scanning up and down, across, zigzag, the myriads of microscopic letters and figures streaking in a blur across the view screen as she looked for the right column. There, KW, KH, KE, KA. Across to the next column. Hurry it up, Bernice. She found no listing under Kasif. "How you doing?" asked Carla from up front. "Oh, just fine," Bernice answered. "I'm not finding much yet, but I know where to look." Well, there was still Joe's Market. She went back to the regular file and pulled out the microfiche for the section, township, and quarter for that address. Into the viewer the celluloid went, and again Bernice raced the myriads of listings up and down looking for the listing. There, the legal description of what used to be Joe's Market, now the Ashton Mercantile. It was tax-assessed at $105,900 and owned by Omni Corporation. That was all it said. Bernice went back to the crisscross file. Into the viewer went the OKOM celluloid. Up, down, across, Olson, Omer, Omni. Omni, 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 Omni. The listings under Omni Corporation went down, down, down the column. There could have been over 100. Bernice got her pen and pad and started writing furiously. The many addresses and legal descriptions meant little to her. Many of them weren't even decipherable, but she kept scribbling as fast as she could, hoping she would be able to read her own writing when she looked at it later. She abbreviated, filling page after page in her notepad. Out front, the telephone rang, as it had been doing. But this time, Carla's conversation didn't sound too happy. Her voice was hushed and serious, and she sounded very apologetic. "The jig might be up, kid. Keep writing." In a moment, Carla appeared. "Are you Bernice Kruger from the Clarion?" she asked directly. "Who's asking?" Bernice said. That was dumb, but she didn't want to come right out with the truth either. Carla looked very disturbed. "Listen, you're going to have to leave right away," she said. "That was your boss on the phone, right?" "Yes, it was, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't tell him I let you back here. I don't know what all this is about, and I don't know why you lied to me, but would you please just leave? He's coming over here to lock the place up, and I told him you hadn't come by." "You're a doll." "Well, I lied for you. Now you please lie for me." Bernice scrambled to gather up all her notes and replace the celluloids. "I was never here." "I appreciate it," said Carla as Bernice raced out the door. "Wow, you just about got me fired." Andy and June Forsythe had a very nice home, a modern log house on the outskirts of town, not far from Forsythe Lumber. Tonight, Hank and Mary had gathered there for a dinner fellowship, along with many others of the remnant, as Creone, Triscal, Seth, Kyman, and Mota sat up in the lofty rafters looking on. The angels could feel the growing power of this little cluster of praying people. The Joneses were there, as were the Colemans, the Coopers, the Harrises, some of the college students. Ron Forsythe was there, along with his girlfriend, Cynthia. A few more brand-new Christians were with him, just now getting introduced to the rest of the group. Other latecomers were continually trickling in. After dinner, the people gathered and settled around the big stone hearth in the living room, while Hank took his place on the hearth with Mary beside him. Each person began to share his background. Bill and Betty Jones had been churchgoers all their lives, but only made a serious commitment to Jesus Christ a year ago. The Lord had spoken to their hearts, and they searched him out. John and Patty Coleman had been to another church in town, but never knew much about the Bible or about Christ until coming to this church. Cecil and Miriam Cooper had always known the Lord, and they were glad to see a new flock gathering to replace the old one. "It feels a lot like replacing a flat tire," Cecil quipped. As others shared, their various backgrounds were brought out. There were different traditions and different doctrinal backgrounds, but any differences were not very important right now. All of them had one main concern, the town of Ashton.
"Oh, it's a war, all right," said Andy Forsythe. "You can't go out on those streets and not feel it. Sometimes I feel like I'm running through a shower of spears, you know."
A new couple, friends of the Coopers, Dan and Jean Corsi, spoke up. Jean said,
"I really think it's Satan out there, just like the Bible says, just like a roaring lion trying to devour everyone."
Dan commented, "The problem is we've all just sat to the side and let it happen. It's time we got concerned and scared and on our knees to see that the Lord does something about it."
Jean added, "Some of you know our son is having some real problems right now. We really wish you'd pray for him."
"What's his name?" someone asked.
"Bobby," Jean answered.
She swallowed and went on to say,
"He enrolled at the college this year, and something's really happened to him."
She had to stop, choked with emotion. Dan picked it up, and his tone was bitter. "Seems like something happens to any kid who goes off to that college. I never knew what kind of weird stuff they were really teaching over there. The rest of you should find out about it and make sure you don't let your kids get involved."
Ron Forsythe, silent up to this time, piped up, "I know what you're talking about, man. It's in the high school, too. Kids are messing around with satanic stuff like you wouldn't believe. We used to trip out on drugs. Now it's demons.
Jean ventured through her tears.
I know this sounds awful, but I really wonder if Bobby isn't possessed.
I was, said Ron. I know I was. Man, I heard voices talking to me, telling me to get some drugs or steal something, all kinds of horrible things. I never let my folks know where I was. I never came home. I'd end up sleeping in the weirdest places and with the weirdest people.
Dan muttered.
Yeah, that's Bobby. We haven't seen him in about a week.
Jean wanted to know.
But how did you get started in such things?
Ron shrugged. Hey, I was already going the wrong way. I'm not sure I'm even all the way straightened out yet. But I'll tell you, when I think I got into the satanic stuff, it's when I had my fortune told. Hey, that's what I caught it, no doubt.
Someone asked if the fortune-teller was a certain woman.
No, it was somebody else. It was at the carnival 3 years ago. Oh, they're all over the place, someone else moaned. Well, that just goes to show how far off base this town has gotten, Cecil Cooper protested. There are more witches and fortune-tellers around here than Sunday school teachers. Well, we'll just see what we can do about that, said John Coleman.
Ron picked it up again.
It's all heavy duty, man. I mean, I saw some pretty weird things when I was into that stuff. I've seen things just float around by themselves. I've read people's minds. I even left my body once and floated around town. You just better all be good and prayed up.
Jean Corsi began to cry.
Bobby's possessed. I just know it.
Hank could see it was time to take control. Okay, people. Now, I have a real burden to pray for this town, and I know you do too, so I think that's where the answer lies. That's the first thing we need to do. They were all ready. Many felt awkward praying out loud for the first time. Some knew how to pray loudly and confidently. Some prayed in phrases they'd learned from certain liturgies. All meant every word, however they managed to express it. The fervency slowly began to rise. The prayers became more and more earnest. Someone started a simple song of worship, and those who knew it sang, while those who didn't know it learned it. In the rafters the angels sang along, their voices smooth and flowing like cellos and basses in a symphony. Driscoll looked at Creone, smiled broadly, and flexed his arms. Creone smiled and flexed back. Kaiman took his sword and made it dance from the pivot of his wrist, tracing streaks and curls of shimmering light in the air as the blade sang with a beautiful resonance. Mota just looked toward heaven, his silken wings spreading, his arms upraised, caught up in the rapture of the song. Kate quietly set her kitchen table with 1 plate, 1 cup, and a saucer. That evening she ate by herself, hardly able to get anything down because of the emotions tightening her throat and twisting her stomach. Oh, well, it was leftovers anyway. Leftovers from those many other meals Marshall never showed up for. It was happening again. Maybe the place had nothing to do with how busy a newsman could be. Perhaps even though Marshall had moved to a small, supposedly dull town, he still had that cursed nose for news that led him on his wild hunts into all hours of the night, making a story where one didn't even exist before. Perhaps this was, after all, his first love, more than his wife, more than his daughter. Sandy. Where was she tonight? Hadn't they made this move for her sake? Now she was further away from them than ever, even though she still lived in the same house. Sean had grown into her life like a cancer, not a friend. And Kate and Marshall never did talk about it like he had promised. His mind had been totally preoccupied. He was married to that newspaper, maybe enamored by that young, attractive reporter. Kate shoved her plate away and tried to keep from crying. She couldn't start fussing and shedding tears now, not when she had to think clearly. Undoubtedly there would be decisions to make, and she would have to make them alone. On the outskirts of Ashton, next to the railroad yard, Tal conferred with his warriors inside an old, unused water tower. Nathan was pacing back and forth, his voice echoing off the walls of the huge tank.
I could feel it coming, Captain. The enemy is luring Hogan into a trap. There has been a dangerous shift in affection toward Kruger. His family is in grave danger.
Tal nodded his head and remained deep in thought, exactly as one might expect. Rayfar knows no frontal attack will work. He's trying his evil hand at subtlety, at moral compromise.
And succeeding, I say.
Yes, I agree.
But what can we do? If Hogan loses his family, he'll be destroyed.
No, not destroyed. Knocked down, perhaps, decimated, perhaps. But it's all because of the dross in his own soul which the Spirit of God has yet to convict him of. We can do nothing but wait and let all things take their course. Nathan could only shake his head in frustration. Gilo stood nearby, pondering Tal's words. Of course what Tal said was true. Men will sin if men will.
"Captain," Gilo said, "what if Hogan falls?"
Tal leaned back against the dank metal wall and said, "We can't be concerned with the question of if. The question we must deal with is when. Both Hogan and Bush are now laying the foundation we need for this battle. Once that's done, Hogan as well as Bush must fall. Only their clear defeat will coax the strong man out of hiding." Gilo and Nathan both looked at Tal with consternation.
You would sacrifice these men?" Nathan asked.
"Only for a season," Tal answered. Marshall brought out Ernie Johnson's large packet of pirated records from the Whitmore College accounting office and handed them across the Clarion's reception counter to Harvey Cole. Cole was a CPA Marshall knew well enough to trust.
"I don't know what you'll be able to make of all this," said Marshall. "But see if you can find out whatever Johnson found, and see if it looks crooked."
"Wow," said Harvey. "This is going to cost you."
"I'll swap you some free advertising. How about that?"
Harvey smiled. "Sounds fine. Okay, I'll get to it. Get back to you."
ASAP.
Harvey went out the door, and Marshall returned to his office, rejoining Bernice in their evening after-hours project. They were working amid a flurry of notes, papers, phone books, and any other public records they could get their hands on. In the middle of it all, a consolidated list of names, addresses, jobs, and tax records was forming, piece by piece. Marshall looked over his notes from his interview with Harmel.
"Okay, what about that judge, what's his name, Jefferson?"
"Anthony C., Bernice replied, flipping through last year's phone book. "Yeah, Anthony C. Jefferson, 221 Alder Street." She immediately went to her scrawled notes from the top of the town realty. 221 Alder. Her eyes scanned one sheet in her notebook, then another, until finally, bingo! Another one. So check me out on this. Jefferson was bumped by the network, and Omni came in and bought his house. Marshall scribbled some reminder notes to himself on a yellow legal pad.
"I'd like to know why Jefferson moved and how much he sold that house for. I'd also like to know who's living there now."
Bernice shrugged. "We'll just have to go down the list and check all these network people's addresses. I'll lay you odds it's one of them."
"What about Baker, the judge who replaced Jefferson?"
Bernice looked at another list. "No, Baker's over in the house that used to belong to the high school principal, Waller, George Waller."
"Oh, yeah, he's the one who lost his house in the sheriff's sale."
"Oh, there are a lot of those, and I'll bet we might find more if we knew where to look."
"We'll have to snoop around the county finance office. Somehow, some way, those people's property taxes never got to where they were supposed to go. I can't believe this many people would be delinquent on their taxes."
"Someone diverted the money so the taxes were never paid. It's dirty, Hogan. Just plain dirty."
"It wasn't Lou Gregory, the old controller. Look at this. He had to resign because of some conflict of interest rap. Now Irving Pierce is in, and he's Omni-owned, right?"
"You got it."
"And what was that you had on Mayor Steen?"
Bernice consulted her notes, but shook her head. He just recently bought his house. The deal looks legitimate, except for the previous owner being the former police chief, who left town for no apparent reason. It might mean something. It might not."
It's what happened to all those other people that has me wondering.
Yeah, and why none of them ever squawked or made a fuss about it. Hey, I wouldn't let the county just come in and auction off my house right out from under me, not without asking at least a few questions. There's something else about this that we don't know.
Well, think about the Carlucci's. Did you know their house sold to Omni for $5,000? That's ridiculous.
And the Carlucci's went poof. Gone just like that.
So I wonder who's living in their house now.
Maybe the new high school principal, or the new fire marshal, or a new city councilman, or new this, or a new that.
Or one of the new college regents. Marshall scrambled for some more papers.
Boy, what a mess.
He finally found the list he was looking for.
Let's go through those regents and see what we come up with.
Bernice flipped through a few pages in her notebook. I know for sure that Pinkston's place is owned by Omni, some kind of trust arrangement.
What about Eugene Baylor?
Don't you have that somewhere?
One of us does, but now I can't remember who.
They both fumbled through their notes, papers, lists. Marshall finally found it among his scattered leaves.
Here it is, Eugene Baylor, 1024 Southwest 147th.
Oh, I think I saw that here somewhere. Bernice perused her notes. Yes, Omni owns that too.
Sheesh. Deeding everything over to Omni Corporation must be a requirement for membership.
Well, that makes Young and Bromell card-carrying members. It makes sense, though. If they all want to meld into one universal mind, they have to do away with individuality, and that means no private ownership. One by one, Marshall read off the names of the college regents, and Bernice researched their addresses. Of the 12 regents, 8 were living in homes owned by Omni Corporation. The others rented apartments. One of the apartment buildings was owned by Omni. Bernice had no information on the other apartment buildings.
I think we've ruled out coincidence, said Marshall.
And now I can't wait to hear what your friend Lemley has to say.
Sure, that Kasef and Omni Corporation are linked. That's obvious.
Marshall took just a moment to ponder.
But do you know what really scares me? So far, everything we see here is legal. I'm sure they've been crooked somewhere to get where they are, but you can see they're working within the system, or at least doing a very good job of looking like it.
But come on, Marshall. He's taking over a whole town, for crying out loud.
And he's doing it legally, don't forget that.
But he must leave some tracks somewhere. We've been able to sniff him out at least this far. Marshall took a deep breath and then sighed it out.
Well, we can try to track down every person who sold out and left town, try to find out why it happened. We can check into what positions they held before they left and who holds that position now. Whoever holds the position now can be asked what connection he or she has with Omni Corporation or with this universal consciousness mind-tripping group. We can ask each and every one of them what they might know about the elusive Mr. Kasef. We can do some more research on the Omni Corporation itself, find out where it's based, what it deals in, what else it owns. We have our work cut out for us. And then I guess it'll be time to go directly to our friends with what we know and get a response from them.
Bernice could feel something coming across in Marshall's manner. What's bothering you, Marshall? Marshall tossed his notes on the desk and leaned back in his chair to ponder.
Bernie, we'd be fools to think we're immune to any of this.
Bernice gave a resigned nod. Yeah, I've been wondering about it, wondering what they might try.
I think they already have my daughter.
It was a blunt statement. Marshall himself was shocked at the sound of it. You don't know that for sure.
If I don't know that, I don't know anything.
But what kind of real power could they wield, except economic and political? I don't buy all this cosmic spiritual stuff. It's nothing but a mind trip.
That's easy for you to say. You're not religious.
You'll find it's a lot easier.
So, what if we end up like Harmel, no family left, just hiding in the bushes and talking about spooks?
I wouldn't mind ending up like Strawn.
He seems comfortable enough just being out of this whole thing."
"Well, Bernie, even so, we'd better see it coming before it gets here." He grabbed her hand in earnest and said to her, "I hope we both know what we're getting ourselves into. We may be in too deep already. We could quit, I suppose."
"You know we can't do that."
"I know I can't. I'm not putting any expectations on you. You can get out now, go somewhere else, work for some ladies' journal or something. I won't mind."
She smiled at him and held his hand tightly. "Die all, die merrily." Marshall only shook his head and smiled in return. Chapter 22. In another state, in a low-income section of another town, a little panel truck weaved its way down a kid-cluttered street through a housing project. All the little duplexes, except for different color schemes, came from the same mold. As the truck pulled to a stop at the end of an aging asphalt cul-de-sac, Princess Cleaners could be seen printed on its side. The driver, a young lady in blue overalls, her hair in a red scarf, got out. She opened the side door and pulled out a large laundry bundle with some bag-draped dresses on hangers. Rechecking the address, she made her way up one walk to one particular door and rang the bell. First the curtain of the front window pulled to the side for a moment, and then there were footsteps toward the door. The door opened. "Hi, got some cleaning here," said the young lady. "Oh, yes," said the man who answered the door. "Just bring it in." He opened the door wider so she could make her way into the house, as 3 children tried to keep out of her path, despite their great curiosity. The man called to his wife, "Honey, the cleaning lady is here." She came in from the small kitchen looking tense and nervous. "You children go outside and play," she ordered. They whined a bit, but she herded them out the door, closed it, then drew shut the one window that still remained open. "Where'd you get all this laundry?" the man asked. "It was in the truck. I don't know who it belongs to." The man, a heavy-set Italian with graying curly hair, offered his hand. "Joe Carlucci." The young lady set down the laundry and shook his hand. "Bernice Kruger from the Clarion." He showed her to a chair and then said, "They told me I was never to talk to you or Mr. Hogan." "For the sake of our children," they said, Mrs. Carlucci added. "This is Angelina. It was for her sake, for the children's sake, that we moved away. We left it all. We said nothing." "Can you help us?" asked Angelina. Bernice got her pad ready. "Okay, just take your time. We'll start at the beginning." At what Al Lemley called the halfway point between Ashton and New York, Marshall pulled the Buick into the parking lot of a little insurance office in Taylor, a small town at the crossing of 2 major highways with no other real reason for being there. He stepped into the little office and was immediately recognized by the lady at the desk. "Mr. Hogan?" she asked.
"Yes, good morning."
"Mr. Lemley is already here. He's waiting for you." She showed him to another door, which led to a back office that no one was using at the time. "Now there's coffee out here on the counter, and the bathroom is right through this door and to the right."
"Thank you."
"You're welcome." Marshall closed the door, and only then did Al Lemley stand up and give him a warm handshake.
"Marshall," he said, "it's great to see you. Just great."
He was a smaller man, bald, with a hooked nose and sharp blue eyes. He had spunk and sparkle, and Marshall had always known him as a priceless associate, a friend who could come through with almost any much-needed favor. Al sat behind the desk, and Marshall pulled a chair up beside him so they could both look over the materials Al had brought. For a little while they talked old times. Al was pretty much filling the vacancy that Marshall had left in the city room at the Times, and he was beginning to have a real appreciation for Marshall's ability to handle the job.
"But I don't want to trade places with you, buddy," he said. "I thought you moved to Ashton to get away from it all." "I guess it followed me there," he said. "In a few weeks, New York may be a lot safer. What have you got?"
Al pulled an 8x10 glossy photo from a file folder and let it slide across the desk under Marshall's nose.
"Is this your boy?"
Marshall looked at the picture. He'd never seen Alexander M. Kasef before, but from all the descriptions he knew,
"This has to be him."
Oh, it's him, all right. He's known and then he's not known, if you catch my drift. General public never heard of the guy, but start asking investors on Wall Street or government people or foreign diplomats or anyone else in any way connected with international wheeling and dealing in politics, and you'll get a response. He is the president of Omni Corporation. Yes, they are definitely connected. Surprise, surprise. So what do you know about Omni Corporation? Al shoved a stack of materials toward Marshall, a stack several inches thick. Thank goodness for computers. Omni was just a little non-typical in tracking down. They have no central headquarters, no main address. They're scattered into local offices all over the world and keep a very low profile. From what I understand, Kasich keeps his own immediate staff with him and likes to be as invisible as possible, running the whole operation from no one knows where. It's weirdly subterranean. They're not on the New York or American stock exchanges, not by their name at least. The stocks are all diversified among, maybe 100 different front corporations. Omni is the owner and controller of retail chain stores, banks, mortgage companies, fast food chains, soft drink bottlers, you name it. Al continued talking as he thumbed through the stack of materials. I had some of my staff digging into this stuff. Omni doesn't come right out and print anything about itself. First you have to find out what the front corporation is, then you sort of sneak in the back door and find out what interest the big mother company has in it. Take this one here. Al produced a stockholder's annual report from an Idaho mining company. You don't know what you're really reading about until you get down here to the end. See? A subsidiary of Omni International. International. Very international. You wouldn't believe how influential they are in Arab oil, the common market, the World Bank, international terrorism. What? Don't expect to find any stockholders' reports on the latest car bombing or mass murder, but for every documented above-board item here, there are a couple hundred pieces of under-the-table scuttlebutt that no one can prove, but everyone seems to know. And such is life. And such is your man Kasich. I want to tell you, Marshall, he knows how to spill blood if he has to, and sometimes when he doesn't have to. I'd say this guy is a perfect cross between the ultimate guru and Adolf Hitler, and he makes Al Capone look like a Boy Scout. Word has it that even the Mafia is afraid of him. Angelina Carlucci tended to spill words more from emotions than from objective recall, which made her story travel in agonizing circles. Bernice had to keep asking questions to get things clear. Getting back to your son Carl, they broke his hands, she wept. Who broke his hands? Joe intervened to help his wife. It was after we said we would not sell the store. They'd asked us. Well, they didn't ask. They told us we'd better. But they talked to us about it a few times, and we wouldn't sell. And that's when they started threatening you? They never threaten, Angelina said angrily. They say they never threatened us. Joe tried to explain. They threaten you without sounding like they are. It's hard to explain. But they talk the deal over with you, and they let you know how wise you will be to go along with the deal. And you just know that you should go along with it if you don't want anything evil to befall you. So, just who was it that you talked to? Two gentlemen who were, they said they were friends of the new people who own the store now. I just thought at first that they were realtors or something. I had no idea. Bernice looked over her notes again. All right, so it was after you turned them down the third time that Carl had his hands broken. Yes, at school. Well, who did it? Angelina and Joe looked at each other. Angelina answered, No one saw it. It was during recess at school, and no one saw it. Carl must have seen it. Joe only shook his head and waved his hand at Bernice to stop short. You cannot test Carl about it. He is still tormented. He has bad dreams. Angelina leaned forward and whispered, Evil spirits, Miss Kruger. Carl thinks it was evil spirits.
Bernice kept waiting for these two responsible adults to explain the strange perceptions of their young son. She had trouble phrasing a question. Well, what do you... Well, surely you must know what really happened, or at least have some idea. The two of them only stared at each other blankly, at a loss for words. There were no teachers on the grounds who assisted him after it happened? Joe tried to explain. He was playing baseball with some other boys. The ball rolled into the woods, and he went after it. When he came back, he was crazy, screaming. He'd wet himself. His hands were broken. And he never said who did it? Joe Carlucci's eyes were glazed with terror. He whispered, "Big black things." Men? Things. Carla says they were spirits, monsters. Don't knock it, Bernice told herself. It was clear these poor deluded people really believed something of this nature was attacking them. They were very devout Catholics, but also very superstitious. Perhaps that explained the many crucifixes on every door, the pictures of Jesus, and the figurines of the Virgin Mary everywhere, on every table, over every doorway, in every window. Marshall had perused the materials on the Omni Corporation. He still hadn't read about one thing. What about any kind of religious affiliation? Yeah, said Al, reaching for another folder. You were right on that. Omni's just one of several underwriters for the Universal Consciousness Society, and that's a whole other ball of financial and political wax, and perhaps the main motivation behind the company, even more than money. Omni owns or backs, oh, brother, there must be hundreds of them, society-owned businesses, from cottage-level enterprises clear up to banks, retail stores, schools, colleges. Colleges? Yeah, and law firms, too, according to this news clipping. They have a major lobbying task force in Washington, and they've been regularly pushing their own special interest legislation. It's usually anti-Jewish and anti-Christian, if that's of any interest to you. How about towns? Does this society like to buy towns? I know Caseph's done it. There are other things similar to that. Listen, I got in touch with Chuck Anderson, one of our foreign correspondents, and he's heard all kinds of interesting things besides seeing a lot of it himself. It seems these universal consciousness people are a worldwide club. We've located society chapters in 93 different countries. They just seem to pop up everywhere, no matter what part of the world. And yes, they have acquired full control of towns, villages, hospitals, some ships, some corporations. Sometimes they buy their way in, sometimes they vote their way in, sometimes they just crowd their way in. Like an invasion without guns. Yes, usually quite legally, but that's probably out of sheer cleverness, not any integrity. And remember, you're also looking at a lot of power and pull here. You're standing right in the path of Big Daddy himself, and from what I gather, he doesn't slow, stop, or even go around. Nuts. I'd cool it, buddy. Call the feds. Let somebody bigger handle it if they want. You still have a job back at the Times if you ever want it. At least cover the story from a distance. You're a Class A reporter, but you're too close. You have too much to lose. All Marshall could think was, why me? Bernice had stumbled too far into a touchy situation. The Carluccis were getting more unsettled and terrified the more she questioned them. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, Joe finally said. If they ever find out we talked to you. Bernice was about to scream as she heard that word again. Joe, who do you mean by they? You keep saying they and them, but you never say who. I can't tell you, he said with great difficulty. Well, let me at least clear this much up. Are they people? I mean, real people? He and Angelina thought for a moment, then he answered, Yes, they are real people. So they are real flesh and blood people. And maybe spirits, too. I'm talking about the real people now, Bernice insisted. Was it real people who audited your taxes? Reluctantly, they nodded.
And was it a real flesh-and-blood man who posted the auction notice on your door?"
"We didn't see him," Angelina said.
"But it was a real piece of paper, right?"
"But nobody told us it would happen," Joe protested. "We always paid our taxes. I have the canceled checks to prove it. The people at the county office wouldn't listen to us."
Angelina was angry now.
"We had no money to pay the taxes they wanted. We already paid them. We couldn't pay them again. They said they would take our store, take all our inventory, and business was bad, very bad. Half our customers left and wouldn't come in anymore." "And I know what kept them away," said Angelina defiantly. "We could all feel it. I tell you, windows don't break by themselves, and groceries don't fly off the shelves by themselves. It was the devil himself in our store."
Bernice had to reassure them.
"All right, I'm not arguing with that. You saw what you saw. I don't doubt you." "But don't you see, Miss Kruger?" Joe asked with tears in his eyes. "We knew we could not stay. What would they do next? Our store was failing. Our home was sold out from under us. Our children were being tormented by evil people, spirits, whatever. We knew it would be best not to fight. It was God's will. We sold the store. They gave us a good price."
Bernice knew that wasn't so. You didn't get half of what that store was worth. Joe broke down and cried as he said,
"But we are free. We are free."
Bernice had to wonder. Then came the Blitz, a die-all-die merrily push for information accompanied by mixed feelings of determination and foreboding, by conflicts between initial impulses and second thoughts. Every Tuesday and Friday for 2 weeks, the Ashton Clarion still appeared on the newsstands and in all the mailboxes of subscribers, but its editor and chief reporter were very hard to contact, or even catch a glimpse of. Marshall's phone messages stacked up unreturned. Bernice was simply never home. There were several nights when Marshall never went home at all, but slept here and there, now and then in the office, waiting for special calls, making other calls, working at keeping the paper afloat with one hand while going over lists of contacts, tax records, business reports, interviews, and leads with the other. The people who had left their positions, and usually Ashton, and the people who replaced them were definitely 2 separate groups of widely different persuasions. After a while, Marshall and Bernice could just about predict what their responses were going to be. Bernice called Adam Jared, the college regent whose daughter was allegedly molested by Ted Harmel.
"No," said Jared, "I really don't know anything about any special, what did you call it?"
"A society, the Universal Consciousness Society."
"No, afraid not."
Marshall spoke with Eugene Baylor.
"No," Baylor replied somewhat impatiently. "I've never even heard the name Kasef, and I really don't understand what you're driving at."
"I'm trying to chase down some claims that the college might be negotiating a sale of its property with Alexander Kasef of the Omni Corporation."
Baylor laughed and said, "You must have heard about another college. There's nothing like that happening here."
"And what about the information we've received that the college is in heavy financial trouble?"
Baylor didn't like that question at all. "Listen, the last editor of the Clarion tried that one too, and it was the dumbest move he ever made. Why don't you just run your paper and leave the running of the college to us?"
The former regents had a different tune. Morris James, now a business consultant in Chicago, had nothing but bad memories of his last year with the college.
"They really taught me what it must be like to be a leper," he told Bernice. "I felt I could be a good voice on the board, a stabilizing factor, but they simply would tolerate no dissent. I thought it was highly unprofessional."
Bernice asked him, "And what about Eugene Baylor's handling of the college finances?"
"Well, I left before any of this really serious trouble arose, this trouble you've described to me, but I could foresee it. I did try to block some decisions the board made regarding the granting of special powers and privileges to Baylor.
I thought it was giving too much unauthorized control to one man without the oversight of the other regents. Needless to say, my opinion was very unpopular. Bernice asked a very pointed question. Mr. James, what finally precipitated your resigning from the board and leaving Ashton?
Well, that's a tough one to answer, he began reluctantly. His answer took about 15 minutes, but the bottom line came down to, my wholesale business was so harassed and so sabotaged by unseen mobsters, I guess I would call it, that I became too great an insurance risk. I couldn't fill my orders. Clientele dropped way off, and I just couldn't stay above water anymore. The business folded. I took the hint, and I got out of there. I've been doing fine ever since. You can't keep a good man down, you know.
Marshall managed to track down Rita Jacobson, now living in New Orleans. She was not happy to hear from someone in Ashton.
Let the devil have that town, she said bitterly. If he wants it so bad, let him have it.
Marshall asked her about Julene Langstratt.
She's a witch. I mean a real, live witch.
He asked her about Alexander Kasef.
A warlock and a gangster rolled into one. Stay out of his way. He'll bury you before you even feel it.
He tried to ask her some other questions, but she finally said,
Please don't ever call this number again, and hung up.
Marshall tracked down as many former members of the city council as he could by telephone, and found out that one had simply retired, but all the others stepped down because of some form of hardship. Alan Bates fell ill of cancer. Shirley Davidson went through a divorce and ran off with a new lover. Carl Fromm was set up, as he called it, with a phony tax scam. Jules Bennington's business was strong-armed out of town by a bunch of mobsters whom he knew better than to identify. By cross-checking, Marshall found that in every case the deposed city councilman or councilwoman was replaced by a new person connected in some way with either the Universal Consciousness Society or Omni Corporation, or both. And in every case the deposed person thought that he or she was the only one who had left. Now, out of fear, out of self-interest, out of that typical reluctance to get involved, all of them remained far away, out of touch, out of the picture, saying nothing. Some were cooperative in answering Marshall's questions, and some felt very threatened. All in all, though, Marshall got what he was after. As for those who used to own businesses now run by this mysterious incognito corporation, very few of them had planned on selling out, moving out, or giving up their peaceful lives in Ashton or their successful businesses. But the reasons for leaving were consistently along the same lines. Tax bunglings, harassments, boycotts, personal problems, marriage dissolutions, perhaps a disease or a nervous breakdown here and there, with an occasional macabre tale of strange, maybe supernatural occurrences. Former Ashton District Judge Anthony C. Jefferson's story was ominously typical.
Word started circulating around the courthouse and the legal community that I was on the take, receiving bribes for fixing sentences, letting people off. Some false witnesses even confronted me and made accusations, but it never happened. I swear it with all that I have in me.
Then can you tell me the truth about why you left Ashton?
Marshall asked, almost knowing what kind of answer to expect.
Personal reasons as well as professional. Some of these reasons remain with me even now and are still viable enough to restrict what I can share with you. I can say, however, that my wife and I were needing a change. We were both feeling the pressure, she more than I. My health was failing. We at length thought it best to get out of Ashton altogether. May I ask, sir, if there were any unfavorable outside influences that brought about your decision to step down from the bench?
He thought for a moment, and then, with some bitterness in his voice, said,
I cannot tell you who they were. I have my reasons, but I can say, yes, some very highly unfavorable influences.
Marshall's last question was,
And you really can't tell me anything about who they might be?
Jefferson gave a sardonic chuckle and said,
"Just keep going the way you are, and you will find out soon enough yourself."
Jefferson's words were beginning to haunt both Marshall and Bernice. They had heard many similar warnings as they went along, and both of them were growing more aware of something out there around them, building, coming closer, growing more and more malevolent. Bernice tried to shrug it off. Marshall found himself resorting more and more to quickly blurted prayers. But the feeling was still there, that disturbing sense that you are nothing but a sand castle on the beach, and a 20-foot wave is about to crash down on you. On top of all this, Marshall had to wonder how Kate was holding up through all of this, and how he would ever patch things up between them when this was finally over. She was talking about being a widow again, a newspaper widow, and had even made some very embarrassing suggestions about Bernice. Man, this thing just had to get over with. Much more of it, and he wouldn't have much of a marriage to come home to. And then, of course, there was Sandy, whom Marshall hadn't seen in weeks. But when this was all over, when it was really finally over, things would be different. For now, the investigation he and Bernice were doing was incredibly urgent, a top priority, something that grew more ominous with every new stone they turned. Chapter 23. When things around the office were in their usual quiet post-Tuesday state, Marshall had Carmen search out a good-sized cardboard box and some file folders, and he began to organize the piles of papers, records, documents, scattered notes, and other information he and Bernice had compiled in their investigation into an orderly file. As he went through it all, he also compiled a list of questions on a legal pad on his desk, questions he intended to use in his interview with the first of the real principals in this plot, Alf Brumell. That afternoon, after Carmen had left for a dentist appointment, Marshall made a call to Alf Brumell's office.
"Police Department," said Sarah's voice.
"Hi, Sarah, this is Marshall Hogan. Can I have a word with Alf?"
"He's out of the office right now."
Sarah let out a long sigh and then added in a very strange, very quiet tone of voice,
"Marshall, Alf Brumell does not want to talk to you."
Marshall had to think for a moment before he said,
"Sarah, are you caught in the middle?"
Sarah sounded miffed.
"Maybe I am. I don't know, but Alf told me in no uncertain terms that I was not to put through any calls from you, and that I was to let him know whatever your intentions were."
"Huh?"
"Look, I don't know where friendships end and professional ethics begin, but I sure wish I knew what was going on around here."
"What is going on around there?"
"What'll you trade me for it?"
Marshall knew he was taking a chance.
"I think I can find something of equal value if I look hard enough."
Sarah hesitated for just a moment.
"From all appearances, you've become his worst enemy. Every once in a while I hear your name coming through that office door of his, and he never says it nicely."
"Who's he talking to when he says it?"
It's your turn."
"All right. Well, we talk about him, too. We talk about him a lot, and if everything we've uncovered checks out, yeah, I just might be his worst enemy. Now, who's he talking to?"
"Some of them I've seen before. Some of them I haven't. He's put several calls through to Julie Langstratt, his whatever she is."
"Anyone else?"
"Judge Baker was one, and several members of the city council."
"Malone?"
"Yes."
"Everett?"
"Yes."
Preston?"
"No."
"Goldtree?"
"Yes, plus some other VIPs from out of town, and then Spencer Nelson from the Windsor Police Department, the same department that supplied our extra manpower for the festival. I mean, he's been talking to a lot of people, far more than usual. Something's up. What is it?"
Marshall had to be careful.
"It might involve me in the Clarion. It might not."
"I don't know if I'll accept that or not."
"I don't know if I can trust you or not. Whose side are you on?"
That depends on who the bad guy is. I know Alf is shady. Are you?
Marshall had to smile at her spunk. I'll have to let you be the judge of that. I do try to run an honest paper, and we have been carrying on a very intensive investigation of not only your boss, but just about every other bigwig in this town.
He knows it. They all do.
Well, I've talked to just about all of them. Alf was next on my list.
I think he knew that, too. He told me just this morning that he did not want to talk to you. But he's sure talking up a storm with everybody else. And he just left here with a pile of papers under his arm, heading for another hush-hush meeting with someone.
Any idea what they're going to do about me?
Oh, you can be sure they will do something. And I get the feeling they're loading for bear. Consider yourself warned.
And I'd advise you to be the sweet, ignorant angel who knows nothing and says nothing. Things could get messy.
If they do, Marshal, can I come to you for answers? Or at least a ticket out of town?
We'll be able to deal.
I'll give you anything I can find if you'll keep me safe.
Marshall caught it in her voice. This gal was scared. Hey, now, remember, I didn't ask you to get involved.
I didn't ask to be involved. I just am. I know Alf Brummel. I'd better pick you for my friend.
I'll keep you posted. Now hang up and act normal.
She did.
Alf Brummel was in Julian Langstrat's office, and the two of them were looking over a very thick portfolio of information Brummel had brought.
Hogan now has enough to fill a front page, Brummel said quite unhappily. You've berated me for being slow in taking care of Bush, but as far as I can see, you've given Hogan nothing but a clear freeway since the beginning. Calm down, Alf, Langstrat said soothingly. Just calm down. He's going to be coming after me for an interview any day now, just like he's gone after all the others. What do you suggest I say to him? Langstrat was a little shocked at his stupidity. Don't say anything, of course. Brummel paced the room, exasperated. I don't have to, Jolene. By this point, nothing I say or don't say will make any difference anyway. He already has everything he needs. He knows about the property sales. He has very good leads in all the sheriff's sales of the tax-delinquent homes. He knows about the corporation and the society. He has good information on the college embezzlements. He even has more than enough evidence to accuse me of false arrest. Langstrat smiled with pleasure. Your spy has done very well. She brought me a lot of this material today. He's getting it all organized in a file now. He's about to make his move, I'd say. Langstrat gathered all the material neatly, placed it back in its portfolio, and leaned back in her chair. I love it. Brummel only looked at her in amazement and shook his head. You could lose at this game someday, you know. We could all lose. I love a challenge, she exulted. I love taking on a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the victory. Most of all, I love winning. She smiled at him, truly pleased. Alf, I've had my doubts about you, but I think you've come through bountifully. I think you should be there to see Mr. Hogan step into the snare. I'll believe it when I see it. Oh, you will. You will. There was a short lull, and it got strangely quiet around the town of Ashton. People weren't in touch. Nothing much was said. During the day, Marshall and Bernice organized their materials and stuck close to the office. Marshall took Kate out to dinner one night. Bernice sat at home and tried to read a novel. Alf Brummel kept regular hours, but he didn't have much to say to Sarah or anyone else about anything. Langstrat fell ill, or so the word was from her office, and her classes were canceled for a few days. Hank and Mary thought that maybe their phone was out of order, the thing had been so silent. The Colemans visited relatives out of town. The Forsythes took the chance to do some inventory at the lumber yard. The rest of the remnant all went about their normal business. There was an odd stillness everywhere. The skies were hazy, the sun a blurred ball of light, the air warm and sticky. It was quiet.
but no one could relax. High on a hill above the town, in the top of a graying, long-dead snag of an old tree, like an enormous black vulture, Raphar, the Prince of Babylon, sat. Other demons attended him, waiting to hear his next command, but Raphar was silent. Hour upon hour, a tense scowl on his face, he sat and gazed down at the town with his slowly shifting yellow eyes. On another hill, directly across the town from Raphar's big dead tree, Tal and his warriors concealed themselves in the woods. They also were looking out over the town, and they could feel the lull, the silence, the ominous deadness of the air. Gilo stood at his captain's side, and he knew this feeling. It had always been the same throughout the centuries. "It could be any time now. Are we ready?" he asked Tal. "No," Tal said flatly, looking intensely over the town. "Not all the remnant are gathered. Those who have gathered are not praying, not enough. We haven't the numbers or the strength. And the black cloud of spirits over the strong man grows 100-fold each day." Tal looked up into the sky over Ashton. "They will fill the sky from horizon to horizon." From their hiding place they could look across the valley over several miles and see their hideous opponent sitting in the big dead tree. "His strength has not waned," said Gilo. "He is more than ready to do battle," said Tal. "And he can pick his own time, his own place, and the best of his warriors. He could attack on 100 different fronts at once." Gilo only shook his head. "You know we can't defend that many." Just then a messenger rushed toward them on the wing. "Captain," he said, alighting next to Tal, "I brought word from the strong man's lair. There is a stirring there. The demons are growing restless." "It's beginning," said Tal, and this word was passed back through the ranks. "Gilo?" Gilo stepped up. "Captain?" Tal took Gilo aside. "I have a plan. I want you to take a small contingent with you and set up watch over that valley." Gilo was not one to argue with the captain, but a small contingent? To watch the strong man? The two of them continued in conference, Tal mapping out his instructions, Gilo shaking his head dubiously. At length Gilo came back to the group, picked out his warriors, and said, "Let's be off." With a rush of wings, the 24 weaved and zigzagged through the forest until they were far enough away to take to the open sky. Tal summoned a strong warrior. "Replace Signa in guarding the church, and tell him to come to me." Then he summoned another messenger. "Tell Creone and Triskel to rouse Hank and get him praying, and all the remnant." In a short moment Signa arrived. "Come with me," said Tal. "Let's talk." It had been a quiet afternoon for Hank and Mary. Mary spent most of it in the little garden behind the house, while Hank worked to repair a corner of the backyard fence that kids had broken a hole through. As Mary hunted for weeds among her vegetables, she noticed Hank's hammering getting more and more sporadic, until finally it stopped altogether. She looked his way and saw him sitting there, the hammer still in his hand, praying. He seemed very disturbed, so she asked, "Are you all right?" Hank opened his eyes, and without looking up, he shook his head. "I don't feel good at all." She went over to him. "What is it?" Hank knew where the feeling came from. "The Lord, I guess. I just feel something's really wrong. Something terrible is about to happen. I'm going to call the Forsyths." Just then the phone in the house rang. Hank went in and answered it. It was Andy Forsyth. "Sorry to bother you, Pastor, but I was just wondering if you feel a real burden of prayer right now. I know I sure do." "Come on over," said Hank. The fence would have to wait. On into the evening the angelic host waited, while Hank, the Forsyths, and several others prayed. Raphar continued to sit up in the dead tree, his eyes beginning to glow in the steadily thickening darkness. His taloned fingers continued to drum his knee. His brow stayed crinkled with his intense scowl. Behind him a host of demons began to gather, primed with anticipation and rapt with attention, waiting to hear Raphar's order. The sun dipped behind the hills on the west side. The sky was washed with red fire. Rayfar sat and waited. The demonic host waited. In her bedroom, Julene Langstratt sat on her bed, her legs crossed in the lotus position of Eastern meditation, her eyes closed, her head erect, her body perfectly still. Except for one single candle, the room was dark. There, under the shroud of the darkness, she convened her meeting with the ascended masters, the spirit guides from the higher planes. Deep within her consciousness, far within the depths of her inner being, she spoke with a messenger. To the eyes of Langstratt's entranced mind, the messenger appeared as a young lady, all dressed in white, with flowing blonde hair that reached nearly to the ground and was constantly in motion, wafted by the breeze. "Where is my master?" Langstratt asked the messenger. "He waits above the town, watching over it," came the girl's answer. "His armies are ready for your word." "All is ready. He may await my signal." "Yes, my lady." The messenger departed like a beautiful gazelle, leaping gracefully away. The messenger departed, a filthy black nightmare of a creature borne on membranous wings. He departed to take word to Rayfar, who still waited. Darkness deepened over Ashton. The candle in Langstratt's room dwindled to one round ebbing flame in a pool of wax, the inky blackness overtaking its weak orange light. Langstratt stirred, opened her glazed eyes, and arose from the bed. With a very small puff of breath, she extinguished the candle and moved in a half-daze into the living-room, where another candle was burning on the coffee table, the wax flowing and hardening into macabre fingers across the photograph of Ted Harmel, on which the candle sat. Langstratt sank to her knees beside the coffee table, her head held high, her eyes half shut, her movements slow and liquid. As if floating in space, her arms rose upward over the candle, stretching out an invisible canopy over the flame. And then, so very quietly, the name of an ancient god began to form itself on her lips again and again. The name, a guttural harsh sound, spilled forth from her like the spitting of hundreds of invisible pebbles, and with each mention of the name her trance deepened. Steadily, steadily the name tumbled forth, louder and faster, and Langstratt's eyes widened and remained unblinking and glaring. Her body began to quiver and tremble. Her voice became an eerie wailing sound. Rayfar could hear it all from where he sat and waited. His own breathing began to deepen and chug out of his nostrils like putrid yellow steam. His eyes narrowed, his talons flexed. Langstratt swayed and quivered, calling out the name, her eyes fixed on the candle's flame, calling out the name. And then she froze. Rayfar looked up, very still, very attentive, listening. Time stood still. Langstratt remained motionless, her arms extended over the candle. Rayfar listened. Air began to slowly flow into Langstratt's mouth and nostrils. Her lungs began to fill, and then with one sudden cry from deep within she brought her hands down like a trap, clapping them on the candle's wick, snuffing out the flame. "Go!" shouted Rayfar, and hundreds of demons shot into the sky like a thunderous flock of bats, rushing along a straight and level trajectory northward. "Look!" said an angelic warrior, and Tal and his host all saw what looked like a black swarm silhouetted against the night sky, an elongated puff of smoke. "Going north," observed Tal, "away from Ashton." Rayfar watched the squadron disappear at great speed and let a mocking grin bare his fangs.
"I'll keep you guessing, Captain of the Host."
Tal shouted out his orders. "Cover Hogan and Bush! Awaken the remnant!" 100 angels soared downward into the town. Tal could still see Rayfar sitting in the big dead tree. "Just what are your plans, Prince of Babylon?" he murmured. The phone startled Marshall out of a restless sleep. The clock said 3:48 a.m. Kate moaned at being awakened. He grabbed up the receiver and mumbled hello. For a moment he didn't have the slightest idea who was on the other end or what they were saying. The voice was wild, hysterical, high-pitched.
Hey, simmer down and slow down, or I'll hang up, Marshall snapped hoarsely.
Suddenly he recognized the voice.
Ted? Is this Ted? Hogan,
came Ted Harmel's voice.
They're coming for me. They're all over the place.
Marshall was awake now. He pressed the receiver to his ear, trying to understand what Ted was blubbering about.
I can't hear you. What'd you say? They found out I talked. They're all over the place. Who is?
Ted started crying and screaming unintelligibly, and the sound of it was enough to make Marshall's insides curl up. He groped around the bedside stand for his pen and pad.
Ted!
He shouted into the phone, and Kate jerked with a start and turned over to look at him.
Where are you? Are you home?
Kate could hear the cries and wailing squawking out of the receiver, and it unnerved her.
Marshall, who is it?
She demanded. Marshall couldn't answer her. He was too occupied trying to get a clear answer from Ted Harmel.
Ted, listen. Tell me where you are.
Pause. Some more cries.
How do I get there? I said, how do I get there?
Marshall began scribbling hurriedly.
Try getting out of there if you can.
Kate listened, but couldn't make out what the party on the other end was saying. Marshall told whoever it was,
Listen, it's going to take me at least half an hour to get there, and that's if I can find a station open to get some gas. No, I'll get over there. Just hang tight. All right? Ted? All right?
Who's Ted?
All right, said Marshall into the phone. Give me time. I'll get out there. Just take it easy. Goodbye.
He hung up the phone and bolted out of bed.
Who in the world was that? Kate needed to know.
Marshall grabbed his clothes and began to dress hurriedly.
Ted Harmel. Remember I told you about him. You're not going over there tonight, are you? The guy's going crazy or something. I don't know. You get back in bed. Kate, I have to go. I can't afford to lose this contact. No, I don't believe this. You can't be serious.
Marshall was serious. He kissed Kate goodbye before she could even bring herself to believe he was really going, and then he was gone. She sat there in the bed for a few moments, stunned, then flopped down angrily on her back, staring at the ceiling as she heard the car back down the driveway and speed off into the night. Chapter 24. Marshall drove about 30 miles north through the town of Windsor and a little beyond. He was surprised to find out how close to Ashton Ted Harmel still lived, especially after they both met in the mountains over 100 miles further up Highway 27. This guy has to be crazy, Marshall thought, and maybe I'm just as crazy to be going along with this whole routine. The guy's paranoid, a real space case. But he sure sounded convincing over the phone. Besides, it was a chance to reopen communications with him after that one-time-only interview. Marshall had to do some backtracking and groping around the maze of winding, unmarked back roads in his efforts to make sense of Harmel's directions. When he finally located the little shake-sided house at the end of a long gravel road, a ribbon of pink light was growing on the horizon. He'd taken an hour and a half to get there. Yes, there was the old Valiant parked in the driveway. Marshall pulled in behind it and got out of the car. The front door of the house was open. The front window was broken. Marshall crouched just a little behind his car, taking a moment to check out the situation. He didn't like the feelings he was getting at all. His insides had gone through this kind of dance before, that night when Sandy had run off, and again there seemed no obvious upfront reason for it. He hated to admit it, but he was afraid to take another step.
"Ted?"
he called, not too loudly. There was no answer. It didn't look good at all. Marshall forced himself to make his way around his car, up the walk, and onto the front porch very slowly, very carefully. He kept listening, looking, feeling. There was no sound except his own pounding heart. His shoes crunched just a little on the shards of broken glass from the window. The sound seemed deafening. "Come on, Hogan, get with it."
"Ted?"
he called through the open door.
"Ted Harmel? It's Marshall Hogan."
No answer. But this had to be Ted's place. There was his coat hanging on the rack.
On the wall above the dining-room table was a framed front page from the Clarion. He ventured inside. The place was a mess. The dishes that had been in the corner hutch were now shattered all over the floor. In the living room, a chair lay broken on the floor just below a large hole in the plaster wall. The bulbs were shattered out of the ceiling light fixture. Books from the shelves were thrown everywhere. The side window was also broken out. And Marshall could feel it, just as strongly as before, that fierce, gut-wrenching terror he had felt that other night. He tried to shake it off, tried to ignore it, but it was there. His palms were slick with sweat. He felt weak. He looked around for a weapon and grabbed a fireplace poker. Keep your back to the wall, Hogan. Keep quiet. Look out for blind corners. It was dark in here. The shadows were very black. He tried to take his time, tried to let his eyes get used to the dark. He felt for a light switch somewhere, anywhere. Behind and above him a black leathery wing quietly repositioned. Leering yellow eyes watched his every move. Here, there, over there, all over the room, in the corners of the ceiling, upon the furniture, clinging like insects to the walls, were the demons, some of them letting out little snickers, some of them drooling blood. Marshall made his way stealthily to the desk in the drawer, and using a handkerchief to prevent fingerprints, slid the drawers open. They had not been disturbed. Keeping the poker at the ready, he continued to move through the house. The bathroom was a mess. The mirror was shattered. The shards were in the sink and all over the floor. He moved down the hall, staying close to the wall. Hundreds of pairs of yellow eyes watched his every move. There was an occasional hacking from the throat of a demon, a short burst of vapor from its dripping mouth. In the bedroom, the most loathsome spirits of all awaited him. They watched the bedroom doorway from their positions on the ceiling, on the walls, in every corner, and their breathing sounded like the dragging of chains through gravel-filled mud. From where he stood, Marshall could see just the corner of the bed through the bedroom door. He approached cautiously, making frequent checks behind and even above him. When he reached the bedroom door, a single image like a photograph was instantly engraved on his mind. 1 second seemed like an eternity as his eyes darted from the blood-spattered bedspread to the bullet-blasted skull of Ted Harmel to the large revolver still dangling from Harmel's limp hand. Shrieks, thunder, fangs bared to bite. The demons exploded from the walls, corners, every nook of the room, and like arrows went for Marshall's heart. A blinding flash, then another, then another. The whitest hot light traced brilliant fiery arcs, a searing edge that cut through the flock of evil spirits like a scythe. Parts of demons tumbled into nothingness. Other demons imploded and vanished in instantaneous billows of red smoke. Waves of spirits still poured down upon the one lone man who stood there in reasonless terror. But suddenly this man was surrounded by 4 heavenly warriors robed in glorious light. Their crystalline wings unfurled like a canopy over their charge, their swords blurring into waving, swirling sheets of brilliance. The air was filled with the deafening cries of hideous spirits as blades met flanks, necks, torsos, and demon after demon was flung aside in pieces that instantly disintegrated and vanished like vapor. Nathan, Armoth, and 2 other angels, Center and Creed, darted, feinted, spun, batted away one spirit and sliced another, thrusting their blades in a myriad of directions. The lightning from their swords flashed against the walls, bright enough to bleach out all colors. Nathan gutted one demon and sent it spiraling through the roof, leaving a red trail of vapor until it vanished. With his sword he slashed. With his free hand he collected demons by their heels. Armoth and Center whirled in a high-powered blur, mowing through demons as through grass. Cree threw himself against Marshall and kept his wings spread to protect the stunned man. "Push them back," shouted Nathan, and he began to spin his fistful of demons about his head, feeling the shock of their bodies striking other demons with the rhythm of a stick on a picket fence. The demons began to shy back. Half their numbers were now gone, as was half their zeal. Nathan, Armoth, and Center started flying a tight spiral around Marshall, their swords knifing through the fading demonic ranks. One demon shot straight into the sky with a wail of terror. Center got right after it and quickly dispatched it like a slaughtered game bird. He remained above the house for a time, containing any fleeing spirits very neatly and abruptly, swatting them out of existence as if they were fast-served tennis balls. And then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. No demon remained. None had escaped. Nathan alighted back in the hallway as his wings folded and the light around him faded. "How's our man?" Cree was relieved to say, "He's still very shaken, but he's all right. He still has the will to fight." Armoth came in for a landing and immediately checked Ted Harmel's pitiful frame. Center dropped through the ceiling and joined him. Armoth shook his head and sighed. "As Captain Tal said, Rayfar can choose any front he wants at any time." "They have owned and tormented Ted Harmel for a long time," Center conceded. "Is Kevin Weed covered?" Nathan asked. Armoth answered with a little curiosity. "Tal sent Signa to watch care Weed." "Signa? Was he not assigned to guard the church?" "Tal must have a change in plans." Nathan got back to the immediate business. "We'd best see to Marshal Hogan." Marshal got a grip on himself. For a moment he thought he would really panic, and that would have been the very first time in his life. "Nuts, I don't need to get involved in this stuff. Not now," he thought. He took a few more moments to ease up and think the thing through. Harmel was history, but what about the others? He went into the dining room and found the phone. Using his handkerchief again and a pen to dial, he called the operator, who put him through to the police department in Windsor, a town closer than Ashton, fortunately. Something told Marshal that Bromell and his cops were definitely not the ones to call on this. "This is an anonymous call," he said. "There's been a fatal shooting, a suicide." He told the sergeant who answered how to get there, and then hung up. Then he got out of there. Several miles further north, he pulled the Buick into a filling station and went into a phone booth. He first called Eldon Strawn's number. There was no answer. He had the operator ring the Clarion. Bernice should be there by now. "Come on, girl, answer the phone." "Ashton Clarion." It was Carmen. "Carmen, this is Marshal. Put Bernice on, will you?" "Sure thing." Bernice picked up her extension immediately. "Hogan, are you calling in sick?" "Act normal, Bernie," Marshal said. "I've got some heavy developments." "Well, take an aspirin or something." "Good girl. Brace yourself for this one. I just came from Ted Harmel's place. He just blew his brains out. I got a call from him early this morning, and he was talking crazy, talking about somebody coming after him, so I drove to his place and just now found him. It looked like he'd had an all-out fight with something. The place was a mess." "So how are you feeling, really?" Bernice said, and Marshal could tell this was the acting job of her career. "I'm shook up, but all right. I called the Windsor police, but chose to get out of there. Right now I'm up near Windsor on Highway 38. I'm going to head north and drop by Strawn's place to check up on him. I want you to check on Weed right away. I don't want any more sources dying on me." Do you think it's catching?" "I don't know yet. Harmel was a little crazy. It may be an isolated incident. I do know I've got to talk to Strawn about it, and I don't want you to wait to check on Weed." "Okay, I'll do that today." "I should be back this afternoon. Be careful." "You take care of yourself." Marshal got back in his car and checked his map for the best way to get to Eldon Strawn's place. It took him another hour to make the drive, but soon he was pulling up the same old driveway to the quaint little farmhouse. He slammed on the brakes, and the Buick lurched to a halt, skidding on the gravel. He opened the car door and had another look from outside his car windows. There was no mistake. The windows were broken in this house, too. Come to think of it, by now that collie would be barking. But the place was dead silent. Marshal left the car where it was and quietly made his way toward the house. No sounds. The windows on the side of the house were also broken. He noted that the glass was broken inward this time, unlike the Harmel house where the glass was broken out. He passed along the side of the house and checked the parking area in the back. No cars. He began praying that Eldon and Doris were gone and nowhere near whatever was happening. He went around the other side of the house, completely encircling it, then stepped onto the front porch and tried the front door. It was locked. He looked through the front window. The glass was mostly gone, and saw total chaos inside. The house had been ransacked. He carefully stepped through the window into the once quaint living room, now a pitiful shambles. The furniture was thrown everywhere. The cushions on the sofa were slashed open. The coffee table had been chopped in several pieces. Some floor lamps had been thrown down and broken. Everything was out of its place and thrown about.
"Eldon," Marshall called. "Doris, anybody home?"
As if I really expected an answer, he thought. But what was that on the mirror over the fireplace? He went for a closer look. Someone had taken red paint. Or was it blood? Marshall checked closely. With great relief he smelled the unmistakable scent of paint. But someone had scrawled an obscene message of hate on the mirror, a very clear threat. He knew he would have to check every room in the house, and right at this moment he wondered why he didn't feel the same terror he had felt at Harmel's. Maybe this day was turning him numb. Maybe he just wasn't believing any of it anymore. He checked the whole house, upstairs and downstairs, and even the cellar. But there were no terrible discoveries, and he was very glad. That didn't make him any less concerned, nervous, or perplexed, however. This was too much of a coincidence, despite the basic differences. As he took a second look around the living room, he tried to think if there could be a connection. Obviously, both Harmel and Strawn had been sources for Marshall's investigation, and could have become targets for intimidation. But Harmel, in his terrible fear, could have done the damage around his house by himself, fighting off whatever it was, while this damage to Strawn's house was clearly the act of vandals, of malicious characters out to scare him. That was one connection, fear. Both Harmel and Strawn were the brunt of fear tactics, whatever form they took. But why would—
"All right, freeze. Police."
Marshall stayed still, but he did look out through the broken window. There on the porch was a sheriff's officer aiming a gun at him.
"Take it easy,"
Marshall said very gently, without moving.
"Get both hands in the air, in plain sight," the officer commanded.
Marshall obeyed.
"The name's Marshall Hogan, editor of the Ashton Clarion. I'm a friend of the Straughns." "Just hold steady. I'll have to see some ID, Mr. Hogan."
Marshall explained everything he did as he did it.
"I'm going to reach into my back pocket here, see? Here's my wallet. Now I'm going to toss it to you through the window there."
By now the officer's partner had mounted the porch and also had his gun trained on Marshall. Marshall tossed his wallet through the broken window, and the first policeman picked it up. The officer checked Marshall's ID.
"What are you doing here, Mr. Hogan?" "Trying to figure out what in blazes happened to Eldon's house. And I'd also like to know what happened to Eldon and Doris, his wife."
The officer seemed satisfied with Marshall's ID and relaxed just a little, but his partner kept a gun trained on Marshall. The officer tried the front door and then asked,
"How'd you get in there?"
"Through that window," Marshall answered.
"Okay, Mr. Hogan, I'm going to ask you to step very carefully back through the window and do it very slowly. Please keep both hands in plain sight."
Marshall obeyed. As soon as he got out on the porch, the officer turned him around, his hands against the wall, and frisked him. Marshall asked,
"You guys from Windsor?"
"Windsor Precinct," came the short answer, and with that, the officer grabbed Marshall's wrists one at a time and slapped handcuffs on him. "We're placing you under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." Marshall could think of all kinds of questions to ask, and it was all he could do to keep from disassembling these two, but he knew better than to say a word. Chapter 25. Bernice called Kevin Weed right after she got off the phone with Marshall, but there was no answer. He was probably working with the logging crew today. She dug through her file and found the phone number for Gorst Brothers Timber. They told her Kevin had not been in today, and if she saw him, she'd better tell him to show up quick or he'd be out of a job. "Thanks, Mr. Gorst." She dialed the Evergreen Tavern in Baker. Dan, the proprietor, answered.
"Sure," he said. "Weed was in here this morning, just like he always is. He was in a gosh-awful mood, though.
He got in a fight with one of his buddies. I had to throw them both out.
Bernice left Dan the Clarion's number in case he saw Weed again. Then she hung up and thought for a moment. It wasn't out of the question to drive out to Baker, and besides, orders were orders. She went over her schedule for the day and tried to rearrange her jobs to accommodate the trip. "Carmen," she said, grabbing her jacket and handbag, "I'll be gone for the day, I think. If Marshall calls, tell him I've gone out to check on a source. He'll know what I mean." "Right-o," said Carmen. Baker was about 17 miles north on Highway 27. The apartments where Weed lived were about 2 miles closer. Bernice found them without too much trouble. A sad complex of dry, rotting cubicles honeycombed into a sun-bleached old warehouse. Bernice's nose told her the septic system was failing. She went up the plank stairs onto the loading dock, which now served as a patio and entranceway. Inside, she was appalled at how dark the building was. She looked down one long corridor and noted many closely spaced doors. These weren't apartments, they were lockers. She had heard some footsteps on the old planks upstairs, and now they came down the stairway just behind her. She turned her head just enough to see an unpleasant-looking character stepping down, a skinny, pimple-faced apparition in black leather. She immediately decided she had a very pressing appointment at the other end of the hall and started in that direction. "Hi there," the man called to her. "Looking for someone?" "Make it quick, Bernice. Just visiting a friend, thank you." "Have a nice visit," he said, and he kept looking her over as if she were a stake. She walked quickly down the corridor, hoping it wouldn't be a dead end, and though she didn't look back, she could tell he was still watching her. "Hogan, I'll get you for this." She was glad to find another stairway leading upstairs. Weed's apartment had a 200 number, so up the stairs she went. The stairwell was old, weathered planks illumined with one bare light bulb hanging from a very high rafter. Some 30 years ago, someone had tried to paint the walls. She wound her way upward, ignoring the disgusting graffiti everywhere, her shoes making hollow thuds on the worn planks. She reached the upstairs corridor and doubled back, following the descending numbers on the doors. From behind some of the doors came sounds of soap operas, FM rock stations, marital spats. She finally found Weed's door and knocked. There was no answer. But her knocking nudged the door, and it drifted slowly open. She helped it quietly on its way. The place was an absolute mess. Bernice had seen the homes of many people before, but how could Weed possibly live in a disaster area like this? "Kevin?" she called. No answer. She stepped inside and closed the door. It had to be vandalism. Weed didn't own that much, but what he did own was thrown about, broken, spilled, and shattered. Papers and bric-a-brac were everywhere. The little cot in the corner was overturned. Weed's guitar was face down on the floor, the back stomped through. The bulbs were broken out of the ceiling fixture. The few second-hand dishes were in shattered pieces all over the floor in the little kitchen cubicle. Then she saw words spray-painted across one whole wall, an incredibly obscene threat. For the longest time she didn't move. She was afraid. The implications were clear enough. How long would it be before they struck her or Marshall? She wondered what Marshall would find at Strawn's. She wondered what her own home looked like. And she realized there were no police to call. The police were with them. Finally, she slipped quietly out the door, wrote Weed a quick note in case he ever came back, and shoved it in the crack just above the doorknob. She looked this way and that, and then went along the corridor and back down the stairs again. Just one flight below the second floor, a wall formed a blind corner between the 2 flights at the middle landing. Bernice was just thinking how she didn't like blind corners in a place like this, and how the lighting was so poor. A black figure leaped at her from the flight below. Her body slammed into the old shiplap wall as her teeth clapped together. The man in leather,
A rough, dirty hand grabbing a fistful of blouse, a violent sideways jerk, tearing cloth, her body reeling, an impact like an explosion in her left ear, a blurred, hate-filled face. She was falling. Her arms went out against the rough plank corner. They were limp, they buckled. She slid down the wall to the floor. A black boot blotted out her vision. Her glasses were driven into her face. Her skull thudded against the wall. She went numb. Her body kept jerking about. He was still hitting her. Step, 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 step. He was gone. She was dreaming. Her head was reeling. There was blood upon the floor and broken glasses and bent pieces. She slumped against the wall, still feeling the fist in her ear and the boot in her face, and hearing blood dripping from her mouth and her nose. The floor drew her down like a magnet until her head finally thumped on the boards. She whimpered, a gurgling sound as blood and saliva bubbled over her tongue. She spit it all out, raised her head, and cried out in a sound that was half cry, half moan. From somewhere up above, the boards began to pound and clatter with a sudden flow of traffic. She heard people shouting, swearing, thundering down the steps. She couldn't move. She kept half dreaming as light and sound faded in and out. Were there, were not there. Hands began to hold her, move her, cradle her. A cloth wiped across her mouth. She felt the new warmth of a blanket. A towel kept dabbing her face. She gurgled again, spit again. She heard someone swear again. Marshall still wouldn't reply to any questions, although the detective at the Windsor precinct kept trying. "We're talking about murder here, bub," the detective said. "Now we have it from reliable sources that you were there at Harmel's place early this morning. That's right near the time of death. Do you have anything to say about that?" This flunky was born yesterday, Marshall thought. "Sure, punk, I'll tell you all about it so you can hang me. In a pig's eye, it was murder." But what really bothered Marshall was just who this reliable source was, and how that reliable source not only knew he'd been at Harmel's, but also knew these cops could find him at Strawn's. He was still working on the answer to that riddle. The detective asked, "So you're still not going to say anything?" Marshall wouldn't even nod or shake his head. "Well," the detective said with a half shrug, "at least give him the name of your lawyer. You're going to need counsel." Marshall had no name to give him and couldn't even think of one. It became a waiting game. "Spence," said a deputy, "you got a call from Ashton." The detective picked up the phone at his desk. "Nelson." "Oh, hi there, Alf. What's up?" "Alf Brumell?" "Yeah," the detective said. "He's right here. You want to talk to him? He sure won't talk to us." He offered Marshall the receiver. "Alf Brumell." Marshall took the receiver. "Yeah, this is Hogan." Alf Brumell was acting shocked and dismayed. "Marshall, what's going on up there?" "I can't say. They tell me Ted Harmel was murdered and that they have you as a suspect. Is that true?" "I can't say." Alf was beginning to catch on. "Marshall, listen, I'm calling to see if I can help. Now, I'm sure there's been a mistake, and I'm sure we can work something out. What were you doing up at Harmel's place anyway?" "I can't say." That flustered him. "Marshall, for crying out loud, will you just forget that I'm a cop? I'm also your friend. I want to help you." "Do it." "I want to. I really want to. Now listen, let me talk to Detective Nelson again. Maybe we can work something out." Marshall handed the receiver back to Nelson. Nelson and Brumell talked for a while, and it sounded like they knew each other pretty well. "Well, you might be able to do more with him than I ever will," said Nelson quite pleasantly. "Sure, why not?" "Huh?" "Yeah, okay." Nelson looked at Marshall. "He's on another line. Guess he'll vouch for you, and I think he can take jurisdiction over your case, if there is one." Marshall nodded all too knowingly. Now Brumell would have Marshall right where he wanted him, if there was a case. If there wasn't one, Brumell would find one. What would it be now, Harmel and Hogan running a child-molesting ring with a gangland-type murder? Nelson heard Brumell come back on the line. "Yeah, hello." "Yeah, sure." Nelson handed Marshall the receiver again. Brumell was upset, or at least he sounded like it. "Marshall, that was the fire district that just called. They've just sent an aid car out toward Baker. It's Bernice.
She's been assaulted. Marshall never thought he'd hoped Bromell was lying.
Tell me more.
We won't know more till they get out there. It won't take long. Listen, they're going to release you on personal recognizance under my supervision. You'd better get back to Ashton right away. Can you see me in my office at, say, 3? Marshall thought he would have a seizure trying to contain all the cuss words he had for this whole thing.
I'll be there, Alf. Nothing could keep me away.
Good. I'll see you then. Marshall returned the receiver to Nelson. Nelson smiled and said, "We'll take you back to your car." The man in black leather was back in Ashton, running down the streets and then through the alleys like a man possessed, looking behind him, panting, crying, terrified. 5 cruel spirits rode on his back, ducked in and out of his body, clung to him like huge leeches, their talons deeply embedded in his flesh. But they were not in control. They, too, were terrified. Just above the 5 demons and their running victims, 6 angelic warriors floated along with their swords drawn, moving this way and that, to the right, to the left, whatever it took to keep the demons herded in the right direction. The demons hissed and spat and made shooing motions with their sinewy hands. The young man ran, swatting at invisible bees. The young man and his demons came to a corner. They tried to go left. The angels blocked their way and prodded them with their swords to the right. With a cry and a terrible wailing, the demons fled to the right. The demons began to cry for mercy. "No, let us alone," they pleaded. "You have no right." Just up the street, Hank Bush and Andy Forsythe were walking together, taking some time to share their burdens and pray. Right alongside them walked Triscal, Creone, Seth, and Sion. The 4 warriors all saw what their comrades were herding their way, and they were more than ready. "Time for an object lesson for the man of God," said Creone. Triscal only beckoned to the demons with his finger and said, "Come, come." Andy looked down the street and saw the man first. "Well." "What?" asked Hank, seeing the dumbfounded look on Andy's face. "Get ready. Here comes Bobby Corsi." Hank looked and cringed at the sight of a wild-looking character running toward them, his eyes filled with terror, his arms beating the air as he battled unseen enemies. Andy cautioned, "Be careful. He could be violent." "Oh, terrific." They stood still and waited to see what Bobby would do. Bobby saw them and cried out in even more terror, "No, no, leave us alone." Heaven's warriors were bad enough, but the 5 demons wanted no part of Bush and Forsythe. They twisted Bobby around and tried to run away, but were instantly hemmed in by the angelic 6. Bobby stopped dead in his tracks. He looked at nothing ahead of him, then at Hank and Andy, and then looked again at his unseen enemies. He screamed, standing still where he was, his hands claw-like and trembling, his eyes bulging and glazed. Hank and Andy moved forward very slowly. "Easy, Bobby," Andy said soothingly. "Take it easy now." "No!" Bobby screamed. "Leave us alone. We want no business with you." An angel gave one of the demons a prod with the tip of his sword. "Oh!" Bobby cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees. "Leave us alone! Leave us alone!" Hank stepped forward quickly and said firmly, "In Jesus' name, be quiet." Bobby let out one more scream. "Be quiet." Bobby grew still and began to weep, kneeling there on the sidewalk. "Bobby," said Hank, bending down and speaking gently. "Bobby, can you hear me?" A demon clapped his hands over Bobby's ears. Bobby did not hear Hank's question. Hank, hearing from the Spirit of God, knew what the demon was doing. "Demon, in the name of Jesus, let go of his ears." The demon jerked his hands away, a surprised look on his face. Hank asked again, "Bobby?" This time Bobby answered, "Yeah, preacher, I hear you." "Do you want to be free from these spirits?" Immediately one demon answered, "No, you don't. He belongs to us." And Bobby spit the words in Hank's face. "No, you don't. He belongs to us." "Spirit, be quiet. I'm talking to Bobby." The demon said no more, but backed off sulkingly. Bobby muttered,
I've just done a horrible thing. He began to weep. You gotta help me. I can't stop from doing this stuff.
Hank spoke quietly aside to Andy. Let's get him somewhere where we can deal with him, where he can make a scene if he has to. The church? Come on, Bobby. They took him by his arms and helped him up, and the 3 and the 5 and the 6 and the 4 headed up the street. Marshall sped through Baker and then made a quick swing by the apartment complex where Weed lived. There seemed to be no activity there, so he drove on into Ashton. When he reached the hospital, the aid car was parked outside. An emergency medical technician who was securing the stretcher back in the vehicle filled Marshall in. She's in the emergency room, 2 doors down. Marshall burst through the main doors and got to the right room in an instant. He heard a cry of pain from Bernice just as he reached the door. She was lying on a table, attended by a doctor and 2 nurses who were washing her face and dressing her cuts. At the sight of her, Marshall could contain himself no longer. All the anger and frustration and terror of this whole day exploded from his lungs in one vehement expletive. Bernice responded through swollen and bleeding lips.
I guess that about covers it.
He hurried to the side of the table as the doctor and 2 nurses gave him room. He took her hand in both of his and couldn't believe what had happened to her. Her attacker had been merciless.
Who did this to you? He demanded, his blood boiling.
We went the whole 15 rounds, boss.
Don't clown with me, Bernie. Did you see who did it?
The doctor cautioned him. Easy now, let's take care of her first. Bernice whispered something. Marshall couldn't make it out. He leaned closer and she whispered it again, her swollen mouth slurring her words.
He didn't rape me.
Thank God,
Marshall said, straightening up. She wasn't satisfied with his response. She motioned to him again to lean forward and listen.
All he did was beat me up. That's all he did.
Aren't you satisfied?
Marshall whispered back rather loudly. She was handed a glass of water to wash her mouth out. She swirled the water around in her mouth and spit into a bowl.
Was Strawn's house nice and neat?
She asked. Marshall held back his answer. He asked the doctor,
When can I talk to her in private?
The doctor thought about it. Well, she's going in for x-rays in just a few minutes.
Give me 30 seconds, Bernice requested. Just 30 seconds.
It can't wait?
No, please.
The doctor and the nurses stepped out of the room. Marshall spoke softly.
Strawn's place was a mess. Somebody really went through it. He's gone. I have no idea where he is or how he is.
Bernice reported.
Weed's place was the same way, and there was a threat spray-painted on the wall. He didn't show up for work today, and Dan at the Evergreen Tavern said he was really upset about something. He's gone, too. I didn't find him.
And now they've got me wrapped up with Ted Armel's death. They found out I was there this morning. They think I did it.
Marshall, Susan Jacobson was right. Our phone must be bugged. Remember? You called me at the Clarion and told me you'd been at Ted's and where you were going next.
Yeah, I figured that. But that means the Windsor cops would have to be in on it, too. They knew right where and when to find me at Strawn's.
Bromell and Detective Nelson are like that, Marshall,
Bernice said, holding 2 fingers together.
They must have ears everywhere.
They knew I'd be at Weed's alone, and when,
Bernice said, and then something else dawned on her.
Carmen knew it, too.
That revelation hit Marshall almost like a death sentence.
Carmen knows a lot of things.
We've been hit, Marshall. I think they're trying to get a message to us.
He straightened up.
Wait till I find Bromell.
She grabbed his hand.
Be careful. I mean, really be careful.
He kissed her forehead.
Happy x-rays.
He stormed out of the room like a raging bull, and no one dared get in his way. Chapter 26.
Marshall was seeing red and was so angry that he parked crookedly across 2 parking places in the courthouse square parking lot. He thought that walking fast across the parking lot to the police department's door might air-cool him a bit, but it didn't. He jerked open the door and went into the reception area. Sarah wasn't at her desk. Vermel wasn't in his office. Marshall checked his watch. It was 3 o'clock on the dot. A woman came around the corner. He'd never seen her before.
"Hello," he said, and then added very abruptly, "Who are you?"
She was quite taken aback by the question and timidly answered, "Well, I'm Barbara, the receptionist."
"The receptionist? What happened to Sarah?"
She was intimidated and a little indignant.
I don't know of any Sarah, but can I help you?"
"Where's Alf Brumell?"
"Are you Mr. Hogan?"
"That's right."
"Chief Brumell is waiting for you in the conference room, right down at the end of the hall."
She hadn't finished her sentence before Marshall was already on his way. If the door latch would have given the slightest resistance, it wouldn't have survived Marshall's entrance. He burst into the room, ready to wring the first neck he could get his hands around. There were many necks to choose from. The room was full of people Marshall had not been expecting, but as he looked around at all the faces, he had no trouble guessing the meeting's agenda. Brumell had friends with him, big shots, liars, schemers. Alf Brumell sat at the conference table, surrounded by his many comrades and smiling that toothy grin. "Hello, Marshall. Please close the door." Marshall kicked the door shut with his foot without looking away from all these people now gathered, no doubt to have it out with him. Oliver Young was there, as was Judge Baker, County Comptroller Irving Pierce, Fire Marshal Frank Brady, Detective Spence Nelson from Windsor, a few other men Marshall didn't recognize, and finally the mayor of Ashton, David Steen.
"Well, hello there, Mayor Steen," Marshall said coldly. "How interesting to find you here."
The mayor only smiled cordially and silently, like the dumb puppet Marshall always thought he was. "Have a seat," said Brumell, waving his hand toward an empty chair. Marshall didn't move.
"Alf, is this the meeting you and I were going to have?"
"This is the meeting," said Brumell. "I don't think you know everyone in the room." With overcooked graciousness, Brumell introduced the new or possibly new faces. "I'd like you to meet Tony Sulsky, a local attorney. And I believe you've dealt with Ned Wesley, president of the Independent Bank. We understand you've had a conversation, at least, with Eugene Baylor, college regent. And you, of course, remember Jimmy Claiborne from Commercial Printers." Brumell showed his teeth widely, obnoxiously. "Marshall, please have a seat." Cuss words were going through Marshall's mind as he told Brumell squarely,
"Not while I'm outnumbered."
Oliver Young piped up in answer to that. "Marshall, I can assure you that this will be a civil and cordial meeting."
"So, which one of you beat the ever-living daylights out of my reporter?"
Marshall was hardly feeling civil. Brumell responded, "Marshall, these things happen to people who aren't careful." Marshall smeared some descriptions on Brumell like icing from a sewer trap and then told him seethingly,
"Brumell, this didn't just happen. She was set up. She was assaulted and injured, and your cops haven't done a thing, and we all know why." He glared at them. "You're all in on this whole thing, and your tricks come real cheap. You vandalize homes, you make threats, you drive people out, you act like some kind of mafia boys club." He aimed an accusing finger at Brumell. "And you, buddy, are a disgrace to your profession. You've used your entrusted powers to silence and intimidate and to cover up your own dirty work." Young tried to interject. "Marshall, and you call yourself a man of God, a pastor, a pious example of what a good Christian should be. You lied to me all along, Young, hiding behind some excuse you call professional ethics, guzzling down all that mystical bull from that Langstrath witch, and then acting like you knew nothing about it. How many people who trusted you have you sold out to a lie?" The men in the room sat silent. Marshall kept unloading. "If you guys are public servants, Hitler was a great humanitarian. You schemed and manipulated and horned your way into this town like mobsters, and you silenced anybody who spoke up or got in your way. You will read about it in the paper, gentlemen. If you want to make any comments or denials, I'll be glad to hear them. I'll even print them.
but it's press time for all of you, whether you like it or not."
Young raised his hands to get just a short moment to speak.
"Marshal, all I can say is be sure of your facts." "Don't worry about that. I have my facts, all right. I have innocent people like the Carluccis, the Wrights, the Andersons, the Dombrowskis, over 100 of them who were driven out of their homes and businesses by intimidation and trumped-up tax delinquencies."
Young piped in.
"Intimidation? Marshal, it's hardly within our control to prevent fear, foolish superstition, family breakups. Just what will you print? That the Carluccis, for example, were convinced their store was haunted and that evil spirits of all things broke their small son's hands? Come now, Marshal."
Marshal pointed at Young straight from the shoulder.
"Hey, Young, that's your specialty. I'll print that you and your bunch preyed on their fears and orchestrated their superstitions. And I'll tell all about the wild practices and philosophies you used to pull it off. I know all about Langstratt and her mind-tripping hocus-pocus, and I know that every one of you is into it. I'll print that you set people up with phony raps just to get them removed from their jobs and offices so your own people could move in. You framed Lou Gregory, the former comptroller, with a phony conflict of interest charge. You pushed and pressed for that big turnover on the Whitmore College Board of Regents after Dean Strawn caught Eugene Baylor."
Marshall looked right at Baylor as he said it.
"Juggling the books. You put Ted Harmel out of town on his ear with that phony child-molesting rap. And I find it interesting that Adam Jared's poor little victim daughter now has a special fund set up for her college education. If I look far enough, I'll probably find the money came out of your pockets. I'll print that my reporter was falsely arrested by Bramel's flunkies because she took a picture she wasn't supposed to. A picture of Bramel, Young, and Langstratt with none other than Alexander M. Kasef himself, the big boy behind a conspiracy to take over the town, aided and abetted by all of you, a bunch of power-hungry, pseudo-spiritualized neo-fascists."
Young smiled calmly. "Which means you plan to write about the Omni Corporation." Marshall couldn't believe he was actually hearing it coming from Young's mouth.
"So now it's tell the truth time."
Young continued, very relaxed, very confident.
"Well, you have been tracking down everything that Omni has bought and owns, isn't that right?" "That's right."
Young laughed a little when he asked,
"And how many houses would you say were turned over to Omni because of tax delinquency?"
Marshall refused to play games.
"You tell me."
Young simply turned to Irving Pierce, the comptroller. Pierce shuffled through some papers.
"Mr. Hogan, I believe your records show that 123 homes were auctioned to Omni for failure to pay taxes."
He knew.
"Well, so what?"
"I'll stand by that."
"You were in error."
"Let's hear the lie, Pierce."
"The correct number is 163, all legally, all legitimately, over the past 5 years.
Marshall hated it, but he couldn't think of a comeback. Young spoke on.
"You are correct about Omni owning all these properties, plus many other commercial enterprises as well. But you should also note how these properties have been substantially improved under this new ownership. I would say that Ashton is certainly a better town for it."
Marshall could feel the steam rising in his pipes.
"Those people paid their taxes. I've talked to over 100 of them."
Pierce was unmoved.
"We have substantial evidence to show that they did not."
"In a pig's eye."
"And in regard to the college," Young looked at Eugene Baylor, giving him his cue. Baylor stood to speak.
"I've really had quite enough of this slander and gossip about the college being in financial arrears. The college is doing just fine, thank you. And this smear campaign that Eldon Strawn began must stop, or we will sue. Mr. Sulsky has been retained for just that eventuality." "I have records. I have proof, Baylor, that you've embezzled Whitmore College out of millions."
Bramel piped in.
"You have no proof, Marshall. You have no records."
Marshall had to smile.
"Oh, you ought to just see what I have."
Young said simply, "We have seen it, all of it." Marshall had the feeling deep inside that he had just stepped off a cliff. Young continued with a progressively cooling tone. "We've been following your futile attempts from the very beginning. We know you talked to Ted Harmel. We know you've been interviewing Eldon Strawn, Joe Carlucci, Lou Gregory, and hundreds of other quacks, malcontents, and doomsayers. We know you've been harassing our people and our businesses. We know that you've been snooping in all our personal records." Young paused for effect and then said, "That's all going to stop now, Marshall."
"Hence this meeting," Marshall said with sarcastic flair. "What's in store for me, Young? How about it, Vermel? Got a nice morals rap to pin on me? You gonna send someone to tear up my house, too?"
Young stood up, motioning for a chance to speak. "Marshall, you may never understand our true motivations, but at least give me one opportunity to try to clear the matter up for you. There is no predatory thirst for power here among us, as you probably think. We do not seek power as an end."
"No, you just came upon it purely by accident," Marshall said cuttingly.
"Power for us, Marshall, is only necessary as one means toward our real goal for mankind, and that is nothing other than universal peace and prosperity."
"Who's we and us?"
"Oh, you already know that too, all too well. The society, Marshall. The society you've been hounding after all this time, as if chasing after some mysterious burglar.
The Universal Consciousness Society. And we have our own little chapter here in Ashton, our own little piece of the Conquer the World Club."
Young smiled ever so tolerantly. "More than a club, Marshall. Actually a long-awaited newly rising force for global change, a worldwide voice that will finally unite mankind."
"Yeah, and such a wonderful humanitarian movement that you have to sneak in with it. You have to hide it."
"Only from old ideas, Marshall, from the old obstacles of religious bigotry and intolerance. We live in a changing and growing world, and mankind is still evolving, still maturing. Many still lag behind in the maturing process and cannot tolerate the very thing that will be best for them. Marshall, too many of us just don't know what's best. Someday, and we hope it will be soon, everyone will understand. There will be no more religion, and then there will be no more secrets."
"In the meantime, you do what you can to scare people and chase them from their homes and businesses."
Only if they are limited in their perspective and resist the truth. Only if they stand in the way of what is truly right and good." Marshall was getting as sick as he was angry.
"Truly right and good. What? All of a sudden you guys are the new authority on what right and good is. Come on, Young, where's your theology? Where does God fit into all this?"
Young gave a resigned shrug and said, "We are God." Marshall finally did sink into a chair.
"Either you people are crazy or I am."
"I know it's quite beyond anything you've ever considered before. Admittedly, ours are very high and lofty ideals. But what we've come to achieve is inevitable for all men. It is nothing more than the final destination of man's evolution, enlightenment, self-realization. Someday all men, even yourself, must realize their own infinite potential, their own divinity, and become united in one universal mind, one universal consciousness. The alternative is to perish." Marshall had heard enough.
"Young, that is pure, unadulterated horse hockey, and you are out of your ever-loving mind."
Young looked at the others and looked almost sad. "We all hoped you would understand, but in truth we did expect you to feel this way. You have so far to go, Marshall, so very far to go." Marshall took a good long look at them all.
You plan to take over the town, don't you? Buy out the college. Make it some kind of hive for your cosmic mind-blown society.
Young looked at him with a very sober face and said,
It's for the very best, Marshal. It has to be this way.
Marshal got up and headed for the door.
I'll see you in the paper.
You have no paper, Marshal, Young said abruptly. Marshal only turned and shook his head at Young.
Drop dead.
Ned Wesley, the president of the Independent Bank, spoke on cue from Young.
Marshal, we have to foreclose on you.
Marshal did not believe what he had heard. Wesley opened his file to the records of Marshall's business loan on the Clarion.
You've been delinquent in your payments for 8 months now, and we've received no response whatsoever from our many inquiries. We really have no choice but to foreclose.
Marshall was totally prepared to make Wesley eat his phony records, but didn't have time before Irving Pierce, the county comptroller, spoke up.
As for your taxes, Marshal, I'm afraid those have become quite delinquent as well. I just don't know how you thought you could go on living in that house without meeting your obligations.
Marshall knew he could be a murderer right about now. It would be the easiest thing in the world, except that there were 2 cops in the room who would love to pin such a rap on him, and a judge who would love to lock him away for good.
You are all crazy, he said slowly. You'll never get away with it.
Just then, Jimmy Claiborne from Commercial Printers put in his 2 cents.
Marshal, I'm afraid we've been having some trouble with you as well. My records here show that we haven't been paid for the last 6 runs of the Clarion. There's no way we can continue to print the paper for you until those accounts are cleared up.
Detective Nelson added,
These are very serious matters, Marshal. And as far as our investigation of Ted Harmel's murder, these things do not put you in a very good light.
As for the courts, said Judge Baker, whatever decisions we ultimately render will depend, I suppose, on your behavior from now on.
Especially in the light of the complaints of sexual misconduct we've just received, added Brummel. Your daughter must be a very frightened girl to have remained silent for so long.
He felt like bullets were ripping into him. He could feel himself dying. He was sure of it. The 5 demons clung tenaciously to Bobby Corsi, hissing their sulphurous oaths and cursings as they cowered in front of the little sanctuary of the Ashton Community Church. Triscal, Creone, Seth, and Sion were there along with 6 other warriors, their swords drawn, surrounding the little prayer group. Hank had his Bible handy and had already gone through a few references in the Gospels to get some idea of how to proceed. He and Andy held Bobby firmly but gently as Bobby sat on the floor in front of the pulpit. John Coleman had come right over to help, and Ron Forsythe wouldn't have missed it.
Yeah, Ron observed. He's got it bad. Hey, Bobby, remember me, Ron Forsythe?
Bobby looked at Ron with glassy, staring eyes.
Yeah, I remember you.
But the demons also remembered Ron Forsythe and the hold their comrades once had on his life.
Traitor! Traitor!
Bobby began to scream at Ron.
Traitor! Traitor!
As he struggled to free himself from Hank and Andy, John stepped in to help hold Bobby down. Hank commanded the demons, "Stop it! Stop it right now!" The demons spoke through Bobby as Bobby turned and cursed at Hank.
We don't need to listen to you, praying man. You will never defeat us. You will die before you defeat us.
Bobby glared at the 4 men and screamed,
You will all die.
Hank prayed aloud so everyone, including Bobby, could hear.
Lord God, we come against these spirits now in Jesus' name, and we bind them.
The 5 spirits ducked their heads under their wings as if being pelted by stones, crying and whimpering.
No, no, said Bobby.
Hank continued,
And I pray right now that you will send your angels to help us.
The 10 warriors were ready and waiting. Hank addressed the spirits.
I want to know how many are in there. Speak up.
One demon, a smaller one, ducked inside Bobby's back and shrieked,
No!
The scream came belching out of Bobby's throat. "Which one are you?" Hank asked.
"I won't tell you. You can't make me."
"By the name of Jesus," the demon responded immediately.
"Fortune-telling?"
Hank asked. "Fortune-telling? How many of you are in there?"
"Millions."
Driscoll jabbed fortune-telling lightly in the flank.
Oh, 10.
Another jab.
No, we are 5, only 5.
Bobby began to twitch and shake as the demons got into a scuffle. Fortune-telling found himself the brunt of some very harsh blows.
No!
Bobby screamed for the demon.
"Now see what you made me do. The others are hitting me."
"In Jesus' name, leave," said Hank. Fortune-telling let go of Bobby and floated up over the group. Grioni grabbed him. "Depart from the region," he ordered. Fortune-telling obeyed immediately and soared out of the church, not looking back. A large and hairy demon shouted after the departed spirit, and Bobby stared at the ceiling, shouting,
Traitor! We'll get you for that."
"And who are you?" Hank asked. The demon shut its mouth, as did Bobby, and glared at the men with eyes full of fire and hatred. "Spirit, who are you?" Andy demanded. Bobby remained silent, his entire body strained, his lips tightly together, his eyes bulging out. He was taking frantic short breaths through his nose. His face was crimson. "Spirit," said Andy, "I command you to tell us who you are in Jesus' name."
"Don't you mention that name," the spirit hissed and then cursed.
"I will mention that name again and again," said Hank. "You know that name has defeated you."
No!
"Who are you?"
Confusion, madness, hatred. I do them all.
"In the name of Jesus, I bind you and command you to come out." The demons all made a sudden rushing of their wings together, pulling, tearing at Bobby, trying to get away. Bobby struggled to get free from the men who held him, and it was all they could do to hold him down. They outweighed him at least 4-1, and yet he almost threw them off. "Come out!" all 4 commanded. The second spirit lost his grip on Bobby and jolted upward as Bobby suddenly relaxed. The spirit immediately found himself in the waiting hands of 2 warriors. "Depart from this region," they ordered him. He looked down at Bobby glaringly and at his 3 remaining cohorts, then shot out of the church and streaked away. The third demon spoke right up, speaking through Bobby's voice.
"You'll never get me out. I've been here most of his life."
"Who are you?"
"Witchcraft. Lots of witchcraft."
"It's time for you to leave," said Hank.
"Never. We're not alone, you know. There are many of us."
"Only 3 by my count."
"Yes, in him, yes. But you'll never get to us all. Go ahead and cast us out of this one. There are still millions in the town. Millions!"
The demon laughed uproariously. Andy ventured a question. "And what are you all doing here?"
"This is our town. We own it. We're going to stay forever."
"We're going to cast you out," said Hank. Witchcraft only laughed and said,
"Go ahead. Try it."
"Come out in Jesus' name." The demon held tightly, desperately to Bobby. Bobby's whole body strained again. Hank commanded again, "Witchcraft, in Jesus' name, come out." The demon spoke through Bobby as Bobby's eyes, wild and bulging, glared at Hank and Andy, and every sinew in his neck strained like piano wire.
I won't. He's mine."
Hank, Andy, John, and Ron all began to pray together, pounding at Witchcraft with their prayers. The demon ducked inside Bobby and tried to hide his head under his wings. He drooled from pain and agony. He winced at every mention of Jesus. The praying continued. Witchcraft began to gasp for breath. He cried out.
"Rayfar!"
Bobby cried.
"Baal Rayfar!"
"Say that again." The demon continued to cry out through Bobby.
"Rayfar!
"Who is Rayfar?" Hank asked.
"Rayfar is Rayfar. Is Rayfar? Is Rayfar?
Bobby's body twitched, and he spoke like a sickening broken record. And who is Rayfar? Andy asked.
Rayfar rules. He rules. Rayfar is Rayfar. Rayfar is Lord.
Jesus is Lord, John reminded the demon.
Satan is Lord,
the demon argued. You said Rayfar was Lord, Hank said.
Satan is Lord of Rayfar.
What is Rayfar Lord of?
Rayfar is Lord of Ashton. Rayfar rules Ashton.
Andy tried a hunch. Is he prince over Ashton?
Rayfar is prince. Prince of Ashton.
Well, we rebuke him too, said Ron. Near the big dead tree, Rayfar spun quickly around as if someone had just pricked him, and he eyed several of his demons suspiciously. The demon continued to spout his boasts, speaking through Bobby, whose face contorted in almost a perfect representation of the demon's expressions.
We are many, 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 the demon boasted.
And Ashton is your town? Asked Hank.
Except for you, praying man.
Then it's time to start praying, said Andy, and they all did. The demon grimaced in terrible pain, desperately hiding its head under its wings and hanging on to Bobby with all its rapidly ebbing strength.
No, no, no,
it whimpered. Let go witchcraft, said Hank, and come out of him.
Please let me stay. I won't hurt him, I promise.
A sure sign. Hank and Andy glanced at each other. The thing was about to go. Hank looked directly into Bobby's eyes and commanded, Spirit, come out in Jesus' name, now! The demon shrieked as his talons began to slip loose from Bobby. Slowly, inch by inch, they began to withdraw, despite the demon's most frantic efforts to keep them driven in. He screamed and cursed, and the sounds came out through Bobby's throat as the very last talon broke loose, and the demon fluttered upward. The angels were about to command him to leave the region, but he was already on his way.
I'm going,
he hissed, streaking away. Bobby relaxed, as did the 4 men who were ministering to him. Okay, Bobby? Andy asked. Bobby, the real Bobby, answered, Yeah. There's still some in there. I can feel them. We'll rest a minute and then get them all out, said Hank.
Yeah,
said Bobby.
Let's do that.
Ron patted Bobby's knee. You're doing all right, man. Just then Mary walked into the sanctuary to see if she could help in any way. She had heard they were ministering to someone in here, and she didn't feel right staying home. But then she saw Bobby. The man in leather. She froze in her place. Bobby looked up and saw her. So did one of the demons inside him. Suddenly Bobby's face changed from that of an exhausted and frightened young man to that of a leering, lustful, raping spirit.
Hey there,
said the spirit through Bobby. And then the spirit referred to Mary in lascivious, obscene terms. Hank and the others were shocked, but they knew who was doing the speaking. Hank looked toward Mary, and she was backing away, terrified.
He's the one who threatened me in the parking lot, she cried.
The demon spouted more obscenities. Hank intervened immediately. Spirit, be quiet. The spirit cursed at him.
That's your wife, eh?
I bind you in Jesus' name. Bobby curled and writhed as if in terrible pain. The demon was feeling the sting of their prayers.
Leave me alone, it screamed. I want to.
It went on to describe rape in hideous detail. Mary recoiled, but then regathered herself and spoke back.
How dare you? I'm a child of God, and I don't have to put up with that kind of talk. You be silent and come out of him.
Bobby curled like a stuck worm and retched. Let him go, Rape, commanded Andy. Let go of him, said Hank. Mary stepped closer and said firmly,
I rebuke you, demon. In Jesus' name, I rebuke you.
The demon fell from Bobby as if struck by a wrecking ball, and fluttered about on the floor. Creone scooped him up and flung him out of the church. The one remaining spirit was quite intimidated, but very obnoxious anyway.
"I beat up a woman today."
"We don't want to hear about it," said John. "Just get out of there."
"I hit her, and I kicked her, and I beat her up."
"Be quiet and come out," Hank ordered. The demon cursed loudly and left, helped on his way by Creone. Bobby slumped to the floor, exhausted, but a gentle smile crossed his face, and he started to laugh happily.
"They're gone. Thank God they're gone."
Hank, Andy, John, and Ron moved in to comfort him. Mary stayed back, still unsure of this seedy-looking character. Andy was clear and direct. "Bobby, you need to have the Holy Spirit in your life. You need Jesus if you want to stay free of those things." "I'm ready, man. I'm ready," Bobby said. Right then and there, Bobby Corsi became a new creation, and his first words as a Christian were, "Guys, this town's in trouble. Wait till you hear what I've been up to, and who I've been working for."
Chapter 27.
It always took place in Professor Julian Langstrat's apartment, in the darkened living room, sitting on the warm, comfortable sofa, illumined by the one candle on the coffee table. Langstrat was always the teacher and guide, giving instructions in her calm, clear voice. Sean was always there as a moral supporter and fellow participant. Sandy was never alone. They had been meeting like this regularly now, and each time was a whole new adventure. The quiet, restful excursions into other levels of consciousness were like opening a whole new door to a higher reality, the world of psychic powers and experiences. Sandy was totally enthralled. The metronome on the coffee table ticked a slow, restful, steady rhythm, breathing in, breathing out, relax, relax, relax. Sandy was getting quite skilled at dropping below the upper levels of consciousness, those levels in which all humans normally operate, but which are the most distracted and cluttered by outside stimuli. Somewhere below that were the deeper levels where true psychic ability and experience could be found. To reach these levels took careful, methodical relaxation, meditation, concentration. Langstrat had taught her all the steps. As Sandy sat very still on the couch and Sean watched intently, Langstrat counted down slowly, steadily, in cadence with the metronome. 25, 24, 23. In Sandy's mind, she was riding an elevator, descending into the lower levels of her being, relaxing, putting her upper levels of brain activity on hold while she moved through the lower realms. 3, 2, 1, alpha level, said Langstrat. Now open the door. Sandy visualized herself opening the elevator door and stepping into a beautiful green meadow bordered by trees covered with pink and white blossoms. The air was warm, and a playful breeze wafted across the meadow like gentle caresses. Sandy looked here and there. "Do you see her?" Langstrat asked gently. "I'm still looking," Sandy answered. Then her face brightened. "Oh, here she comes. She's beautiful." Sandy could see the girl coming toward her, a beautiful young lady with cascading blonde hair, all dressed in shimmering white linen. Her face glowed with happiness. She was extending her hands in greeting. "Hello," Sandy called happily. "Hello," said the girl in the most beautiful and melodic voice Sandy had ever heard. "Have you come to guide me?" The blonde girl took Sandy's hands in her own and looked into her eyes with tremendous kindness and compassion. "Yes, my name is Madeline. I will teach you." Sandy looked at Madeline with amazement. "You look so young. Have you lived before?" "Yes, hundreds of times. But each life was simply a step upward. I'll show you the way." Sandy was ecstatic. "Oh, I want to learn. I want to go with you." Madeline took Sandy by the hand and began to lead her across the green meadow toward an immaculate golden walkway. As Sandy sat on the sofa in Langstrat's apartment, her face full of joy and rapture, gleaming talons penetrated her skull as the black and gnarled hands of a hideous demon held her head in a vice-like grip. The spirit leaned over her and whispered the words to her mind. "Then come with me. I will introduce you to others who have ascended even before me." "Love to," Sandy responded. Langstrat and Sean smiled at each other. Tom McBride, the paste-up man, heard the little bell over the front door ring and could only moan. This day had been the most traumatic he'd ever been through. He scurried to the front just in time to see Marshall come in and make a beeline for his office. Tom was distraught and full of questions. "Marshall, where have you been? Where's Bernice? The papers haven't come from the printer. I've had nothing but calls all day. I finally had to put the phone on the answering machine, and people have been coming by wondering where today's paper is." "Where's Carmen?" Marshall asked, and Tom noticed Marshall looked very, very sick. "Marshall?" Tom asked, very worried. What's wrong? What's going on around here?" Marshall just about bit Tom's head off when he growled, "Where's Carmen?" "She's not here. She was here, but then Bernice took off, and then she took off, and I've been here alone all day." Marshall flung the door to his office open and got inside. He went straight for a file drawer and yanked it out. It was empty. Tom stood at a safe distance and watched. Marshall reached under his desk and pulled out a cardboard box. The box slid out easily and lightly. He saw that it was empty, too, and dashed it to the floor with a loud oath. "Is there anything I can do?" Tom asked. Marshall flopped into his chair, his face like chalk, his hair disheveled. For a moment he just sat there, leaning his head on his hand, breathing deeply, trying to think, trying to calm down. "Call the hospital," he finally said in a very weak voice that didn't sound much like Marshall Hogan at all. The hospital?" Tom didn't like the sound of that at all. "Ask them how Bernice is doing." Tom's mouth dropped open. "Bernice? Is she in the hospital? What happened?" Marshall exploded. "Just do it, Tom." Tom scurried to a phone. Marshall got up and went to his door. "Tom." Tom looked up but kept trying to dial the phone. Marshall leaned on the doorpost. He felt so weak, so helpless. "Tom, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Thanks for making that call. Let me know what they say." And with that, Marshall turned and went back into his office, flopping into his chair and sitting there motionless. Tom came back with his report. Bernice had a cracked rib and they wrapped it, but no other serious injuries. Somebody brought her car back from Baker's, so they released her and she drove home. That's where she is now." "Yeah, I gotta get home." "What happened to her?" "She was beat up. Somebody jumped her, clobbered her." "Marshall?" Tom was almost too horrified for words. That's terrible." Marshall worked himself out of the chair and leaned against his desk. Tom was still concerned. "Marshall, is there going to be a Friday edition? We sent paste-ups to the printer. I don't understand." "They didn't print it," Marshall answered blandly. "What? Why not?" Marshall let his head fall forward, and he shook it just a little. He blew out a sigh, then looked at Tom again. "Tom, just go ahead and take the day off, what's left of it. Let me get squared away here, then I'll call you, okay?" "Well, okay." Tom went into the back room for his lunchbox and his coat. The phone rang, a different line, a number Marshall reserved for special calls. Marshall picked it up. "Clarion," he said. "Marshall?" "Yeah." "Marshall, this is Eldon Strawn." "Oh, thank God he's alive." Marshall felt his throat tighten. He thought he would cry. "Eldon, are you all right?" "Well, no. We just got back from a trip. Marshall, someone just tore up my house. The place is a mess." "Is Doris all right?" "Well, she's upset. I'm upset." "We've all been hit, Eldon. They're on to us." "What's happened?" Marshall recounted it all to him.
The hardest part of all was telling Eldon Strawn that his friend and fellow outcast Ted Harmel was dead. Strawn had trouble speaking for quite some time. Several minutes were spent in an awkward, painful silence, interrupted only a few times by either man asking if the other was still on the line.
"Marshal," Strawn finally said, "we'd better run. We'd just better get the heck out of here and not come back."
"Run where?" Marshall asked. "You already ran once, remember? As long as you're alive, Eldon, you're going to be living with this, and they're going to know it."
"But what can any of us do, anyway?"
"You have friends, for crying out loud. What about the state attorney general?"
"I told you I can't go to Norm Matterley with nothing but my word. I need more than just our friendship. I need proof, some kind of documentation."
Marshall looked down at the empty cardboard box. "I'll get you something, Eldon. One way or another, I'll get you something to show to anybody who'll listen." Eldon sighed.
"I just don't know how much longer this is going to have to go on."
"As long as we let it, Eldon." He thought for a moment and then said,
Yeah, you're right. You get me something solid and I'll see what I can do."
"We have no choice. Our necks are on the block right now. We've got to save ourselves."
"Well, I certainly intend to do that. Doris and I are going to disappear, and fast, and I'd advise you to do the same. We sure can't stay around here."
"So, where do I reach you?"
"I won't tell you over the phone. Just wait to hear from Norm Matterley's office. It'll mean I got through to him, and that's the only way it'll be any good to you anyway."
"If I'm not here, if I've skipped town or ended up dead, have him contact Al Lemley at the New York Times. I'll try to leave word with him."
"I'll see you again sometime."
"Let's pray that you do."
"Oh, I'm starting to pray a lot these days."
Marshall hung up, locked all the doors, and headed for home. Bernice lay on her couch with an ice bag over her face and an uncomfortable bandage around her rib cage, and she really did want a phone call. She had already thrown up once, her head was throbbing, and she felt miserable, but she wanted a phone call. What was happening out there? She tried calling the Clarion, but no one answered. She called Marshall's home, but no one answered there either. Well, what do you know? The phone rang. She snatched it up like an owl grabbing a mouse. "Hello? Bernice Kruger? Kevin? Yeah, man." He sounded very nervous and high-strung. "Hey, I'm dying, man. I am really scared." "Where are you, Kevin?" "I'm at home. Hey, somebody came in here and tore the place apart." "Is your door closed?" "Yeah." "Then why don't you lock it?" "Yeah, I got it locked. I'm scared, man. They must have a contract out on me." "Be very careful what you say, Kevin. What we heard about our phones being bugged is probably true. They may have bugged your phone." Weed didn't say anything for a moment. Then he cursed out of sheer fright. "Oh, man, I just got a call from you-know-who. You think they heard us talking?" "I don't know. We just have to be careful." "What am I going to do? It's all going down, man. Susan says she's got the goods, and it's all going down. She's going to split that place." Bernice cut him short. "Kevin, don't say another word. You'd better tell me in person. Let's meet somewhere." "But won't they know where we're meeting?" "Hey, if they know, they know. But at least we'll have some control over what they hear." "Oh, well, let's do it quick, and I mean quick." "How about that bridge a few miles north of Baker, the one over the Judd River?" "The big green one?" "Yeah, that one. There's a turnoff right at the north end of it. I can be there by—" Bernice looked at her wall clock. Let's say 7. "I'll be there." "Okay, goodbye." Bernice immediately dialed the Clarion. No answer. She dialed Marshall at home. The telephone in the Hogan kitchen rang and rang, but Marshall and Kate remained silent at the kitchen table, letting it ring until finally it stopped. Kate, her hand shaking just a little, her breathing consciously controlled, looked at her husband with tear-filled eyes.
The telephone has a way of bringing consistently bad news, she quipped, her eyes dropping for a moment.
Right now, Marshall had as much intestinal fortitude as an empty garbage bag, and for one rare occasion in his life he was at a loss for words.
"When did you get that call?" he finally asked. "This morning." "But you don't know who it was?"
Kate took a deep breath, trying to stay on top of her emotions.
"Whoever it was, he knew just about everything about you and me, and even Sandy. So he wasn't just a crank in that respect. His credentials were very impressive."
"But he was lying," Marshall said angrily.
"I know," Kate answered assertively.
"It's just another smear tactic, Kate. They're trying to take away my newspaper, they're trying to take away my home, and now they're trying to destroy my marriage. There isn't now, nor has there ever been, any kind of goings-on between Bernice and me. For crying out loud, I'm old enough to be her father."
"I know," Kate answered again. She took a moment to build up strength to continue. "Marshall, you are my man. And if I were ever to lose you, I know I'd never find one better. I also know you're not a man given to just tossing around his passions. I have a prize in you, and I've never forgotten that." He took her hand.
"And you're all the woman I could ever handle."
She squeezed his hand as she said, "I do have confidence that these things will never change. I suppose it's that kind of confidence that's kept me hanging on, waiting."
Her voice trailed off, and there was a moment of silence. Kate had to choke down her emotions, and Marshall couldn't think of anything to say.
"Marshall," she said finally, "there are some other things that haven't changed either, but those things were supposed to change. You and I agreed together that they would. We agreed that things would be different after we moved from New York, that you would take it easy, that you would have more time for your family, that maybe we could all get to know one another again and patch things up."
The tears began to flow, and it was difficult for her to speak, but she was committed now, so she kept going.
"I don't know what it is, whether the ultimate scoop simply tags after you no matter where you go, or if you concoct it on your own time after time. But if I were ever to be jealous or suspicious of another lover, that's what the lover would be. You do have another love, Marshall, and I just don't know if I can compete with it."
Marshall knew he'd never be able to fully explain everything.
"Kate, you've no idea how big this whole thing is."
She shook her head. She didn't want to hear it.
"That's not an issue here. As a matter of fact, I'm sure it is big. It is extremely important. It probably does warrant the amount of time and energy you've put into it. But what I am coping with now is the detriment that this whole thing has been to myself, to Sandy, and to this family. Marshall, I don't care about comparisons. No matter where Sandy and I have been placed on your list of priorities, we are still suffering, and that is the direct problem that I'm dealing with. I can't care about anything else."
"Kate, that's what they want."
"They're getting it," she countered abruptly. "But don't you dare blame anyone else for your failure to live up to your promises. No one else is responsible for your promises, Marshall, and I am holding you responsible for the promises you made to your family."
"Kate, I didn't ask for this to come up. I didn't ask for this to happen. When it's all over..."
"It's over now."
That stopped him cold.
"And it's not really a matter of choice for me. I have my limitations, Marshall. I know there's only so much I can take. I have to get away."
Marshall was too weak to say a word. He couldn't even think of any words. All he could do was look her in the eye and let her speak, let her do whatever she had to do. Kate kept going. She had to get it all out before she would be unable to.
I talked to my mom this morning. She was very supportive of both of us, and she's not taking sides at all. As a matter of fact, and you might find this interesting, she's been praying for us, for you in particular. She says she even dreamt about you the other night. She dreamt that you were in trouble and that God would send his angels to help you if she prayed." She took the whole thing pretty seriously, and she's been praying ever since."
Marshall smiled weakly. He appreciated that, but what good was it doing? Kate came to the bottom line.
"I'm going to stay with her for a while. I need time to think, and you need time to think. We both need to know for sure just which of your promises you are truly willing to live up to. We need to get it settled once and for all, Marshall, before we go one step further. As for Sandy, right now I don't even know where she is. If I can find her, I might ask her to come with me, although I doubt she'll want to leave Sean and everything they're involved in."
She drew a deep breath as this new pain took hold of her.
"All I can say is, you don't know her anymore, Marshall. I don't know her. She's been slipping away, and you were never here."
She couldn't go on. She buried her face in her hands and wept. Marshall found himself wondering if he should even go to her, comfort her, put his arms around her. Would she accept it? Would she even believe that he cared? He did care. His own heart was breaking. He went to her and gently put his hand on her shoulder.
"I won't give you any pat answers," he said quietly. "You're right. Everything you've said is right. And I don't dare make any more promises now that I may not be able to keep."
The words hurt even as he forced himself to say them.
"I do need to think about it. I need to do some real house cleaning. Why don't you go ahead? Go ahead and stay with your mom for a while. Get away from all this mess. I'll let you know when it's all over, when I'm settled on what's important. I won't even ask you to come back until then."
"I love you, Marshall,"
she said as she wept.
"I love you too, Kate."
She rose suddenly and embraced him, giving him a kiss he would remember for a long time. A kiss when she held him desperately tight, when her face was wet with tears, when her body trembled with her weeping. He held her with his strong arms as if he were hanging on to his very life, a priceless treasure he might never have again. Then she said,
"I'd better just go,"
and gave him one final hug. He held her for one last moment and then said as comfortingly as he could,
"It'll be okay. Goodbye."
Her bags were already packed. She didn't take much. After the front door quietly closed behind her and their little pickup truck eased out of the driveway, Marshall sat alone at the kitchen table for a very long time. He numbly stared at the wood-grain patterns in the tabletop, 1,000 memories flooding through his mind. Minutes upon minutes passed without his heed. The world went on without him. At last his stupor crumbled as all his thoughts and feelings came to rest on her name.
"Kate."
And he cried and cried.
Chapter 28.
Gilo bit his lower lip and surveyed the valley below along with his 24 warriors. From their vantage point halfway down the mountain slopes and in among the rocks, the strong man's lair was a boiling, humming cauldron of black spirits, their myriads forming a swarming, living haze over the cluster of buildings below. The sound of their wings was a constant low-pitched drone that echoed back upon itself from the rocky crags all around. The demons were very disturbed right now, like an angry hive of bees. "They're building up for something," a warrior observed. "Even so," said Gilo, "something doesn't feel right, and I would venture to say it has to do with her." All around the complex, vans and trailers were packed with everything from the office supplies right down to Alexander M. Kaseff's stuffed trophies. The personnel were now going through their dormitories, packing up their personal belongings and sweeping out the rooms. Everywhere there was a pervading excitement and anticipation, and people clustered here and there chattering in their native languages. In the big stone house, secluded from all of the activity, Susan Jacobson worked hurriedly in her private room, consolidating a huge box of records, ledgers, documents, printed matter. She was trying to eliminate anything she didn't absolutely need, but almost every item seemed indispensable.
Even so, only one suitcase, now sitting on a dresser, would have to contain it all. So far, the load was too bulky to fit in the suitcase and too heavy for Susan to carry, even if it did. With some hastily muttered prayers and some more quick perusal, she eliminated half of the items. She then took what was left and began to carefully arrange it all in the suitcase. A ledger here, some affidavits there, more documents, some photographs, another ledger, a computer printout, a thick ream of photocopies, some undeveloped film. Footsteps in the hall. She hurriedly closed the suitcase, pressing the lid shut so she could fasten the latches, and then lugged the heavy thing over to the big bed, where she quickly slid it underneath. She then threw all the other unpacked items back into the box and concealed the box on a shelf behind some linens in a small closet. Without knocking, Kasuf came into the room. He wore casual clothes because he too had been packing and taking part in all the activity. She went to him and threw her arms around him. "Well, hi. How are things on your end?" He returned her embrace briefly, then dropped his arms and began to look around the room. "We were wondering whatever became of you," he said. "We're meeting in the dining hall, and we were hoping you would attend." There was something strange and ominous in his tone. "Well," she said, a little abashed at his demeanor, "of course I'm going to attend. I wouldn't miss it for anything." "Good, good," he said, still looking around the room. "Susan, may I look through your suitcase?" She looked at him curiously. "What?" He would not change or qualify his question. "I want to look in your suitcase." "Whatever for?" "Bring it here," he said in a tone not to be argued with. She went to her closet, brought out a large suitcase full of clothes, and laid it on the bed. He opened the latches and threw back the lid, then proceeded to very quickly and very rudely unpack it, throwing its contents here and there. "Hey," she protested, "what are you doing? It took me hours to get all that in there." He thoroughly emptied it, opening every side pocket, unloading and shaking out every garment. When he had finished, she was quite angry. "Alex, what is the meaning of this?" He turned to her with a very grim expression, and then his face suddenly broke into a smile. "I'm sure you can pack your suitcase even more efficiently the second time." She knew she didn't dare give him any comeback for that. "But it was necessary for me to check on something. You see, dear Susan, you've been absent from the normal flow of the population and absent from my presence for a considerable time." He began to walk slowly around the room, his eyes darting over every nook and corner of it. "And it seems there are some very important records and files missing, things of a very delicate nature, things that you, my maidservant, would have access to." He smiled, that same old smile that cut like a knife. "Of course, I know that your heart is indeed in union with mine, despite your second thoughts and petty fears of late." She raised her head high and looked right at him. "Those things are strictly the weakness of my humanity, but something over which I expect to gain a victory." "The weakness of your humanity." He thought that over for a moment. "That same little weakness that has always made you so intriguing, because it could make you so very dangerous." "You are implying, then, that I could betray you?" He approached her and rested his hands on her shoulders. Susan imagined how his hands would not have to move far to clamp around her neck. "It is possible," he said, "that someone is trying to betray me. Even now, I can read it in the atmosphere." He looked at her very closely, his eyes burrowing into hers. "I might even be reading it in your very own eyes." She turned her head away and said, "I would not betray you." He leaned closer and said very coolly, "Nor would anyone else, if they knew what would be in store for them. It would be a very serious business indeed." She felt his hands tighten their grip. A messenger streaked across the sky and then darted, zigzagged, and weaved through the woods above Ashton, looking for Tal. "Captain!" he called, but Tal was not there among the others. "Where's the captain?"
Mota answered, "Carrying out another prayer gathering at Hank Bush's home. Be careful not to attract attention." The messenger soared down the hillside and floated quietly into the maze of streets and alleys below. At Hank's house, Tal remained carefully hidden within the walls while some of his warriors carried out his orders, bringing in people ready to pray. Hank and Andy Forsythe had called a special prayer meeting, but they hadn't expected so many people to show up. More and more cars kept arriving, and more people kept filing through the door. The Colemans, Ron Forsythe and Cynthia, newly saved Bobby Corsi, his parents, Dan and Jean, the Joneses, the Coopers, the Smiths, the Bartons, some college students and their friends. Hank brought out whatever extra chairs he had. People began to find places on the floor. The room was getting stuffy. The windows were opened. Tal looked out the front and saw an old station wagon pull up. He smiled broadly. This was one arrival Hank would be glad to see. When the doorbell rang, several people hollered, "Come in!" But whoever it was didn't come in. Hank stepped over several people to get to the door and opened it. There stood Lou Stanley, together with his wife, Margie. They were holding hands. Lou smiled timidly and asked, "Hi, Hank. Is this where you're holding the prayer meeting?" Hank believed again in miracles. Here was the man who had been removed from the church for adultery, now standing before him, reunited with his wife and wanting to pray with all the others. "Wow," said Hank. "It sure is. Come on in." Lou and Margie entered the packed living room where they were greeted with love and acceptance. Just then there was another knock on the door. Hank was still standing there, so he opened the door and saw an older man and his wife standing outside. He had never seen either one of them before. But Cecil Cooper knew who they were. He called to them from where he was sitting, "Well, praise the Lord! I don't believe it. James and Diane Farrell." Hank looked at Cecil and then at the couple standing there, and his mouth dropped open. "Reverend Farrell?" Reverend James Farrell, former pastor of Ashton Community Church, extended his hand. "Pastor Henry Bush?" Hank nodded, taking his hand. "We got word there was a prayer meeting here tonight." Hank invited them in with outstretched arms. Meanwhile, the messenger arrived and found Tal. "Captain, Gilo sends word that Susan's time is very short. She is very near discovery. You must come now." Tal took a quick survey of the prayer cover he had gathered. It had to be enough for tonight's plan to work. Hank was starting the meeting. "The Lord has impressed on all of us that we need to pray tonight for Ashton. Now we've learned some things this afternoon, and we were sure right about Satan having a grip on this town. We need to pray that God will bind the demons that are trying to take over, and we need to pray for victory for the people of God and for the angels of God." Good, Tal thought. It might be enough. But if what the messenger said was truly the situation at the strong man's lair, they would have to proceed with the plan, whether the prayer cover was sufficient or not. The demonic cloud over the valley continued to thicken and swirl, and from their vantage point, Gilo and his warriors could see the glimmer of millions of pairs of yellow eyes. Gilo could not relax at all, but continually watched over the mountain tops for the one streak of light that would mark Tal's arrival. "Where is Tal?" he muttered. "Where is he? They know. At this very moment, Kasuf's entire staff, the implementing force behind Omni Corporation, was gathered in the dining hall for a makeshift banquet and final get-together before the big move for which they had all prepared. It was an informal buffet affair. Everything was casual and the mood was light. Kasuf himself, usually aloof from his inferiors, mingled freely with them now, and hands often reached out to him as if imploring a special blessing. Susan remained steadfastly by his side, dressed again in her customary black suit, and hands also reached out to her for a special touch, a special glance, or a look of blessing. These she freely bestowed on the grateful followers. As the meal got under way, Kasuf and Susan took their places at the head table. She tried to act normal and enjoy her food, but her master still maintained that smile, that strange, cutting, wicked smile, and it unnerved her. She had to wonder how much he really knew.
Toward the end of the dinner, Kasif stood, and as if on signal, everyone in the room immediately became silent. "As we have done in other regions and other parts of our rapidly uniting world, so we shall do here," Kasif said, and the whole room applauded. "As a decisive and powerful tool of the Universal Consciousness Society, Omni Corporation is about to establish still another foothold for the coming New World Order and the rule of the New Age Christ. I have received word from our advanced people in Ashton that the purchase of our new facility can be finalized on Sunday, and I will personally go before you to close the deal. After that, the town will be ours." The room broke into applause and cheers. But then, with a rather abrupt change of mood, Kasif let a scowl come upon his face, to which all those present responded with an equal sobriety. "Of course, all through this massive effort, we have often been reminded of how serious this business really is in which we are involved, to which we have vowed our lives and our allegiances. We have often pondered how dire the results would be to everything we have worked toward if any one of us should ever turn toward the wrong and answer the persistent call of greed, temporality, or even," he looked at Susan, "human weakness." Suddenly the room was dead quiet. Everyone's gaze was upon Kasif as his eye scanned slowly across the whole group. Susan could feel a terror starting to form deep down inside, a terror she had always tried to push down, avoid, control. She could feel the one thing she feared most of all slowly stalking up on her. Kasif continued, "Only a few of you are aware that in the course of transferring the files from the head office, we discovered that several of our most sensitive folders were missing. Apparently, someone with high privilege and inside access thought those files would be of value some other way." The people began to gasp and murmur, "Oh, don't be alarmed. I have a happy ending to this story. The missing files have been found." They were all relieved and chuckled amongst themselves. This, they seemed to think, was another one of Kasif's little teasers. Kasif signaled to some security men toward the back of the room, and one of them picked up. What was it? Susan rose from her chair just a little to see. A cardboard box. No, the cardboard box? The one she had hidden behind the linens? He was bringing it toward the front, toward the head table. She remained where she was, but she thought she would faint. Her whole body trembled with fear. The blood drained from her face. Her insides were riddled with horrible pain. She had been discovered. There was no way out. It was a nightmare. The security guard lifted the heavy box onto the table, and Kasif flung it open. Yes, there were all the materials she had so painstakingly sorted out and hidden. He lifted them out and held them up for all to see. The whole crowd gasped in astonishment. Kasif threw the materials back into the box and let the guard carry it away. "This box," he announced, "was found hidden in the maidservant's linen closet." All were stunned. Some remained frozen with shock. Some shook their heads. Susan Jacobson prayed. She prayed furiously. The messenger arrived back in the valley, and Gilo was voracious for news. "Yes, speak up." "He is gathering the prayer cover for operation tonight. He should be here at any moment." "Any moment may be too late." Gilo looked toward the buildings below. "Any moment, and Susan might be dead." Tal watched while the gathered people prayed intently as the Holy Spirit led them and empowered them. They were praying specifically for the confounding of the demonic hosts. It just might be enough. He slipped out of the house, shrouded by the darkness. He would pass quickly through the town and then fly to the strong man's lair, hopefully in time to save Susan's life. But no sooner had he stepped into the narrow and rutted alley behind the house than he felt a sharp pain in his leg. His sword flashed into view in an instant, and in one quick movement he beheaded a small spirit that had been clinging to him.
It dissolved in a puff of blood-red smoke. Another spirit clamped onto his back. He swept it away. Another on his back, another on his leg, two more slashing and nipping at his head.
"It is Tal," he heard them squeak and chatter. "It is Captain Tal."
Much more of this noise, and they would bring Rayfar. Tal knew he would have to vanquish them all or risk exposure. The demons around his head went quickly enough. He swept his sword up and across his back and dismembered the one clinging there. But they seemed to multiply. Some of them were quite sizable, and all were greedy for the reward Rayfar would give for whoever revealed Tal's whereabouts. A large laughing spirit flew in close for a look at Tal, and then shot straight into the sky. Tal followed after him in an explosion of light and power and grabbed his ankles. The spirit screamed and began to claw at him. Tal dropped back to earth like a stone, dragging the spirit down with him, the spirit's wings flapping and fluttering like a torn umbrella. Once under the cover of trees and houses, Tal's sword sent the spirit into the abyss. But more demons were coming upon him from all directions. The word was spreading. Two powerful and muscular guards, the same two men who had once been her tuxedoed escorts, dragged and carried Susan between them, hardly letting her use her own feet to carry herself, across the grounds, up onto the porch of the big stone house, inside, up the ornate staircase, and down the upstairs hall to her room. Kasif followed, cool, collected, perfectly ruthless. The guards threw Susan down in a chair and held her there with their full weight, preventing her escape. Kasif took a long, icy look at her.
"Susan," he said, "my dear Susan, I am not really shocked at this. Such problems have happened before, with many others, many times, and every time we've had to deal with it. As you well know, such problems never remain. Never."
He moved in close, so close his words seemed to slap her like little whips.
"I never trusted you, Susan. I told you that. So I've kept my eye on you. I've had the others keep their eye on you, and I see now that you have rekindled your friendship with my rival, Mr. Weed." He laughed at that. "I have eyes and ears everywhere, dear Susan. Since the moment your Mr. Weed went to the Ashton Clarion, we have made his business, every aspect of it, our business. Where he goes, whom he knows, whomever he calls, and whatever he says. And as for the hurried and careless call you made to him today," he laughed loudly. "Oh, Susan, did you really think we wouldn't monitor every phone call going out of here? We knew you would make your move sooner or later. All we had to do was wait and be ready. An undertaking such as ours is naturally going to have enemies. We understand that."
He leaned over her, his eyes cold and cunning.
"But we most certainly do not tolerate it. No, Susan, we deal with it, harshly and abruptly. I had thought that one little harassment would silence Weed, but now I find that, thanks to you, he knows far too much. Therefore, it will be best if you and your Mr. Weed are taken care of."
All she could do was tremble. She could think of nothing to say. She knew it would be useless to beg for mercy.
"You have never been to one of our blood rituals, have you?"
Kasif began to explain it to her as if giving a short lecture.
"The ancient worshippers of Isis or Molech or Ashtoreth were not too far afield in their practices. They understood, at least, that the offering of a human life to their so-called gods seemed to bring the gods' favor upon them. What they performed in ignorance, we now continue with enlightenment. The life force that intertwines itself through us and our universe is cyclical, never-ending, self-perpetuating. The birth of the new cannot occur without the death of the old. The birth of good is created by the death of evil. This is karma, dear Susan. Your karma."
In other words, he was going to kill her. A warrior asked Gilo, "What is that? What are they doing?" They both listened. The cloud, still stirring and swirling slowly about the valley floor, was trickling and babbling now with a strange sound, an indefinable noise that gradually rose in volume and pitch. At first it sounded like the rush of faraway waves. Then it grew into the roar of a numberless mob. From this it crescendoed into an eerie wailing of millions of sirens. Gilo slowly brought his sword out, and the metal of the blade rang. "What are you doing?" asked the warrior. "Prepare," Gilo ordered, and the order was spread among the group. Ring, ring, ring went their blades as each warrior took his sword in his hand. "They're laughing," said Gilo. "There's nothing we can do but go in." The warrior was willing, and yet the thought was unthinkable. Go in? Go into that? The demons were strong, brutal, savage, and now they were laughing, with the smell of approaching death like sweet perfume in their nostrils. Triscal and Creone came swooping into the valley, swords blazing and sweeping in lethal arcs of light as demons disintegrated on all sides. Other warriors shot into the sky like flares from a cannon, plucking fleeing demons out of the air, silencing them. Tal was in a real bind, wishing he could release his fighting power full force, and yet needing to remain subdued lest he draw attention to himself. Thus he could not vanquish the spirits now clustering on him like angry bees in one violent attack, but rather had to pluck them off one by one, hacking and chopping with his sword. Mota entered the scuffle and came in close to Tal, swinging his sword and plucking demons off his captain like bats off a cave wall. There now, and another. Then came one infinitesimal moment when Tal was clean of demons. Mota quickly slipped into his place while Tal vanished into the ground. The spirits were enraged by the fighting, and at first continued to flock and circle about the area. But then they realized that Tal had somehow slipped away, and they were only placing themselves in the hands of heavenly warriors to be destroyed for no reason. Their numbers quickly dwindled, their cries ebbed away, and soon they were gone. Several miles outside of Ashton, Tal shot out of the ground like a bullet from a rifle, streaking across the sky, a trail of light following him like the tail of a comet, his sword held straight out in front of him. Farms, fields, forests, and highways became a blur beneath him. The clouds became rushing mountains passing by on either side. He could feel his strength building with the prayers of the saints. His sword began to burn with power, glowing brilliantly. He almost felt it was pulling him through the sky. Faster and faster, the wind screaming, the distance shrinking, his wings an invisible roar, he flew for the strong man's lair. A very strange-looking black-robed and beaded long-haired little guru from some dark and pagan land stepped into Susan's room at Kasif's bidding. He bowed in obedience to his lord and master, Kasif.
"Prepare the altar," said Kasif. "There will be a special offering for the success of our endeavor."
The little pagan priest left quickly. Kasif returned his attention to Susan. He took one look at her and then gave her the back of his hand.
"Stop that!" he shouted. "Stop that praying!"
The force of the blow nearly knocked her out of the chair, but one guard held her firmly. Her head sank and she began to sob in very short, shallow gasps of terror. Kasif, like a conqueror, stood above her and boasted over her limp and trembling form.
"You have no God to call upon. With the nearness of your death you crumble. You fall back upon old myths and religious nonsense."
Then he said, almost kindly,
"What you don't realize is that I'm actually doing you a favor. Perhaps in your next life your understanding will be deeper, your frailties will have fallen away, your sacrificial gift to us now will build wonderful karma for you in the lives to come. You'll see."
Then he spoke to the guards.
"Bind her."
They grabbed her wrists and held them behind her. She heard a click and felt the cold steel of the manacles. She heard herself screaming. Kasif went to his office, now a bare room except for a few remaining shipping crates and travel cases. He went directly to a small case covered with fine old leather and tucked it under his arm. Then he went down the big staircase to the lower floor, through an imposing plank door and down another stairway into the deep basement below the house. He turned one corner, passed through another door, and entered a dark, candlelit room of stone.
The strange little priest was already there, lighting candles and moaning some strange, unintelligible words over and over. Some of Kasif's closest confidants were present, waiting quietly. Kasif handed the little case to the priest, who laid it beside a large, rough-hewn bench at one end of the room. The little priest opened the case and began to set out knives, Kasif's knives, ornate, jeweled, delicately wrought, razor-sharp. Tal could see the mountains ahead. He would have to stay in close to their rocky sides. He must not be seen. Gilo and his warriors remained in the darkness, unglorified, stalking step by step downward toward the complex, concealing themselves behind rocks and old snags. Just above them now, boiling and towering like a thunderhead, the cloud of leering, laughing spirits continued to swirl. Gilo was sensing some prayer cover. Surely the demons would have noticed them by now, but their eyes were strangely unseeing. Down below, parked very near the main administration building, was a large van. Gilo found a spot from which he could see the van clearly, then had his warriors fan out, keeping one warrior close by for special instructions. "Do you see the upper window in the big stone house?" Gilo asked him. "Yes." "She is there. On my signal, go alone and get her out." Chapter 29. In the strange dark room below the house, Alexander M. Kasif and his little entourage remained transfixed in deep meditation. Before them, just behind the rough wooden bench, stood the strong man, flanked by his close guards and assistants. His sagging face was spread now with a hideous, drooling grin that bared his fangs as he chuckled with demonic delight. "One by one the obstacles are falling," he said. Yes, your offering will bring you good fortune, and it will please me." The big yellow eyes narrowed with the command. "Bring her." Upstairs, sitting helplessly between the two guards, her feet and hands bound with manacles, Susan Jacobson waited and prayed. With all that was within her, she cried out to the one true God, the God whom she did not know but must be there, had to hear her, and was the only one who could help her now. Tal reached the mountains and soared up their steep face, climbing, easing back his speed. He continued to slow as he neared the top, and then, just as he crested the summit, he stopped all motion and all sound, and let himself glide down the other side, silently, invisibly. He noticed with concern that the cloud had grown even more since he'd been away. He could only hope the prayer cover would at least be sufficient to blind these foul creatures. Gilo had been watching for the captain, and his sharp eyes saw Tal descending like a silent hawk toward them. "Get ready," Gilo told the warrior at his side. The warrior was poised, his eyes on that upstairs window. Tal dropped down so low he was almost skidding along the ground. He finally came to rest right beside Gilo. "We have the cover," he said. "Go," Gilo commanded the warrior, and the warrior half flew, half ran toward the big stone house. The little priest, his eyes darting about with anticipation, made his way up the big staircase, humming and muttering a mantra to himself. Kasif and his people waited downstairs in a hushed silence, Kasif standing right next to the knives. Susan Jacobson tried to work the shackles loose, but they were clamped on tightly enough to cut into her even if she didn't struggle. The guards only laughed at her. "Dear God," she prayed, "if you are truly the ruler of this universe, please have mercy on one who dared to stand for your sake against a terrible evil." And then, as if she were no longer in that room, as if she were slowly waking up from a nightmare, the agonizing, heart-twisting fear began to ebb from her mind like a fading thought, like the slow, steady calming of a storm. Her heart was at rest. The room seemed strangely quiet. All she could do was look around with very curious eyes. What had happened? Had she died already? Was she asleep or dreaming? But she had felt this way before. The memory of that one night in New York came back to her. She thought of that strange, buoyed-up feeling she had had, even as she clambered desperately through that window.
There was someone in the room. She could sense it.
"Are you here to help me?"
she asked in her heart, and the faintest little spark of hope came to life again somewhere deep inside her. Clink! Her feet were suddenly released, and could swing unbound from the chair. The shackles lay on the floor, opened. She felt something break loose from around her wrists, and she pulled her arms free. The manacles clinked to the floor, just like the shackles that had bound her feet. She looked at the 2 guards, but they were just standing there looking at her, still smirking, then looking elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Then she heard a click, and looked just in time to see the window latch twist loose, and the big bedroom window swing open all by itself. The cool night air began to waft into the room. Whether this was illusion or reality, she accepted it. She jumped up from the chair. The guards did nothing. She ran for that open window. Then she remembered. Still keeping a wary and unbelieving eye on those guards, she hurried to the bed, reached under it, and pulled out the suitcase that Kasif and his people had not found, even in such an obvious hiding place. It felt strangely light for all the paper she had loaded in it, but nothing at this moment made much sense anyway, so she simply accepted how easy it was to carry the suitcase to the window and set it on the rooftop outside. She looked behind her. The guards were smiling confidently at an empty chair. Feeling as if someone was lifting her, she climbed through the window and onto the roof. A thick vine grew up one side of the house. It would make a perfect escape ladder. Outside the administration building, some security people were talking in hushed tones about the fall of the maidservant and her imminent fate, when suddenly they heard footsteps running across the parking area. "Hey, look there!" someone shouted. The security men looked just in time to see a woman dressed in black scurrying for one of the trucks. "Hey, what are you doing?" "It's the maidservant." They ran after her, but she had already reached a big moving van and climbed inside. The starter growled, the engine came to life, and with a lurch and a whine, the van started rolling away. Gilo leaped from his hiding place and bellowed, "Yah-ha!" as his little troop of 3 and 20 popped into the air like fireworks and trailed after the van. "Cover yourselves, warriors!" The little priest reached Susan's bedroom, and his bony hand opened the door. "We are ready," he declared, and suddenly realized that he was talking to a pair of very dedicated guards, making very sure an empty chair would not get away. The little pagan had a first-class fit. The guards had no explanation. The van sluggishly headed up the winding and precarious road that led out of the valley and over the mountains. 4 angels swooped down behind it and started pushing it up the grade, helping it to top 60. They were making good time, but looking back they could see an oncoming legion of demons in hot pursuit, the glimmer of their fangs and the red flicker of their blades filling the night sky. From high above, Gilo watched the cloud. It remained where it was, covering the strong man. Only a small contingent of demonic warriors had been sent after the runaway van. Roaring up the mountain road in pursuit, 4 of Kasif's armed security men gave chase in a high-powered jeep. Even so, they had a surprising amount of trouble catching up. "I thought that thing had a full load," said one. "It does," said the other. "I loaded it myself." "How many horses does that thing have?" By now, Kasif had gotten word of Susan's escape. He ordered 8 more armed men and 2 more vehicles to join the chase. They leaped into another jeep and a V8-powered sports car and squealed out of the parking lot. Demons and angels converged on the van, still chugging up the steep grade at more than 60 miles an hour, its tires growling and often skidding sideways across the winding, reeling gravel road. The 4 angels kept pushing it from behind, while the other 19 did their best to encircle it and ward off demonic attack. Demons dove down from above, their red swords gleaming, and engaged the heavenly warriors in fierce dogfights, the blades singing, droning, and clashing metallically with bursts of sparks. The van came to the summit and picked up more speed. The pursuing vehicles topped the summit only seconds behind it. As the van accelerated more and more, the bumps and curves in the roadway became one death-dealing jolt or one frame-bending wrench after another, and the van rocked, dancing on 2 and 3 wheels as it careened down the steep grade. The road went straight, then turned abruptly, then twisted back the other direction, then took a dip.
The van wrestled the road as the rocks and guardrails blurred by. With each sharp curve it groaned and leaned heavily toward the outside, the big frame bottoming out the springs, the tires screeching in protest. A very sharp left turn. The van's heavy back end fishtailed into the guardrail with a loud grinding and a fiery shower of sparks. Down the road, another dip, the springs bottoming out, the frame crunching down on the axles, groaning and creaking. The jeeps and sports cars followed behind, doing much better at negotiating the treacherous curves, but getting the ride of their lives all the same. 2 men in the lead jeep had high-powered rifles ready, but it was impossible to get any clear shot. They fired a few rounds anyway, if only to scare the maidservant. The van was headed right for a hairpin turn, with yellow signs everywhere screaming at it to slow down and be cautious. The 4 angels who had been behind the van pushing were now pressed up against its sides, trying to keep it on the road. Gilo himself swooped down, his sword flashing, hacking his way through demon interceptors until he could work his way to the van. It was only a fraction of a second from the guardrail and the sheer drop beyond it when Gilo slammed forcefully into its side, jolting the front wheels to the left with a sharp jerk. The van made the turn and rolled on. The pursuers in the other vehicles had to slow down or go right through the guardrail. But the heavenly warriors trying to encircle the van were being steadily cut away. Gilo looked just in time to see one huge spirit pounce with bared talons on top of a warrior like a hawk on a sparrow, knocking the angel senseless, making it flutter down into the deep canyon below. Another dogfight high above and to the left ended in a cry of pain from another warrior who went into a crazy spin. One wing shredded and disappeared inside the wall of a mountain. The ringing clashes of blades echoed all around. There went a demon, disappearing in a trail of red smoke. Another angel fell toward the canyon floor, still holding his sword, but listless and stunned, his demon pursuer right behind him. The hideous warriors of hell finally began to break through and reach the van. One reached the warrior right behind Gilo and knocked him away. Gilo didn't have time to think another thought before his own sword went up to fend off the incredibly powerful blow of a spirit at least equal to himself. Gilo returned the blow, their swords locked for a moment, arm against arm, and then Gilo made good use of his foot to cave in the demon's face and send it tumbling out over the canyon. The van began to swerve wildly, the tires tiptoeing on the very edge of the chasm. Gilo pushed with all his might to get it back on course. The van lurched again, and he realized a band of demons must be on the other side pushing against him. He looked around for help and saw more fangs and yellow eyes than friends. A huge blade swept downward over his shoulder, and he parried it off. Another one thrust toward his midsection, and he struck that away. The van veered toward the cliff. He tried to push back, parry a blow, look for help, strike another demon, kick a face, push the van, cut a flank, parry a blow, guide the van. A blow. He didn't see it coming and had no idea who had struck it, but it stunned him. He lost his grip on the van, saw the canyon floor spinning far below, saw the earth, the sky, the earth, the sky. He was falling. He spread his wings and floated downward like a torn and fallen leaf. From high above he heard a blood-curdling howl. He looked up. This must be the one who had struck him, a very large, bulb-eyed nightmare with reptilian skin and serrated wings. "Come, come," Gilo muttered, waiting for the thing to pounce. It dove straight at him, its jaws gaping, its fangs glimmering, a wide, flat blade with keen edge flashing. Gilo waited. The thing raised its sword high and brought it down with a whoosh. Gilo was suddenly 3 feet away from where he had been, and the blade continued on its way without their having met, the demon somersaulting wildly after it. Gilo made a blinding sweep with his own sword and de-winged the demon, then finished it. The boiling trail of red smoke cleared away from Gilo's eyes just in time for him to see the van crash through a guardrail and sail out over the precipice. The fall was so far, so very long and extended, that the van seemed to float for an eternity before folding and crushing on the rocks below, twisting, turning, bouncing like a pop can, as chairs, desks, and cabinets tumbled out the back, and papers upon papers fluttered through the air like snowflakes. About 30 demons hovered high above or roosted on the remaining guardrail to watch their work come to completion. After turning and rolling over and over, the van, no longer recognizable as anything, finally came to rest in a heap of scrap and glass at the base of the mountain. The 3 pursuing vehicles pulled to a stop, and the 12 security men got out to take a satisfied look. Gilo rested on a rocky crag, setting his sword down and looking skyward. High above, he could make out minute streaks of light heading in several different directions, each one followed by 2 or 3 streaks of red accented black. His warriors, what was left of them, were scattering in all directions. Gilo thought it best to remain where he was until the skies cleared. He, Tal, and their warriors would all regroup in Ashton soon enough. Rayfar still sat in his big dead tree, watching over the town of Ashton as a master at chess would sit and look over a game board. He enjoyed watching the many pieces and pawns make their moves against each other. When a demon messenger brought the welcome news from the strong man's lair that the maidservant, that traitorous wench, had come to a miserable end, and the heavenly host had been routed, Rayfar gloated and laughed. He had taken his opponent's queen.
"And so shall it be for the rest,"
Rayfar said with diabolical glee.
"The strong man entrusted the preparation of the town to me. When he comes, he will find it unoccupied, swept, and put in order."
He called some of his warriors.
"It's time to clean house. While the heavenly host are weak and cannot stand against us, we should take care of the final obstacles. I would like Hogan and Bush put away like vanquished kings. Make use of the woman Carmen, and see to it that they are bound and helpless, a byword and a mockery. As for Kevin Weed," the demon warlord's eyes narrowed with disdain, "he could never be a worthy prize for such as myself. See that he is killed any way you wish, then bring me word."
The warriors departed to carry out his orders. Rayfar heaved a deep, half-mocking sigh.
"Oh, dear captain of the host, perhaps I will see my battle won with no more than a raised finger, a casual order, the poison of my subtlety. Your sky-rending trump of battle will be displaced by a pitiful whimper, and my victory will be won without my ever having seen your face or your sword."
He looked over the town and broke into his fiendish grin, clicking his thumb talon across his other fore.
"But do be sure of this. We shall meet, Tal. Do not think to hide behind your praying saints, for we can both see they have failed you. You and I shall meet."
Bernice knew it would be difficult, even dangerous, to drive without her glasses, but Marshall never answered his phone, so the meeting with Kevin Weed was entirely up to her and certainly worth the risk. So far, as she drove up Highway 27, the daylight was sufficient to make out the center line and the oncoming blobs, so she pressed on toward the big green bridge north of Baker. Kevin Weed also had that bridge in mind as he sat at the bar in the Evergreen Tavern with his hands around a beer and his eyes on the big Lucky Lager clock. Somehow he felt safer here than at home by himself. He had buddies around, lots of noise, the ball game on television, the shuffleboard game going on behind him. His hands still shook, though, every time he let go of his beer mug, so most of the time he hung on to it and tried to act normal. The front door kept scraping the linoleum as more people came in. The place was warming up, which was just fine. The more the merrier. Several loggers had beers to buy and stories to tell. There were bets going around on the shuffleboard game. Tonight a long-standing rivalry would be settled once and for all. Kevin took time to smile and greet his friends and exchange a little jaw time. That helped him loosen up. 2 loggers came in. They were new, he figured. He'd never seen them before, but they fit right in with the rest of the bunch and were quick to get everyone caught up on where they were working and for how long and how the weather had been good, bad, or indifferent. They even came up and sat with him at the bar. "Hey," said one, extending his hand. "Mark Hansen." "Kevin Weed," he said, shaking Mark's hand. Mark introduced Kevin to the other guy, Steve Drake. They hit it off fine, talking logging, baseball, deer hunts, and booze, and Kevin's hands quit shaking. He even finished his beer. "Want another beer?" Mark asked. "Yeah, sure, thanks." Dan brought the beers, and the conversation kept rattling on. A loud cheer went up from the shuffleboard championship for all time, and the three of them spun around in their seats to see the winner shaking hands with the loser. Mark was quick. When no one was looking, he emptied a small vial into Kevin's beer. The shuffleboard crowd began to congregate at the bar. Kevin checked the clock. It was time to go anyway. In all the hubbub and chatter, he managed to say so long to his two new acquaintances, down his beer, and head for the door. Mark and Steve gave him a friendly wave as he went. Kevin climbed in his old pickup and drove off. He figured he would even get to the bridge a little early. Just thinking about it made him start shaking again. Mark and Steve wasted no time. Kevin had no sooner pulled out onto the highway than they were in their own pickup truck, following some distance behind. Steve checked his watch. "Won't be long now," he said. "So, where do we dump him?" asked Mark. "What's wrong with the river? He's headed there anyway." It must have been that last beer, Kevin was thinking to himself. He must have chugged it down too fast or something. His stomach was letting him know about it. On top of that, he had to go to the bathroom. On top of that, he was really getting sleepy. He spent a few miles debating what to do, but finally he figured he had better pull over before he just plain keeled over. A garishly painted, sagging, low, overhead hamburger joint was just ahead. He pulled off the highway and managed to bring the truck to a safe stop beside the building. He didn't notice the pickup truck that pulled off the highway and then waited some 100 yards behind him. "Terrific," said Mark angrily. "So what's he going to do, keel over right in front of that hamburger place? I thought that stuff was supposed to hit hard and fast." Steve only shook his head. "Maybe he just has to go to the bathroom. We'll have to wait and see." It looked like Steve was right. Kevin stumbled and staggered his way into the men's restroom behind the building. For a minute or so they stared at the restroom door. Steve looked at his watch again. Time was getting short. "If he comes out and gets back on the road, the stuff should hit him before he reaches the bridge." "If he even comes out," Mark muttered. "What if we have to drag him out of there?" No, here he came, out the restroom door, looking a little better. As the two men watched, Kevin climbed back into his truck and pulled back out onto the highway. They followed him, waiting for something to happen. It did. The truck began to swerve, first to the left, then back to the right. "There he goes," said Steve. Up ahead was the Judd River Bridge, a steel span over a very deep chasm carved out by the Judd River. The little truck kept speeding along crazily, veering clear over into the left lane, then back again into the right lane, and then over onto the shoulder. "He's fighting it, trying to stay awake," Steve observed. "It's probably watered down with too much beer." The truck went over onto the shoulder, and the tires began to wobble and dig into the soft gravel. The rear wheels spun and threw rocks, and the truck fishtailed along for several feet, heading for the bridge. But by now the driver had no control and seemed to have slipped into sleep with his foot on the gas pedal. The truck roared and accelerated, then shot across the road, roared across the wide turnoff just before the bridge, leaped upon a clump of alder saplings, and finally soared off the rocky precipice and into the river canyon below. Mark and Steve pulled to a stop on the bridge just in time to look over the side and see the truck sinking wheels up into the river. "Score one more for Kasov," said Steve. Another driver in an oncoming car screeched to a halt and jumped out of his auto. Soon another vehicle pulled up. The bridge was starting to get clogged with excited people. Mark and Steve eased away, making their way off the bridge. "We'll call the fire department," Mark shouted out his window. And away they went, never to be seen or heard from again. Chapter 30. Kate, Sandy, the network, Bernice, Langstrat, the network, Omni, Kasov, Kate, Sandy, Bernice. Marshall's thoughts went around and around as he stood at the sliding glass door just off the kitchen and watched daylight ebb slowly away from the backyard, from the delicate orange wash of sunset to the sad, ever-deepening gray of nightfall. Maybe it was the longest time he had ever spent in just one spot in his whole life. But maybe this right here and now was the end of the life he had always known. Sure, he had gone through several little attempts at denial, at trying to prove to himself that these cosmic characters, these far-out conspirators, were nothing but wind. But he kept coming back to the cold, hard facts. Harmel was right. Marshall was now out on his ear like everybody else. Believe it, Hogan. Hey, it's happened, whether you believe it or not. He was out, just like Harmel, just like Strawn, just like Edie, just like Jefferson, Gregory, the Carluccis, Waller, James, Jacobson. Marshall rubbed his hand over his head and stopped the train of names and facts coursing through his brain. Such thoughts were beginning to hurt. Each one of them seemed to punch him in the stomach as it passed through his brain. But how did they do it? How could they be so powerful that they actually destroyed lives on a personal level? Was it only coincidence? Marshall couldn't settle that question. He was too close to it, having lost his own family and having the network to blame, but also himself. It would be so easy to blame the conspiracy for tampering with his family and turning his wife and daughter against him, and undoubtedly they had tried it. But where could he draw the line between their responsibility and his? All he knew was that his family had fallen apart, and now he was out, just like all the others. Wait, there was a noise at the front door. Could it be Kate? He stepped to the kitchen door and looked toward the front room. Whoever it was ducked around a corner very hurriedly as soon as he showed his face. "Sandy?" he called. For a moment there was no answer, but then he heard Sandy reply in a very strange, cold tone of voice. "Yes, Daddy, it's me." He almost broke into a run, but he forced himself to take it easy and walk lightly to her bedroom. He looked in and saw her going through her closet, moving rather hurriedly and nervously, and she showed a definite discomfort at his watching her. "Where's Mom?" she asked.
"Well," he said, trying to come up with an answer, "she's gone to her mother's for a while."
"She's left you, in other words," she replied quite directly. Marshall was direct, too.
Yeah, that's right."
He watched her for a while. She was grabbing clothing and belongings and throwing them into a suitcase and some shopping bags.
"Looks like you're leaving, too."
"That's right," she said, without slowing down or even looking up. "I felt it coming. I knew what Mom was thinking, and I think she was right. You get along so well all by yourself. We may as well let you have it that way for keeps."
"Where will you go?"
Sandy looked up at him for the first time, and Marshall was chilled and even sickened by the look in her eyes, a strange, glassy, maniacal expression he had never seen before. "I'll never tell you," she said, and Marshall couldn't believe the way she said it. It was not Sandy at all.
"Sandy," he said gently, pleadingly, "can we talk? I won't put any pressure or demands on you. Could we just talk?"
Those very strange eyes glared at him again, and this person who used to be his loving daughter responded with, "I'll see you in hell." Marshall immediately sensed those all-too-familiar sensations of fear and doom. Something had come into his house. Hank answered the door and immediately felt a certain check in his spirit. Carmen stood there. She was dressed neatly and conservatively this time, and her demeanor was much more down to earth. Yet Hank had his qualms. "Well, hi," he said. She smiled disarmingly and said, "Hello, Pastor Bush." He stepped aside and motioned for her to come in. She stepped inside the door in time to see Mary coming from the kitchen. "Hello, Mary," she said. "Hello," said Mary. She took an extra step and gave Carmen a loving embrace. "Are you all right?" "Much better, thank you." She looked at Hank, and her eyes were full of repentance. "Pastor, I really owe you an apology for the way I acted before. It must have been very alarming for you both." Hank hemmed and hawed a little and finally said, "Well, we certainly were concerned for your welfare." Mary moved toward the living room and said, "Won't you have a seat? Can I bring you anything?" "Thank you, no," said Carmen, sitting down on the sofa. "I won't be staying long." Hank sat in a chair opposite the sofa and looked at Carmen, praying a mile a minute. Yes, she looked different, like she'd gotten a lot of loose ends finally tied together in her life. And yet... Hank had seen a lot in the last few days, and he had the distinct impression that he was seeing more of the same thing this very moment. There was something about her eyes. Sandy backed up a little and narrowed her eyes at Marshall like a wild bull about to charge.
"You get out of my way."
Marshall remained in the bedroom door, blocking it with his body.
"I don't want a big fight, Sandy. I won't stand in your way forever. I just want you to think for a moment, okay? Can you just calm down and give me an audience just one last time, huh?"
She stood there rigidly, breathing heavily through her nose, her lips shut tightly, her body crouched a little. It was simply unreal. Marshall tried to calm her down with his voice, as if approaching a wild horse.
"I'll let you go anywhere you want. It's your life. But we don't dare part without saying what needs to be said. I love you, you know."
She didn't respond to that.
"I really do love you. Do you believe that at all?"
You don't know the meaning of the word."
Yeah, I can understand that. I haven't done very well these past years. But listen, we can put it back together. Why let this thing go in the shape it's in when we could heal it?"
She looked him over again, observed how he was still standing in the doorway, and said,
"Daddy, all I want right now is to get out of here."
In a minute.
Marshall tried to speak slowly, carefully, gently.
"Sandy, I don't know if I can explain it to you very clearly, but remember what you said yourself about the town that one Saturday? How you thought, what was it, aliens were taking over the town? Do you remember that?"
She didn't answer, but she seemed to be listening.
"You don't know how right you were, how true that theory really was. There are people in this town, Sandy, right now that want to take the whole town over, and they also want to destroy anyone who gets in their way. Sandy, I'm someone who got in their way."
Sandy began to shake her head incredulously. She wasn't buying it.
"Listen to me, Sandy. Just listen. Now, I run the paper, see, and I know what they're up to, and they know that I know, so they're just doing what they can to destroy me, take away my house, the newspaper, undermine my family."
He looked at her in earnest, but had no idea if any of this was getting through.
"All that's happening to us, it's what they want. They want this family to fall apart."
"You're crazy," she finally said. "You're a maniac. Get out of the way."
"Sandy, listen to me. They've even been using you against me. Did you know those cops in town are trying to find anything they can to put me away? They're trying to pin a murder rap on me, and it even sounds like they're accusing me of abusing you. That's how terrible this whole thing is. You have to understand."
"But you did it," Sandy cried. "You know you did it."
Marshall was stunned. All he could do was stare at her. She had to be crazy.
"Did what, Sandy?"
She actually broke down, and tears came to her eyes as she said,
"You raped me. You raped me."
Carmen seemed to be having a very difficult time getting around to whatever she had come to tell them.
I just don't know how to begin. It's just so difficult," Hank reassured her.
"Oh, you're among friends." Carmen looked at Mary sitting at the other end of the sofa, and then at Hank, still sitting opposite her.
"Hank, I just can't live with it anymore."
Hank said, "Then why don't you just give it over to Jesus? He's the healer, you know. He can take away your regrets and your sorrows, believe me." She looked at him and only shook her head incredulously.
"Hank, I am not here to play games. It's time we were truthful and cleared the air once and for all. We're just not being fair to Mary."
Hank didn't know what she was talking about, so he just leaned forward and nodded, his way of telling her he was listening. She continued,
"Well, I guess I'll just have to say it and get it out. I'm sorry, Hank."
She turned to Mary, her eyes filling with tears, and said,
"Mary, for the last several months,
Ever since our first counseling appointment, Hank and I have been seeing each other on a regular basis.
Mary asked,
What do you mean by that?
Carmen turned to Hank and implored him.
Hank, don't you think you should be the one to tell her?
Tell her what? Hank asked. Carmen looked at Mary, took her hand, and said,
Mary, Hank and I have been having an affair.
Mary looked startled, but not very stunned. She did pull her hand away from Carmen's. Then she looked at Hank.
What do you think?
She asked him. Hank took another good look at Carmen and then nodded to Mary. Mary turned directly toward Carmen, and Hank got up out of his chair. They both looked intently at Carmen, and she began to look away from their eyes.
It's true, she insisted. Tell her, Hank. Please tell her.
Spirit, said Hank firmly, I command you in the name of Jesus to be silent and come out of her. There were 15 of them packed into Carmen's body like crawling superimposed maggots, boiling, writhing, a tangle of hideous arms, legs, talons, and heads. They began to squirm. Carmen began to squirm. They moaned and cried out, and so did Carmen, her eyes turning glassy and staring blankly. Outside the room, Creone and Triscal watched from a distance. Triscal fumed. Orders, orders, orders. Creone reminded him. Tal knows what he's doing. Triscal pointed toward the living room and cried, Hank's playing with a bomb in there. You see those demons? They'll tear him apart. We have to stay out of it, Creone said. We can protect Hank's and Mary's lives, but we cannot keep the demons from doing whatever they might do. Creone was having trouble with it himself. Sandy got louder and louder. Marshall felt that at any moment he would lose control of her altogether.
You let me out of here, or you're going to be in big trouble, she nearly screamed.
Marshall could only stand there in total dismay and horror.
Sandy, it's me, Marshall Hogan, your father. Think, Sandy. You know I never touched you. I never molested you. I only loved you and cared for you. You're my daughter, my only daughter. You did it to me, she cried hysterically. When, Sandy, he demanded. When did I ever touch you wrongly? It was something my mind had blocked out for years, but Professor Langstratt brought it out. Langstratt? She put me under hypnosis, and I saw it like it was yesterday. You did it, and I hate you. You never remembered it because it never happened. Think, Sandy. I hate you. You did it to me.
Nathan and Armoth from outside the house could see the hideous, deceiving spirit clinging to Sandy's back, its talons deep in her skull. Alongside them was Tal. He had just given them their special orders. Captain, said Armoth, we don't know what that thing might do. Preserve their lives, said Tal, but Hogan must fall. As for Sandy, see to it that a special detachment follows her at a distance. They'll be able to move when the time is right. Just then, with a very low, stealthy trajectory, Cigna floated in for a landing. Captain, he reported, Kevin Weed is dead. It worked. Tal gave Cigna a strange, knowing look and smile. Excellent, he said. The 15 spirits in Carmen were foaming and frothing, wailing and hissing. Hank held Carmen down gently, one hand on her right hand, one hand on her left shoulder. Mary stood beside him, clinging to him a little out of her own timidity. Carmen moaned and twisted, her eyes glaring at Hank.
Let us go, praying man,
Carmen's voice warned, and the sulphurous odor coming from deep inside her was strong and nauseating. Carmen, do you want to be delivered? Hank asked.
She can't hear you, said the spirits. Let us alone. She belongs to us.
Be silent and come out of her.
No,
Carmen screamed, and Mary was almost sure she saw a puff of yellow vapor from Carmen's throat. Come out in the name of Jesus, said Hank. The bomb exploded. Hank was thrown backward. Mary leaped aside. Carmen was on top of Hank, clawing, biting, mauling. Her teeth clamped into his right arm. He pushed and pounded with his left.
"Demon, let go," he ordered. The jaws opened. Hank gave all the shove he had, and Carmen's body staggered backward, twitching and shrieking. Her hands found a chair. Instantly it shot upward and came down with a crash, but Hank scurried out of the way. He dove for Carmen and tackled her as she was grabbing another chair. Her leg came up like a catapult and flung him across the room, where he thudded into the wall. Her fist was right behind him. He dodged it. It rammed a hole in the plaster. He was looking into the eyes of a beast. He smelled the sulphurous breath hissing through the bared teeth. He jerked himself away. Sharp fingernails snagged and tore at his shirt. Some dug into his flesh. He could hear Mary screaming, "Stop it, Spirit! In Jesus' name, stop it!" Carmen doubled over and clapped her hands over her ears. She staggered and screamed. "Be silent, demon, and come out of her," Hank ordered, trying to keep his distance. "I won't! I won't!" Carmen screamed, and her body careened toward the front door. She hit it full force. The center of the door caved in with a loud crack. Hank ran to the door and pulled it open, and Carmen flew out the door and down the street. As Hank and Mary watched her go, all they could do was hope the neighbors wouldn't see.
"Sandy," said Marshall, "this isn't you. I know it isn't you."
She said nothing, but like the strike of a rattlesnake, she pounced at him, trying to get through the door. He held his hands up to protect his face from her flying fists.
Okay, he told her, stepping aside. "You can go. Just remember, I love you."
She grabbed her suitcase and a shopping bag and bolted for the front door. He followed her down the hall toward the living room. He came around the corner. He looked to see her, but all he saw was the lamp that smacked into his skull. He heard and felt the blow in every part of his body. The lamp fell to the floor with a crash. Now he was on one knee, slumped against the couch. His hand went to his head. He looked up and saw the front door still standing open. He was bleeding. His head was so light he was afraid to try to stand up. His strength was gone anyway. Nuts, now there's blood on the rug. What will Kate say? "Marshall," came a voice above him. A hand rested on his shoulder. It was a woman. Kate? Sandy? No, Bernice, squinting at him through blackened eyes. "Marshall, what happened? Are you still there?"
"Help me clean up this mess," was all he could say.
She scurried into the kitchen and found some paper towels. She brought them back and pressed a wad of them against his head. He winced at the pain. She asked him, "Can you get up?"
"I don't want to get up," he answered crossly.
Okay. I just saw Sandy drive off. Was this her doing?"
"Yeah, she pitched that lamp at me."
"It must have been something you said. Here, hold still."
"She's not herself at all. She's gone crazy."
"Where's Kate?"
"She's left me."
Bernice settled to the floor, her bruised face the picture of shock, dismay, and exhaustion. Neither of them said anything for a few moments. They just stared at each other like two shot-up soldiers in a foxhole.
"Man, you're a mess," Marshall finally observed.
"At least the swelling's gone down. Don't I look foxy?"
"More like a raccoon. I thought you were supposed to be resting at home. What are you doing here, anyway?"
"I just got back from Baker, and I have nothing but bad news from there, too." He anticipated it.
"Weed?"
"He's dead. The truck he was driving went off the Judd River Bridge and into that big canyon. We were supposed to have met each other. He'd just gotten a call from Susan Jacobson, and it sounded pretty important." Marshall's head fell back against the couch, and he closed his eyes.
Great. Just great." He wanted to die.
"He called me this afternoon, and we set up the appointment. I imagine either my phone or his was bugged. That accident was set up, I'm sure of it. I got out of there fast." Marshall took the wad from his head and looked at the blood on it. He placed it back over the gash.
"We're going down, Bernie,"
he said, and went on to tell her about his whole afternoon, his meeting with Brummel and Brummel's buddies, his loss of the house, his loss of the paper, his loss of Kate, of Sandy, of everything.
"And did you know that I've made it a habit to molest my daughter, besides having an affair with my reporter?" They're cutting you up into little pieces, aren't they? She said very quietly, her throat constricted with fear. What can we do?
We can get the heck out of here, that's what we can do.
You're going to give up?
Marshall only let his head sink downward. He was tired.
Let somebody else fight this war. We were warned, Bernie, and we didn't listen. They got me. They got all our records, any proof we ever had. Harmel blew his brains out. Strawn's getting as far away from it as he can. They took out Weed. Right now, I think I'm just barely alive, and that's all I have left.
What about Susan Jacobson?
It took some extra effort and willpower to make himself think about it.
I wonder if she even exists, and if so, if she's alive.
Kevin said she had the goods, and she was getting ready to get out of wherever she was. That sounds to me like a defection. And if she has the evidence we need to seal this thing up...
They took care of that, Bernie, remember? Weed was our last contact with her.
Want to toy with a theory?
No.
If Kevin's phone was bugged, they know what Weed and Susan talked about. They heard it all.
Naturally, and Susan's as good as dead, too.
We don't know that. Maybe she managed to get away. Maybe she was going to meet Kevin someplace.
Marshall passively listened.
What I'm toying with is that somewhere there must be a recording in somebody's hands of that phone call.
Yeah, I suppose there is.
Marshall felt half dead, but the half of him that was still alive was thinking.
But where would it be? This is a big country, Bernie.
Well, like I said, it's a theory to toy with. It's all we have left, really.
Which sure isn't much.
I'm dying to know what Susan had to say.
Please, don't use that word, dying.
Well, think for a minute, Marshall. Think of all the people who seem to have responded to the alleged bug. There were the Windsor cops who knew they could find you at Strawn's after you told me you'd be there.
It's not likely they'd have the recording equipment. They're too far away.
So somebody who did have the recording equipment must have tipped them off.
Marshall got an idea, and a little bit of color returned to his face.
I'm wondering about Brumell.
Bernice's eyes brightened.
Sure. Like I said, he and the cops in Windsor are in cahoots all the time.
He fired Sarah, you know. She wasn't there today. She'd been replaced.
New ideas began to form in Marshall's mind.
Yeah. She talked to me on the phone and ratted on Brumell a little. She said she'd help me out if I could help her out. We agreed to deal, and Brumell fired her. He must have heard that conversation, too.
Then it hit him.
Yeah, Sarah, those filing cabinets. Brumell's filing cabinets.
Yeah, you're cooking, Marshall. Just keep going.
He had his filing cabinets moved out into Sarah's reception area to make room for some new office equipment. I saw it there, sitting right in his office, and there was a wire coming out of the wall. He said it was for the coffee maker, but I didn't see any coffee maker.
I think you might have it there.
It was telephone wire, not appliance cord.
Excitement made his head hurt, but he said anyway,
Bernice, it was telephone wire.
If we could find out for sure that the recording equipment is there in his office, if we could find any tapes of phone conversations, well, that might be enough to bring some kind of charges at least. Illegal wiretapping?
Murder.
That was a chilling thought.
We need Sarah, Marshall added. If she's on our side, now's when she can prove it.
Whatever you do, don't call her. I know where she lives.
Help me up.
You help me up.
Chapter 31. Hank and Mary were still shaking as he took a careful look at the front door. He shook his head and whistled his astonishment.
Whew, she cracked the door jamb. Look at this. The stop has moved out about an inch.
Well, how about changing your shirt? Mary asked, and Hank remembered that half his shirt was gone.
Here's another one for the rag box, he said, slipping the shirt off. Then he winced a little. Ooh, what's wrong?
As the shirt came off, Hank raised his arm to have a look, and Mary gasped. Carmen's teeth had made some very impressive welts. The skin was broken in some places.
"We'd better put some peroxide on those," said Mary, hurrying into the bathroom. "Come here."
Hank went into the bathroom, still carrying the torn shirt. He held his arm out over the sink, and Mary started dabbing the wounds. She was astonished.
"Goodness, Hank, she bit you in 4 different places. Look at this."
"Boy, I hope she's had all her shots."
"I knew that woman was up to no good the first time I saw her."
The doorbell rang. Hank and Mary looked at each other. What now? "Better go answer it," said Hank. She went out into the living room while Hank finished cleaning his arm.
"Hank," Mary called, "I think you'd better come out here."
Hank went out into the living room, still carrying the torn shirt in his hand and sporting the bite marks on his arm. 2 policemen stood at the door, an older, taller one, and a younger, new-on-the-force type. Yeah, the neighbors must have thought something terrible was happening in here. Come to think of it, they were right. "Hi there," said Hank. "Hank Bush?" the older one asked. "Yeah," he answered. "This is Mary, my wife. You must have received a call from the neighbors, right?" The big officer was looking at Hank's arm. "What happened to your arm?" Well, Hank wasn't sure how to answer. Even the truth would sound like a pretty tall tale. No matter, he didn't have time. The younger officer grabbed Hank's shirt right out of his hand and unfolded it, holding it up in both hands. The older one happened to have the rest of Hank's shirt discreetly hidden behind his back. Now he produced the torn piece and made a quick comparison of the materials. The older one nodded to the younger one, and the younger one got out a pair of handcuffs and rather forcefully twisted Hank around. Mary's mouth dropped open, and she squealed,
"What on earth are you doing?"
The older one started rattling off the prisoner's liturgy. "Mr. Bush, we're placing you under arrest. It's my duty to advise you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you." Hank had an idea, but he asked anyway. Mind telling me what the charges are?" "You ought to know," snapped the older one. "Suspected rape," said the younger.
"What?"
Mary exclaimed. The younger one held up his hand as a warning.
"Just stay out of this, lady." "You're making a mistake," she pleaded.
The 2 officers led Hank down the front walk. It happened so fast that Mary hardly knew what to do. She ran after them, pleading, trying to reason with them.
"This is crazy. I don't believe this," she said.
The younger one just told her, "You'll have to stay out of the way or face charges of obstructing justice."
"Justice," she cried. "You call this justice? Hank, what should I do?"
"Make some calls," Hank answered.
"I'm going with you."
"We can't allow you in the squad car, ma'am," said the older one. "Make some calls, Mary," Hank repeated. They strong-armed him into the car and closed the door. The 2 officers got in, and away they went, down the street, around the corner, and out of sight. And Mary remained there on the curb all by herself, without her husband, just like that. Tal and his warriors and couriers knew where to look, and they knew what to listen for. So they heard the telephones ringing all over town. They saw the many people roused from their televisions or from their sleep by the phone calls. The entire remnant was buzzing with the news of Hank's arrest. The praying began. "Bush has fallen," said Tal. "Only Hogan remains." He turned to Kaiman and Mota. "Does Sarah have the keys?" Kaiman answered, "She had several keys copied before she left her job at the police station." Mota looked across the town as he said, "They should be meeting with her right about now." Sarah, Bernice, and Marshall conferred in a tight, hushed little huddle in the middle of Sarah's small kitchen. Except for the light from one lamp out in the dining room, there were no other lights on in the house. Sarah was still up, fully dressed. She was packing to move.
"I'll take whatever I can squeeze into my car, but I'm not staying around past tomorrow, especially after tonight," she said in a near whisper.
"How are you set for money?" Marshall asked.
"I've enough gas money to get out of the state, and after that, I don't know. Bermel didn't give me any severance pay."
"Just booted you right out?"
"He didn't say so, but I've no doubt he overheard that conversation I had with you.
I didn't survive very long after that."
Marshall handed her $100. "I'd give you more if I had it."
"That's all right. I'd say we have a deal."
Sarah passed a set of keys to him.
"Now listen carefully. This one here is for the main door, but first you have to deactivate the burglar alarm. That's this little key here. The box is around the back, just above the garbage cans. You just open the cover and flip the switch off. This key here with the round head is to Brummel's office. I don't know if that equipment is locked up or not, but I don't have any key for it. You'll just have to take the risk. The night dispatcher is still posted at the fire station, so there shouldn't be anyone else there."
"What do you think of our theory?" Bernice asked.
"I know Brummel's very protective of that new equipment in there. Ever since he's had it installed, I've not been allowed in his office, and he keeps the door closed. It's the first place I'd look."
"We'd better go," Marshall said to Bernice. Bernice gave Sarah a hug.
"Good luck." "Good luck yourselves," Sarah replied. "Be very quiet going out."
They sneaked away in the darkness. Later that night, Marshall picked up Bernice at her apartment, and they rode together downtown. Marshall found a good spot to hide the Buick just a few blocks from Courthouse Square, a nice vacant lot with lots of overgrown shrubs and trees. He slipped the big car down into the jungle and turned off the engine. For a moment he and Bernice just sat there, wondering what the next move should be. They thought they were ready. They had even changed into dark clothes, and they had brought flashlights and rubber gloves.
"Sheesh," said Marshall. "The last time I did something like this was when we kids stole the neighbor's corn."
"How did that turn out?"
"We got caught, and boy, did we get it."
"What time does your watch say?"
Marshall checked his watch with his flashlight.
1:25.
Bernice was clearly nervous.
"I wonder if real burglars work this way. I feel I'm in some kind of hokey movie."
"How about some charcoal for your face?"
"It's black enough now, thank you."
They both sat there for a few more moments, trying to build up the nerve to proceed. Bernice finally said,
"Well, are we going to do it or aren't we?"
Die merrily," Marshall replied, opening the door.
They tiptoed up an alley and through a few yards until they reached the back of the courthouse police station. Fortunately, the town hadn't gotten the funds together yet for any floodlights over the parking lot, so the darkness was pretty concealing. Bernice couldn't help feeling petrified. Only sheer determination kept her carrying on. Marshall was nervous, but for some reason he felt an odd exhilaration in doing something so sneaky and dirty against these enemies. As soon as they had crossed the parking lot, they ducked into a nearby shadow and stood tightly against the wall. It was so nice and dark there that Bernice didn't want to leave. About 20 feet down the wall were the garbage cans, and above them a small gray panel. Marshall got there quickly, found the right key, opened the little door, and found the switch. He signaled to Bernice, and she followed him. They walked quickly around to the front of the building, and now they were in the open, facing the large parking area between the police station and the town hall. Marshall had the key ready, and they were able to get into the building without delay. Marshall quickly closed the door behind them. They rested just a minute and listened. The place was deserted and dead quiet. They heard no sirens or alarms going off. Marshall found the next key and went to Brummel's office door. So far, Sarah had predicted right on the money. Brummel's door opened too. They both ducked inside. And there sat the cabinetry housing the mysterious equipment, if it was truly there. Marshall clicked on his flashlight and kept the beam subdued under his hand so that it would not play on the walls or shine out the window. Then he swung open the lower left cabinet door. Inside he found some shelves on roller tracks. He pulled the upper one out. And there sat a recording machine with a good supply of tape.
"Eureka!"
Bernice whispered.
"Must be signal activated. Switches on automatically whenever an input comes in."
Bernice clicked on her flashlight and checked the other door on the lower right. Here she found some files and folders.
"It looks like a catalog," she said. "Look, names, dates, conversations, and what tape they're on."
"That handwriting looks familiar."
They were both astounded at how many names were on the list, how many people were being listened in on.
"Even network people," Marshall observed.
Then he pointed to a listing near the bottom of one page.
"There we are."
He was right. The Clarion phone was listed, the conversation noted as being between Marshall and Ted Harmel, recorded on tape 5A.
Who in the world has the time to list all this stuff? Bernice wondered.
Marshall only shook his head. Then he asked,
"When was that conversation between Susan and Weed?"
Bernice thought for a moment.
"We'll just have to check all of today, yesterday. Who knows? Wade didn't say exactly."
"Maybe that call came in today. There's no record of that here."
"It must be on the tape that's on the machine now. Those calls haven't been logged yet."
Marshall wound the tape back, put the machine into play, flipped on the speaker switch, and set the volume down low. Conversations began to unfold from the recording, a lot of everyday, innocuous stuff. Brummel's voice was in a lot of them, talking business. Marshall ran the tape ahead on fast-forward a few times, skipping over several conversations. Suddenly he recognized a voice, his own.
"You already ran once, remember?" came his recorded voice. "As long as you're alive, Eldon, you're going to be living with this, and they're going to know it." "Eldon Strawn and I," he told Bernice.
It was scary hearing his very words coming out of the machine, words that could tell the network anything and everything. Marshall skipped forward some more.
"Man, this whole thing is crazy,"
came a voice. Bernice brightened.
"That's him. That's Weed."
Marshall wound the tape back and flipped it to play again. There was a gap, then the abrupt start of a conversation.
"Yeah, hello,"
said Weed.
"Kevin, this is Susan."
Bernice and Marshall listened intently. Weed replied,
"Yeah, I'm listening, man. What can I do?"
Susan's voice was tense and her words hurried.
"Kevin, I'm getting out, one way or another, and I'm doing it tonight. Can you meet me at the Evergreen tomorrow night?"
Yeah.
See if you can bring Bernice Kruger with you. I have materials to show her, everything she needs to know."
"Man, this whole thing is crazy. You ought to see my place. Somebody came in here and tore it all up. You be careful."
"We're all in great danger, Kevin. Caseph's moving to Ashton to take over everything. But I can't talk now. Meet me at the Evergreen at 8. I'll try to get there somehow. If not, I'll call you." Okay. I have to go. Goodbye, and thanks."
Click. The conversation was over.
"Yeah," said Bernice. "He called to tell me about this."
"It wasn't much," said Marshall, "but it was enough. Now the only question is, did she manage to get away?"
A key rattled in the front door. Bernice and Marshall never moved so fast. She replaced all the files, and Marshall slid the machine back inside the cabinet. They closed the cabinet doors. The front door opened. The lobby lights came on. They ducked behind Brummel's big desk. Bernice's eyes were full of one question. What do we do now? Marshall gestured to her to keep cool. Then he made fists to show her they might have to fight their way out. Another key worked at Brummel's office door, and then it opened. Suddenly the room was flooded with light. They heard someone going to the cabinets, opening the doors, sliding out the machine. Marshall figured the person's back had to be toward them. He raised his head to take a quick peek. It was Carmen. She was winding the tape back to the beginning and preparing to make more entries in the record. Bernice took a look also, and both of them felt the same rage and indignation.
"Don't you ever sleep?"
Marshall asked Carmen right out loud. That startled Bernice, and she jumped a little. It startled Carmen, and she jumped a lot, dropped her papers, and gave a short little scream. She spun around.
"What?"
she gasped.
"What are you doing here?"
Marshall and Bernice both stood up. From their battered and dark-clothed appearance, this looked like anything but a nonchalant, cordial visit.
"I might ask you the same thing," Marshall said. "Do you have any idea what time it is?"
Carmen looked them both over, and she was speechless. Marshall could certainly think of some things to say.
"You're a spy, aren't you? You were a spy in our office, you wiretapped our phones, and now you've run off with all our investigation materials."
"I don't know
what I'm talking about, right?
So I suppose you do this every night, too. Go over all the recorded phone conversations and log them. Listen for anything the big boys might want to know.
I wasn't...
And what about the Clarion's business records? Let's take care of that first. She suddenly broke down crying, saying,
Oh, you don't understand.
She went out into the reception area. Marshall was right on her heels, not about to let her out of his sight. He took her by the arm and spun her around.
Easy, girl. We have some real business to take care of here.
Oh,
Carmen wailed. And then she threw her arms around Marshall as if she were a frightened child and sobbed into his chest.
I thought you were some burglar. I'm glad it was you. I need help, Marshall.
And we want answers, Marshall snapped back, unaffected by her tears.
He sat her down in Sarah's old chair.
Have a seat and save your tears for some soap opera.
She looked up at both of them, her mascara running down her cheeks.
Don't you understand? Don't you have any heart? I came here to help. I've just had a terrible experience.
She built up the strength to say it and then burst out in a fit of tears.
I've been raped.
She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Marshall looked at Bernice, and Bernice looked at Marshall.
Yeah, said Marshall unsympathetically. There seems to be a lot of that going around these days, especially among the people your bosses want out of the way. So who was it this time?
All she did was lie there on the floor and cry. Bernice had something boiling inside her.
How do you like my looks tonight, Carmen? I think it's interesting that you were the only one who knew I'd be going out to visit Kevin Weed. Did you tip off the thug who beat me up?
She still lay there on the floor crying, not saying a word. Marshall went into Brummel's office and returned with some of the files, including the notes Carmen had written that very night.
It's all in your handwriting, Carmen, my dear. You've been nothing but a spy from the very beginning. Am I right, or am I right?
She kept crying. Marshall took hold of her, lifting her from the floor.
Come on, get up.
It was just as he saw her hand come off the silent alarm button in the floor that the front door burst open and he heard a voice holler, "Freeze! Police!" Carmen was no longer crying. As a matter of fact, she was smirking. Marshall put his hands up, and so did Bernice. Carmen ran behind the two uniformed police who had just come in. Their guns were trained right on the two burglars.
"Friends of yours?"
Marshall asked Carmen. She only smiled an evil smile. Just then Alf Brummel himself came into the building, fresh out of bed and in his bathrobe. "What's going on here?" he asked, and then he saw Marshall. "What? Well, well, who do we have here?" Then he actually chuckled a bit. He walked up to Marshall, shaking his head and showing those big teeth. "I don't believe this. I just can't believe it." He looked at Bernice. "Bernice Kruger, is that you?" Bernice had nothing to say, and Brummel was too far away to spit on. Oh, no, now they had a full house. Julene Langstratt, also in a bathrobe, walked in the door. She sidled up to Brummel, and the two of them stood there looking proudly at Marshall and Bernice as if they were trophies.
"Sorry for disturbing all of you like this," said Marshall.
Langstratt smiled lusciously and said,
"I wouldn't have missed this for the world."
Brummel kept on grinning with those big teeth and told the policeman, "Read them their rights and take them into custody." The opportunity was too good to pass up. There stood the two cops trying to do their job, and there were Brummel and Langstratt standing just a little in front of them. The situation was perfect, and it had been building up inside Marshall for a long time. Instantly, with all his weight, he dove into Brummel's stomach and toppled Brummel and Langstratt backward into the two cops.
"Run, Bernie, run!" he shouted.
She ran. She didn't stop to consider if she had the courage or the will or even the speed. She just ran for all she was worth, down the long hallway, past all the office doors, straight for the exit at the end. The door had a crash bar. She crashed into it, it opened, and she stumbled out into the cool night air. Marshall was in the middle of a tangle of arms, hands, bodies, and shouts, hanging on to as many of them as he could. He was almost enjoying it, and he didn't try that hard to get away. He wanted to keep them all busy.
One cop recovered and ran after Bernice, bursting out through that back door. He was close enough on her trail to pick up the sound of footsteps heading up the back alley, and away he went in hot pursuit. Here was Bernice's chance to find out what kind of shape she was in, cracked rib and all. She chugged down the alley, taking long strides, making her way through the blurry dark. She longed for her glasses, or at least a little more light. She heard the cop hollering at her to stop. Any moment he would fire that warning shot. She made a sharp left through a yard, and the dog started barking. There was a space of light between two low-hanging fruit trees. She headed for that and encountered a fence. 2 garbage cans helped her over with a clatter that told the cop where she was. Bernice stomped through a freshly tilled garden, flattening several unseen bean poles. She ran onto a lawn, turned back toward the alley, knocked over some more cans, clambered over a fence, and kept running. The cop seemed to be fading back a little. She was getting desperately tired and could only hope that he was too. She couldn't keep this up much longer. Every panting breath brought a sharp pain from that cracked rib. She couldn't breathe. She whipped around one house and doubled back through a few more yards, raising a tumult of barking from tattletale dogs, then crossed a street and dove into some woods. The branches lashed at her and entangled her, but she plowed through them until she reached another fence bordering a service station. She ran along the fence, found an old dumpster just on the other side, went just a little further, and then her eyes were attracted by a fragment of street light filtering through the leaves and illuminating a pile of rubbish some litter bug had dumped. She grabbed the first thing her hand found, an old bottle, then dropped to the ground, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying not to cry from the pain. The cop was moving rather slowly through the woods, groping his way along in the dark, snapping twigs under his feet, huffing and puffing. She lay there silently, waiting for him to pause and listen. Finally he did stop and fall silent. He was listening. She pitched the bottle over the fence. It bounced off the top of the dumpster and shattered on the pavement behind the service station. The cop came crashing through the woods and up to the fence. He climbed over and stood still behind the station. Bernice could not see him from where she was, but she listened very intently. So did he. Then she heard him walk slowly along the back of the station and stop. A moment passed, and then he walked away at a normal pace. He had lost her. Bernice remained where she was, trying to calm the pounding of her heart and the rushing of blood in her ears, trying to calm her nerves and her panic, and wishing the pain would go away. All she wanted to do was gasp deep breaths of air. She couldn't seem to get enough. Oh, Marshall, Marshall, what are they doing to you?
Chapter 32. Marshall was face down on the floor, his pockets emptied, his hands cuffed behind him. He was being very cooperative with the cop who stood over him with his gun drawn. Carmen, Bromell, and Langstratt were in Bromel's office going over the tape that Marshall and Bernice had listened to.
"Yes," said Carmen. "Here's my notation of the tape counter. I thought the tape hadn't run very far for such a long period of surveillance. The recordings continue after this stopping point. They wound the tape back."
Bromell stepped out of his office and stood over Marshall. "So, what did you and Bernice listen to?" "Big band jazz, I think," Marshall answered. That response brought Bromell's heel down on Marshall's neck. "Ow!" Bromell had another question.
"So, who gave you the keys to this place? Did Sarah?"
"Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies," Bromell muttered.
"I'll have to put out an APB on her, too." "Don't bother," Langstratt said from the office. "She's gone now, and she's nothing. Don't bring trouble back once you're rid of it. Just concentrate on Kruger."
Bromell told the cop who was guarding Marshall, "Ed, go out and see if you can help John. Kruger's the one we really need to round up." But just then John came back in through the door at the end of the hall, and he did not have Bernice in tow. "Well?" Bromell demanded. John only gave a timid shrug.
"She ran like a scared rabbit, and it's dark out there."
"Oh, terrific," Bromell moaned. Marshall thought it really was terrific. Langstratt's voice came from the office.
"Alf, come listen to this."
Bromell went into his office, and Marshall could hear the conversation between Weed and Susan being replayed.
Langstratt said, "So, they've heard this conversation. We picked it up from Susan's end today."
The dialogue between Susan and Weed came to an end.
"Unless I miss my guess, Kruger could very well be headed for the Evergreen Tavern in Baker to meet Susan."
She broke into laughter. "I'll have it staked out then," said Bromell.
"Get a stake out on her apartment, too. She'll want to get to her car."
"Good idea." Bromell and Langstratt came out of the office and stood over Marshall like vultures over a carcass.
"Marshall," Bromell gloated, "you're in for quite a downhill slide, I'm afraid. I've got enough against you to put you away for good. You should have gotten out of this thing while you had the chance."
Marshall looked up at that silly grinning face and said,
"To use a cliché, you'll never get away with this, Bromell. You don't own the whole court system. Sooner or later, this thing's going to go beyond your reach. It's going to get bigger than you are."
Bromell only smiled a smile that Marshall longed to kick into oblivion and said,
"Marshall, a lower court decision is all we need, and I'm sure we can manage that. Let's face it, you're nothing but a liar and a third-rate burglar, not to mention a child molester and a possible murderer. We have witnesses, Marshall, fine, upstanding citizens of this community. We'll see to it that you have the fairest of trials, so you would have no grounds for appeal. It could go very hard for you. The judge might give you a break, but, I don't know."
"You mean Baker, the wheeler dealer?"
"I understand he can be a very compassionate person under the right circumstances."
"So don't tell me you're going to book Bernice on charges of prostitution. Maybe you can dig up those hookers again, that bogus cop again, set the whole thing up."
Bromell chuckled mockingly.
"That all depends on the evidence at hand, I guess. We can book her for burglary, you know, and the two of you set that one up yourselves."
"So what about the laws against illegal wiretaps?"
Langstratt answered that one.
"We know of no wiretaps. We don't do that sort of thing."
She paused for effect, then added,
"And they wouldn't find anything even if they did believe you."
Then something occurred to her.
"Oh, and I can sense what you're thinking. Don't put your hopes in Susan Jacobson. We've received the sad news today that she was killed in a terrible motor vehicle accident. The only people Ms. Kruger can expect to meet at the Evergreen Tavern will be the police."
Bernice felt faint. Her rib cage felt like it was shattered. Her bruises throbbed without mercy. For the better part of an hour she didn't have the strength or the nerves to get up from where she lay in the brambles. She tried to think what to do next. Every wisp of wind through the trees was an approaching policeman to her. Every sound brought new horror. She looked at her watch. It was going on 3 in the morning. Soon it would be day, and there would be no more sneaking around. She had to get moving, and she knew it. She slowly struggled to her feet, then stood there, slightly crouched under the low-hanging branches of a vine-tangled madrona, waiting for enough blood to circulate through her brain for her to stay standing. She took a step, then another. She gained confidence and started moving ahead, feeling her way through the trees and underbrush, trying to fend off the scratching branches. Back out on the street, it was quiet and dark. The dogs were no longer barking. She began to plot her course for her apartment, about a mile across town, making the trip in quick dashes from tree to hedge to tree. Only once did a vehicle drive by, but it was not a squad car. Bernice hid behind a large maple tree until it had passed. She could not distinguish her physical pain and sickness from her emotional exhaustion and despair. A few times she got confused and lost her bearings, and couldn't make out any of the street signs, and it was then that she almost cried, slumping against a fence or a wall. But she remembered Marshall throwing himself into the jaws of those lions for her sake, and she couldn't let him down. She had to make it. She had to get out of town, get free, meet Susan, get help, do something. For nearly an hour, block by block, step by step, she worked her way along and finally approached her apartment building. She cautiously followed a circuitous route around it, wanting to check it from all sides. Finally, from behind a neighbor's station wagon, she thought she could make out the telltale rack of lights atop one car parked at the end of the block. From that position, the occupants of that car would have a perfect view of anyone trying to get into any apartment, so that was out. The back of the building was much easier to sneak into. There were small parking stalls along a dark, narrow alley. The lighting was poor. The parking stalls could not be seen from ground level up above. It was a terrible place to park a car in terms of security, but perfect for Bernice tonight. She darted across the street a block away and out of view of that squad car, then doubled back and slipped into the alley, staying close to the dank concrete retaining wall as the alley dipped down below the grade. She reached her Toyota, removed the little magnetic key box from under the bumper, and used those emergency keys to open the door. Oh, so near and yet so far. There was no way she could start her car and get away without being heard on this very still night. But there were some things she could make very good use of. She clambered in as quickly as she could and closed the door after her enough to extinguish the dome light. Then she opened the ashtray in the front console and emptied the quarters, dimes, and nickels into her pocket. Just a couple of bucks, but it would have to do. In the glove box she found her prescription sunglasses. Now she could see better and use them to conceal her black eyes. There was nothing else to do but get out of town, maybe get some sleep somewhere, somehow, and then one way or another get out to Baker and the Evergreen Tavern by 8 that coming night. That was all, but it was enough. She strained to think of anyone she knew that they would not know, any friend who could still aid and abet a fugitive from the law without questions. Her mental list of names was too short and too doubtful. She started walking, making her way toward Highway 27 while searching her mind for any other ideas. Down below the courthouse, alone in a cell at the end of the dismal cell block, Hank lay on his cot, asleep at last. It had not been the most enjoyable of evenings. They had stripped him, searched him, fingerprinted him, photographed him, and then stuck him in this cell with no blanket to keep warm. He had asked for a Bible, but they wouldn't allow him to have one. The drunk in the next cell had thrown up during the night. The writer of phony checks in the cell after that had a very dirty mouth, and the mugger in the next cell turned out to be a very vociferous, opinionated Marxist. Oh, well, he thought, Jesus died for them, and they need his love. He tried to be kind and share some of God's love with them, but someone had told them that he was an accused rapist, which put somewhat of a damper on his testimony. So he had lain down, identifying with Paul and Silas and Peter and James and every other Christian who had ever spent time in a forlorn prison, even though innocent. He wondered how long his ministry would survive now that his reputation had been so blasted. Would he still be able to hang on to his already shaky pastorate? Bromell and his buddies were sure going to make full use of this. For all he knew, they had been the ones who'd set it up. Ah, well, it was in the Lord's hands. God knew what was best. He prayed for Mary and for all his new motley sheep, and mentally recited Scripture to himself until he dropped off to sleep. In the very early hours of the morning, Hank was awakened by footsteps coming down the cell block and the jingle of the guard's jail keys. Oh, no. The guard was opening his cell door. Now Hank would have to share the cell with a drunk, a mugger, a real rapist. He pretended he was still asleep, but he opened one eye just a little to have a look. Oh, brother, the hoodlum was big and grim-looking, and from the bandage and bruise on his head it looked like he had just been in a brawl. He was muttering something about having to be stuck in a cell with a rapist. Hank started praying for the Lord's protection. This big character had to weigh twice as much as he did, and he looked violent. The new guy flopped down on the other cot and breathed that heavy kind of breath one associates with bears, dragons, and monsters. Lord, please deliver me. Rafar strutted back and forth on his hilltop overlooking the town, allowing his wings to trail and wave like a regal cape behind him. Demon messengers had been bringing him regular reports of how his final preparations of the town were going. So far, it had been nothing but good news.
Lucius,
Rayfar called with the tone one would use in calling a child.
Lucius, come here, won't you?
Lucius stepped forward with all the dignity he could muster, trying to get his wings to wave and undulate like Rayfar's.
Yes, Baal Rayfar.
Rayfar looked down at him gloatingly, a wry smile on his face, and said,
I trust you have learned from this experience, as you have so clearly seen, what you could not do in years, I have accomplished in days.
Perhaps.
That was all Lucius would give him. Rayfar thought that was funny.
And you disagree?
One could think, Baal, that your work was merely the capstone of the years of my labor brought before your coming.
Years of labor nearly undone by your blundering, you mean, Rayfar retorted. Which does give one pause. Having won the town for the strong man, do I dare now leave it in the hands of one who nearly lost it before?
Lucius did not like the sound of that at all.
Rayfar, for years this town has been my principality. I am the rightful prince of Ashton.
You were. But honors, Lucius, reward deeds, and in deeds I do find you lacking.
Lucius was indignant, but he controlled himself in the presence of this giant power.
You have not seen my deeds because you have not chosen to look. Your will was set against me from the beginning.
Lucius had said too much. Immediately he was snatched from the ground by Rayfar's burly fist around his throat, and now Rayfar held him up and looked him straight in the eye.
I, said Rayfar slowly and fiercely, and only I am the judge of that.
Let the strong man judge,
Lucius responded very brazenly.
Where is this Tal, this adversary whom you were to vanquish, whose little pieces you were to hurl across the sky as your victory banner?
Rayfar allowed a slight smile to cross his face, even though his eyes kept their fire.
Bush, the praying man, is defeated, and his name sullied. Hogan, the once tenacious hound, is now a worthless and defeated wretch. The traitor's maidservant is destroyed, and her scum of a friend is also eliminated. All others have fled.
Rayfar waved his hand over the town.
Look, Lucius, do you see the fiery hosts of heaven descending over the town? Do you see their flashing and polished swords? Do you see their numberless guard posted around about?
He sneered at Lucius and Tal at the same time.
This Tal, this captain of the host, now commands a stricken and debilitated army, and he is afraid to show his face. Again and again I have defied him to confront me, to stop me, and he has not appeared. But don't worry. As I have spoken, so shall I do. When these other pressing matters are settled, Tal and I will meet, and you will see it take place just before I vanquish you.
Rayfar held Lucius high as he called to another demon.
Courier, take word to the strong man that all is ready and he may come at his will. The obstacles are removed. Rayfar has completed his task, and the town of Ashton is ready to fall into his hands.
Rayfar dropped Lucius as he said it.
Like a ripe plum.
Lucius bolted up from the ground and flew away in a humiliated flurry, while the demonic ranks laughed and laughed. Chapter 33. Edith Duster had felt a certain stirring in her spirit before she went to bed that night. So, when she was awakened abruptly by two luminous beings in her bedroom, she was not entirely surprised, even though awestruck. "Glory to God!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide, her face enraptured.
The two tall men had very kind and compassionate faces, but their expressions were serious. One was tall and blond, the other dark-haired and youthful. Both towered as high as the ceiling, and the glow from their white tunics filled the room. Each had a magnificent golden scabbard and belt, and the handles of their swords were purest gold with fiery jewels. "Edith Duster," said the big blond one in a deep resonant voice, "we are going into battle for the town of Ashton. The victory rests upon the prayers of the saints of God. As you fear the Lord, pray, and call others to prayer. Pray that the enemy will be vanquished, and the righteous delivered." Then the dark-haired one spoke. "Your pastor, Henry Bush, has fallen prisoner. He will be delivered through your prayers. Call Mary, his wife. Be a comfort to her." Suddenly they were gone, and the room was dark once again. Edith knew somehow that she had seen them before, perhaps in dreams, perhaps as unimpressive normal people here and there, and she knew the importance of their request. She rose and grabbed her pillow, placed it on the floor, and then knelt upon it there beside the bed. She wanted to laugh, she wanted to cry, she wanted to sing. There was a burden and a power deep within her, and she clasped her shaking hands together there upon the bed, bowed her head, and began to pray. The words flowed forth from her deepest soul, an outcry on behalf of God's people and God's righteousness, a plea for power and victory in the name of Jesus, a binding of the evil forces that were trying to take the very life, the very heart of that community. Names and faces cascaded before her mind's eye, and she interceded for all of them, pleading before the throne of God for their safety and salvation. She prayed, she prayed, she prayed. From high above, the town of Ashton was spread out like an innocent toy village on a patchwork quilt, a small and unpretentious community still sleeping, but now awash with the slowly rising flood of pre-dawn gray and pink that grew over the mountains in the east. As yet nothing stirred in the town. There were no lights being switched on. The milk truck was still parked. From somewhere in the skies beyond the pink-edged clouds, a solitary rushing sound began. One angelic warrior, soaring like a gull, spiraled quickly and covertly downward until his form was lost in the patterns and textures of the streets and buildings far below. Then another appeared, and he too dropped quietly into the town, disappearing somewhere within it. And Edith Duster kept praying. Two appeared, their wings swept back, their heads sharply downward, diving like hawks into the town. Then came another, gliding along a more shallow path that would carry him to the far side of town. Then 4, dropping in 4 different directions. Then 2 more. Then 7. Mary was awakened from fitful sleep on the couch by the telephone. "Hello?" Her eyes brightened immediately. "Oh, Edith, I'm so glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. I haven't even gone to bed. I must have your number written down wrong, or the phones aren't working." Then she started crying and told Edith all about the events of the previous night. "Well, you just rest and be quiet until I get there," said Edith. "I've been on my knees all night, and God is moving. Yes, He is. We'll get Hank out of there and more besides." Edith grabbed her sweater and her sneakers and was off to Mary's house. She had never felt younger. John Coleman awoke early that morning, so shaken by a dream he couldn't get back to sleep. Patricia knew the feeling. The same thing had happened to her. "I saw angels," John said. "I did too," said Patricia. And I saw demons, monsters, Patty. Hideous things. The angels and the demons were fighting it out. It was terrible. Awesome. Really awesome." They called Hank. Mary answered. They got the story of last night, and they went right over. Andy and June Forsythe couldn't sleep all that night. This morning Andy was crabby, and June just tried to stay out of his way. Finally, as Andy tried to eat some breakfast, he was able to talk about it.
It must be the Lord. I don't know what else it could be.
But why are you so crabby? June asked as tenderly as she could.
Because I've never felt this way before, Andy said, and then his voice started to quiver. I just feel like I have to pray, like something's really got to be settled, and I can't rest until it is.
You know, said June, I really know what you mean. I don't know if I can explain it, but I feel like we haven't been alone all night. Somebody's been here with us, filling us with these feelings.
Andy got wide-eyed.
Yeah, that's it. That's the feeling.
He grabbed her hand with great joy and relief. June, honey, I thought I was going crazy.
Just then the phone rang. It was Cecil Cooper. He had had a very disturbing dream that night, and so had many others. Something was up. They didn't wait to gather to pray. They started praying right then and there. From north, from south, from east and west, from all directions, and so very silently, heavenly warriors continued to drop into the town like snowflakes, walk into the town like people, sneak into the town like guerrillas, glide through fields and orchards into the town like bush pilots. Then they hid themselves and waited. Hank woke at about 7. The nightmare had not ended. He was still in the cell. His new cellmate continued snoring for another hour until the guard brought in breakfast. The big man said nothing, but took the little plate that was handed through the bars. He didn't look too excited about the burnt toast and cold eggs. Perhaps this would be the time to break the ice.
Good morning, Hank said.
Good morning, the big man replied very half-heartedly.
My name is Hank Bush.
The big man slid his plate out under the door for the guard to pick up. He hadn't touched the food. He stood there looking out through the bars like a caged animal. He did not respond to Hank's introduction, nor did he tell Hank his name. He was obviously hurting. His eyes seemed so longing and so vacant. All Hank could do was pray for him. Step, step, stumbled, then step again. All morning long, through fields of corn, pastures of cows, thick forests, Bernice trudged along, slowly making her way north on a meandering route that ran roughly parallel to Highway 27, somewhere off to her left. The sound of the vehicles roaring along the highway helped her to get her bearings. She was beginning to trip over her own feet, her thoughts getting sluggish. Row upon row of cornstalks marched past her, their big green leaves brushing against her with a steady, almost annoying rhythm. The dirt under her feet was softly tilled and dusty. It was working into her shoes. It absorbed the strength from her strides. After crossing the sea of corn, she came to a very long and very narrow grove of trees, a windbreak planted between the fields. She went into the middle of it and immediately found a patch of soft grassy ground. She checked her watch. 8:25 a.m. She had to rest. She would get to Baker somehow. It was the only hope. She hoped Marshall was okay. She hoped she wouldn't die. She was asleep. By the time lunch was brought in, Hank and his cellmate were a little more ready to eat. The sandwiches weren't that bad, and the beef vegetable soup was quite good. Before the guard got away, Hank asked him, "Say, are you sure I couldn't have a Bible somehow?"
"I told you," the guard said rudely. "I'm waiting on authorization, and until I get it, no dice."
Suddenly, the big silent cellmate burst out.
"Jimmy, you got a stack of Gideon Bibles in your desk drawer, and you know it. Now give the man a Bible."
The guard only sneered at the man.
"Hey, you're on that side of the bars now, Hogan. I'll run the show out here."
The guard left, and the big man tried to shift his attention to his lunch. He looked up at Hank, though, and quipped,
"Jimmy Dunlop. He thinks he's a real man."
"Thanks for trying, anyway." The big man heaved a deep sigh and then said,
Sorry for being rude all morning. I needed time to heal up from yesterday. I needed time to check you out. And I guess I needed time to get used to the idea of being in jail."
"I can sure identify with that. I've never been in jail before."
Hank tried again.
He extended his hand and said,
Hank Bush. This time the man took it and gave him a firm shake.
Marshal Hogan.
Then something clicked for both of them. Before they had even dropped their hands again, they looked at each other, pointed at each other, and both began to ask, "Say, aren't you—" And then they stared for a moment and didn't say anything. The angels were watching, of course, and brought Tal word.
Good, good, said Tal. Now we'll just let those two talk.
You're the pastor of that little white church, Marshall said.
And you're the editor of the paper, the Clarion, Hank exclaimed.
So what in the wide world are you doing here?
I don't know if you'd be able to believe it.
Kid, you'd be amazed. I'm amazed at what I'd believe.
Marshall lowered his voice and leaned close as he said,
They told me you were in here for rape.
That's right.
That sounds just like you, doesn't it?
Hank didn't quite know what to make of that statement. Well, I didn't do it, you know.
Doesn't Alf Bromell go to your church?
Yes.
Ever cross him?
Well, yes.
So have I. And that's why I'm in here, and that's why you're in here. Tell me what happened.
When?
I mean, what really happened? Do you even know this girl you supposedly raped?
Well,
where'd you get those bite marks on your arm?
Hank was getting some doubts. Say, listen, I'd better not say anything.
Was her name Carmen?
Hank's face said a yes that was almost audible.
Just thought I'd take a stab at it. She's really a treacherous gal. She used to work for me, and last night she told me she'd been raped, and I knew then that it was a lie.
Hank was completely flabbergasted. This is too much. How do you know about all this? Marshall looked around the cell and shrugged.
Oh, well, what else is there to do? Hank, have I got a story for you? It's going to take a few hours. You ready for that?
If you're ready to hear mine, I'm ready to hear yours. Hello? Ma'am? Bernice jolted awake. There was someone leaning over her. It was a young girl about high school age, maybe older, with big brown eyes and black curly hair, dressed in bib overalls, a perfect farmer's daughter. Hi. It was all Bernice could think of to say. Are you all right, ma'am? The girl asked in a slow and easy drawl. Yes, I was just sleeping. I hope that's all right. I was out for a walk, you know, and... She remembered her bruised face. Oh, great. Now this kid will think I've been mugged or something. You looking for your sunglasses? The girl asked, reaching down and picking them up. She handed them to Bernice. I guess you're wondering what happened to my face. The girl only smiled a disarming smile and said, Why, you ought to see how I look when I first wake up. I take it this is your property. I didn't mean to... No, I'm just passing through like you are. I saw you lying here and thought I'd check up on you. Can I give you a lift anywhere? Bernice was about to say an automatic no, but then she looked at her watch. Oh, no, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, you wouldn't happen to be going north, would you? I'm heading up toward Baker. Oh, that's perfect. I could catch a ride with you. Right after lunch. What? The girl walked out of the trees to the next field of corn, and then Bernice noticed a shiny blue motorcycle parked in the sun. The girl reached into a side saddle and brought out a brown paper sack. She returned and set that sack in front of Bernice, along with a carton of cold milk. You eat lunch at 4 in the afternoon? Bernice asked with a conversational chuckle. No, the young lady answered with a chuckle of her own, but you've come a long way, and you have a long way to go, and you need something to eat. Bernice looked into those clear and laughing brown eyes, and then at the simple little lunch bag in front of her, and she could feel her face turning red and her eyes filling up. Eat up now, said the girl. Bernice opened the paper bag and found a roast beef sandwich that was truly a work of art. The beef was still hot, the lettuce crisp and green. Below that was a carton of blueberry yogurt, her favorite flavor, still cold to the touch. She tried to keep her emotions down, but she began to quake with weeping, and the tears ran down her cheeks. "Oh, I'm making a fool of myself," she thought. But this was so altogether different. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I'm just very touched by your kindness." The girl touched her hand. "Well, I'm glad I could be here. What is your name?" "You can call me Betsy." Well, you can call me Marie." It was Bernice's middle name. "I'll just do that. Listen, I have some cold water, too, if you want that." There came another wave of emotion. "You're a wonderful person. What are you doing on this planet?" "Helping you," Betsy answered, running to her motorcycle for the water. Hank sat on the edge of his cot, enraptured by the story Marshall was relating. "Are you serious?" he responded suddenly. "Alf Ramel is into witchcraft? A board member in my church?"
Hey, call it what you want, bub, but I'm telling you, it is spacey. I don't know how long he and that Langstrad have been bosom buddies, but enough of her cosmic consciousness crud has rubbed off on him to make him dangerous, and I mean that."
"So, who's in this group again?"
"Who isn't in it? Oliver Young's in it, Judge Baker's in it, most of the cops on the local police force are in it."
Marshall went on to give Hank just a small segment of the list. Hank was amazed. This had to be the Lord. So many of the questions he had had for so long were finally finding their answers. Marshall kept going for another half an hour or so, and then he started losing momentum. He had come to the part about Kate and Sandy.
"That's the part that hurts the most,"
he said, and then started looking out through the bars instead of into Hank's eyes.
"It's a whole other story in itself, and you don't need to hear it. But I sure went over it this morning. It's my fault, Hank. I let it happen."
He heaved a deep breath and wiped wetness from his eyes.
"I could have lost everything. The paper, the house, the battle. I could have taken it if only I had them, but I lost them too."
Then he said the words,
"And that's how I ended up here."
And he stopped, abruptly. Hank was weeping. He was weeping and smiling, raising his hands up to God, shaking his head in wonderment. To Marshall, it looked like he was having some kind of religious experience.
"Marshall,"
Hank said excitedly, unable to sit still,
"this is of God. Our being here is no accident. Our enemies meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. He's brought the two of us together just so we could meet, just so we could put the whole thing together. You haven't heard my story yet, but guess what? It's the same. We've both been coming up against the exact same problem from two different sides."
Tell me, I want to cry too."
So Hank began telling how he suddenly found himself the pastor of a church that didn't seem to want him. Betsy's motorcycle flew like the wind up Highway 27, and Bernice held on tight, sitting behind her on the soft leather seat, watching all the scenery go by. The whole trip was exhilarating. It made her feel like a kid again, and the fact that both of them wore helmets with dark face shields made Bernice feel all the more safe from discovery. But Baker was coming up rapidly, and with it the risks and dangers and the big question of whether Susan Jacobson would even be there or not. Part of Bernice wanted to stay on the motorcycle with this sweet, likable kid and just keep right on going to wherever. Any life had to be better than this one. The landmarks became familiar, the Coca-Cola sign and that big lot full of firewood for sale. They were coming into Baker. Betsy let off the throttle and started whining down through the gears. Finally, she pulled off the highway and bumped along to a stop in a gravel parking lot just in front of the aged Sunset Motel.
"Will this do for you?"
Betsy shouted through her face shield. Bernice could just make out the evergreen up the highway.
"Oh, yeah, this'll do just fine."
She climbed off the motorcycle and struggled with the chin strap of her helmet.
"Leave it on a while,"
said Betsy.
"What for?"
Bernice's eyes immediately gave her a good reason that she would know of. A squad car from the Ashton precinct just happened to drive by, slowing down as it entered Baker. Bernice watched as it then signaled left and pulled into the parking area in front of the Evergreen Tavern. 2 officers got out and went inside. She looked down at Betsy. Did she know? She didn't act like it. She pointed to a little diner attached to the motel. "That's Rose Allen's little cafe. It looks like a terrible place, but she makes the best homemade soup in the world, and she sells it cheap. It'd be a great place to kill some time." Bernice removed her helmet and set it on the bike. "Betsy," she said, "I owe you a very great debt. Thank you so very much." "You're welcome." Even through the face shield, that smile shone brightly. Bernice looked at the little cafe. No, it didn't look very nice. The best soup in the world, eh? She turned back to Betsy and stiffened. For a moment she felt she would stumble forward as if a wall had suddenly disappeared in front of her. Betsy was gone. The motorcycle was gone. It was like awaking from a dream and needing time to adjust one's mind to what was real and what was not. But Bernice knew it had not been a dream. The tracks of the motorcycle were still plainly visible in the gravel, leading from where it had left the highway to the spot directly in front of Bernice. There they ended. Bernice backed away, stunned and shaken. She looked up and down the highway, but knew even as she did that she would not see that girl on her motorcycle. As a matter of fact, as a few more seconds went by, Bernice knew she would have been disappointed if she had. It would have been the end of a very beautiful something she had never felt before. But she had to get off the highway, she kept telling herself. She was sticking out like a sore thumb. She tore herself away from that spot and hurried into Rose Allen's little cafe. Dinner came through the bars at 6. Marshall was ready to eat the fried chicken and cooked carrots, but Hank was so much into his story that Marshall had to prompt him to eat. "I'm really getting to the good part," Hank protested, and then he asked, "How are you keeping up with this?" "A lot of it is new," Marshall admitted. "What were you again, Presbyterian?" "Hey, don't blame them. I'm just me, that's all, and I always thought that spooks only come out on Halloween." "Well, you always wanted an explanation for Langstrat's strange pull and how the network could have all that powerful influence on people and what may have been really tormenting Ted Harmel, and especially who these spirit guides might be." You're asking me to believe in evil spirits?" "Do you believe in God?" "Yes, I believe there's a God." "Do you believe in a devil?" Marshall had to think for a moment. He noticed that he'd gone through a change of opinion somewhere along the line. Well, yeah, I guess I do." "Believing in angels and demons is simply the next step after that. It's only logical." Marshall shrugged and picked up a drumstick. "Just keep going. Let me hear the whole thing." Chapter 34. Bernice killed another hour and a half in Rose Allen's cafe, buying a bowl of Rose's soup. Betsy was right, it was good, and eating it very slowly. She kept her eye on Rose the whole time. Boy, if that woman made one move toward that telephone, Bernice was going to be out of there. But Rose didn't appear to think a beat-up woman in her cafe was all that unusual, and nothing happened. When 7:30 rolled around, Bernice knew that she would have to try for that meeting one way or another. She paid Rose for the soup out of the change in her pocket and stepped outside. It looked like that police car that had stopped at the Evergreen was gone now, but the light was getting poor and it was too far away for Bernice to tell for sure. She would just have to take it one step at a time. She walked along carefully, her eyes looking in all directions for police, stakeouts, suspicious vehicles, anything. The parking lot of the Evergreen was overflowing, and that was probably typical for a Saturday night. She kept her sunglasses on, but apart from that, she looked every bit like the Bernice Kruger the police were searching for. What else could she do?
As she approached the tavern, she looked here and there for any escape routes. She did notice a trail going back into the woods, but had no idea how far it went or where it eventually led. All in all, there didn't seem to be too many places to run or hide. The back of the Evergreen Tavern was the one part of the building nobody seemed to care about at all. The 3 old cars, the forgotten refrigerators, the dented beer kegs, and the piles of delaminating tables and rusting broken-through chairs were parted just enough to allow a narrow pathway to the back door. This door also scraped an arc in the linoleum. The music from the jukebox hit Bernice like a wave, as did the smoke from cigarettes and the sickeningly sweet smell of beer. She closed the door after her and found herself in a dark cavern full of silhouettes. She cautiously looked over, under, and around her sunglasses, trying to see where she was and where everybody else was without taking the sunglasses off. There had to be some place to sit in here. Most of the booths were full of loggers and their girlfriends. There was one chair in the corner. She took it and settled in to survey the room. From this spot she could make out the front door and could see people coming in, but she could not distinguish their faces. She did recognize Dan behind the bar. He was pouring beers while trying to keep a bridle on things. Her ears verified that the shuffleboard game was in full swing, and 2 video games against a far wall were bleeping and burpling through the quarters. It was 7:50. Well, just sitting here wasn't going to work. She felt too obvious, and she simply couldn't see. She got up from her chair and tried to mingle with the crowd, staying close to the walls. She looked at Dan again. He was a little closer, and he could have been looking back at her, but she didn't know. He didn't act like he recognized her or cared if he did. Bernice tried to find an unobtrusive spot from which to look at the people at the front tables. She joined a small group around one of the video games. These people in the front were still silhouettes, but none of them could have been Susan. There was Dan again, leaning over one table and pulling the front window shade half down. Some of the people nearby didn't like it, but he gave them some explanation and left it that way. She decided to go back to her chair and wait. She worked her way back to the shuffleboard game, then went slowly behind the crowd toward the back of the room. Then a thought hit her. She had seen that pulling down the window shade trick in some movie. A signal. She turned her head toward the front, and at that exact moment the front door opened. 2 men in uniforms came in. Police. One pointed right at her. She moved as quickly as she could for the back door. It was nothing but dark in front of her. How in the world was she even going to find that door? She could hear a shout over the noise of the crowd. "Hey, stop that woman! Police! You! Hold it!" The police around her began muttering. "Who? What woman? That woman?" What other voice out of the blackness said, "Hey, lady, I think he's talking to you." She didn't look back, but she could hear the shuffling of chairs and feet. They were coming after her. Then she saw the green exit sign over the back door. Forget about keeping cool. She broke into a run toward that light. People were hollering everywhere, coming to help her, wanting to see what was going on. They got in the policeman's way, and the police started hollering. "One side, please. Get out of the way. Stop her." She couldn't see the latch or knob or whatever that door had. Hoping it had a crash bar, she slammed her body against it. It didn't have a crash bar, but she could hear something break, and the door opened anyway. It was lighter out here than inside. She could make out the path through all the junk and raced through it, running for all she was worth, just as she heard the back door crash open again. Then came the sound of their footsteps. Could she get out of sight before they got clear of all that junk? She tore off her sunglasses just in time to spot the trail through the woods on the other side of the fence. It was amazing what a person could do when scared enough. Planting her hands on top of the fence, she swung her body up and vaulted over it, tumbling down into the brush on the other side. Without stopping to congratulate herself, she scrambled up that trail into the woods like a scared rabbit, ducking to avoid the low-hanging branches she could see and being whipped in the face by the ones she couldn't. The trail was soft and clear and kept her footsteps quiet and muffled. It was darker in the woods, and at times she had to stop abruptly just to see where the trail led next. During those times she would also listen for her pursuers. She could hear some kind of yelling going on far behind her, but it seemed no one had thought of this trail. There was light up ahead. She came to a gravel back road, but hesitated in the trees long enough to look up and down that road for cars, cops, anyone. The road was quiet and deserted. She stepped out quickly, trying to decide which way to go. Suddenly, at an intersection a little way down the road, a car appeared, pulling onto this road and heading her way. They had to have seen her. There was nothing to do but keep running. Her lungs were laboring, her heart was aching and felt like it would pound itself apart. Her legs felt like lead. She couldn't help crying out in anguish and fear with each exhalation as she ran across the field toward a cluster of buildings in the distance. She looked back. A figure was after her, running swiftly in hot pursuit. No, please don't chase me. Just let me go. I can't go on like this. The buildings were getting closer. It looked like an old farm. She was no longer thinking, only running. She couldn't see. Her eyes were doubly blurred now with tears. She was gasping for breath. Her mouth was dry. The pain from her rib cage shot up and down her whole side. The grass whipped against her legs, almost tripping her with every step. She could hear the footsteps of her pursuers swishing through the grass not far behind her. Oh, God, help me. Ahead was a large, dark building, a barn. She would go for it and try to hide. If they found her, they found her. She could run no further. She stumbled, trudged, dragged one foot after the other around one end, and found the big sliding door half open. She practically fell through it. Inside, she found herself in inky blackness. Now her eyes were useless to her. She stumbled ahead, her arms out in front of her. Her feet were shuffling through straw. Her arms bumped into boards. A stall. She went further. Another stall. She could hear the footsteps coming around the corner and through the door. She ducked into one of the stalls and tried to quell her gasping. She was on the verge of fainting. The steps slowed. The pursuer was encountering the same darkness and trying to feel his way along, but he was coming closer. Bernice backed further into the stall, wondering if there might be some way to hide herself. Her hand encountered some kind of handle. She felt downward. A pitchfork. She took it in her hands. Could she really use this thing in cold blood? The footsteps moved ahead methodically. The pursuer was checking each stall, working his way through the barn. Now Bernice could see a small beam of light sweeping here and there. She held the pitchfork high as her cracked rib punished her in protest. You're going to be very sorry you ever chased me, she thought. She was playing by jungle rules now. The footsteps were very close now. The little beam of light was just outside the opening. She was ready. The light shined in her eyes. There was a slight gasp. Come on, Bernice, throw the pitchfork. Her arms would not move. Bernice Kruger? Asked a muffled female voice. Bernice still didn't move. She held the pitchfork high, still panting for air, the little shaft of light illuminating her crazed, blackened eyes and her terrified face. Whoever it was stepped back abruptly at the side of her and whispered, Bernice, no, don't throw it. That made Bernice want all the more to throw that thing. She was whimpering and gasping, trying to get her arms to move. They would not. Bernice, came the voice. It's Susan Jacobson. I'm alone. Bernice still did not put down the pitchfork. For the moment she was beyond rationality and words meant nothing. Do you hear me? Came the voice. Please, put the fork down. I won't hurt you. I'm not the police, I promise you. Who are you? Bernice asked finally, her voice gasping and quivering. Susan Jacobson, Bernice. She said it again slowly. Susan Jacobson, your sister Pat's old roommate. We had an appointment. It was as if Bernice suddenly recovered from a hallucination or a sleepwalking nightmare. The name sank into her mind at last and awoke her. You, she panted. You gotta be kidding. I'm not. It's me. Susan shone her little penlight on her own face. The black hair and pale complexion were unmistakable, even though the black clothes were replaced now with jeans and a blue jacket. Bernice lowered the pitchfork. Then she dropped it and let out a muffled wail, putting her hand over her mouth. She suddenly realized she was in terrible pain. She sank to her knees in the straw, her arms around her rib cage. Are you all right? Susan asked. Turn out that light before they see you, was all Bernice would say. The light clicked off. Bernice could feel Susan's hand touching her.
"You're hurt,"
Susan said.
I try to keep everything in perspective," Bernice gasped. "I'm still alive. I found the real Susan Jacobson. I haven't had to kill anybody. The police haven't found me. And I have a cracked rib. Ooh."
Susan put her arms around Bernice to comfort her.
Gently, gently," Bernice cautioned. "Where in the world did you come from? How did you find me?" "I was watching the tavern from across the street, waiting to see if you or Kevin would show up. I saw the police go in and you running out the back, and I knew it was you right away. We college kids used to hang around here a lot, so I knew about that trail you took, and I knew how it emptied out into that road out there. I drove around thinking I could head you off and let you jump into my car, but you were too far ahead of me and you took off running."
Bernice let her head drop a bit. She could feel herself getting emotional again.
"I used to think I'd never seen a miracle, but now I don't know."
Hank finished his whole story, and with Marshall's prodding had also put away most of his dinner. Marshall began to ask questions, which Hank answered from his knowledge of the Scriptures.
"So," Marshall asked and mused at the same time, "when the Gospels talk about Jesus and his disciples casting out unclean spirits, that's what they were really doing?"
"That's what they were doing," Hank answered. Marshall leaned back against the bars and kept right on thinking.
"That would sure explain a lot of things. But what about Sandy? Do you suppose that she's...
"I don't know for sure, but it could be."
"What I talked to yesterday, that wasn't her. She was just crazy. You wouldn't have believed it." He caught himself. "Then again, you probably would."
Hank was excited. "But don't you see what happened? It's a miracle of God, Marshall. All along you were looking into this racketeering and intrigue and wondering how these things could be happening so smoothly and so forcefully, especially in the individual lives of so many people. Well, now you have your how. And now that you've told me what you found out and all that you've been through, I have my why. All this time I've been encountering demonic powers in this town, but I never really knew just what they were up to. Now I know. It has to be the Lord who brought us together."
Marshall gave Hank a wry smile.
"So, where do we go from here, preacher? They've locked us in. They haven't allowed us any communication with our families, friends, lawyers, or anyone. I have a feeling that our constitutional rights aren't going to have much to do with it at this juncture."
Now Hank leaned back against the cold concrete wall and thought about it.
"That part only God knows. But I have a very strong feeling that he got us into this and that he also has a plan for getting us out."
"If we must talk about strong feelings," Marshall countered, "I have some pretty strong feelings that they just want us out of the way while they finish once and for all what they've started. It's going to be interesting to see what's left of the town, our jobs, our homes, our families, and everything else we treasured once we get out of here. If we get out of here."
"Well, have faith. God's in control here."
"Yeah, I just hope he hasn't dropped the ball."
As the two women sat there in the straw in the dark, Bernice tried to explain everything to Susan, her battered face, her cracked rib, what she and Marshall had been through, and the death of Kevin Weed. Susan digested it all for a moment and then said,
"It's Caseph's way. It's the society's way. I should have known better than to have brought Kevin into it. Don't blame yourself. All of us are in this thing, whether we really want to be or not."
Susan forced herself to be unemotional and calculating.
"You're right, at least for now. Some day soon I'll sit down and really think about it, and I'll weep over that man."
She stood up.
"But right now there's too much to do and too little time. Do you think you can walk?" "No, but that hasn't stopped me so far." My car is rented, and I have too many important materials in it to leave it sitting out there. Come on."
With careful and very quiet, well-picked steps, Susan and Bernice made their way to the big barn door. It was very quiet out there.
"Want to go for it?"
Susan asked.
"Sure," said Bernice. "Let's do it."
They started back across the expansive field toward the road where Susan had left her car, using one tree that jutted up against the starry sky as their heading. As they crossed the field again, Bernice noted how much shorter the trip seemed now that she was not fleeing for her life. Susan led the way to where her car was parked. She had pulled it off the road a little way and nestled it in among some trees. She began fumbling in her pocket for the keys.
"Susan,"
said a voice from the woods. The two of them froze.
"Susan Jacobson?"
came the voice again.
Susan whispered excitedly, "I don't believe it."
Bernice answered,
"I don't believe it either." "Kevin?"
Some bushes began to move and swish, and then a man stepped out of the woods. There was no mistaking that lanky frame and that lazy walk.
"Kevin Weed?"
Bernice had to ask again.
"Bernice Kruger," said Kevin. "You made it. Oh, that's great."
After a short moment of speechless amazement and surprise, the embraces came automatically.
"Let's get out of here,"
said Susan. They piled into her car and put some miles between themselves and Baker.
"I got a motel room in Ording, up north of Windsor," said Susan. "We can go there."
It was okay with Bernice and Kevin. Bernice said very happily,
"Kevin, you've just made a liar out of me. I thought for sure you were dead."
"I'm alive for now," Kevin said, not sounding too sure about anything.
"But your truck went into the river."
"Yeah, I know. Some jerk stole it and crashed it. Somebody was trying to kill me." He realized he didn't make much sense, so he started over.
"Hey, I was on my way to meet you at the bridge, like you said. I stopped at the Evergreen to have a few, and I bet some guy slipped me a Mickey. You know, put something in my beer. I got stoned. I was driving down the road to meet up with you, and I was really spacing out, so I pulled over at Tucker's Burgers to throw up or get a drink of water or go to the bathroom or something. I fell asleep in the men's room, man, and I must have slept there all night. I woke up this morning and went outside, and my truck was gone. I didn't know what happened to it until I read about it in the paper. They must still be searching the river for my body." "It's obvious Kasif and his network have us all marked," said Susan. "But I think somebody's looking out for us. Kevin, something very similar happened to me. I ran away from Kasif's ranch on foot. And the only reason I got away was because all the security personnel went chasing somebody else who was trying to get away in one of the big moving vans. Now, who in their right mind would try that, and just at that precise moment?"
Bernice added,
"And I still haven't figured out who in the world that Betsy was."
Susan had been formulating her theory for days.
"I think we'd better start thinking about God."
"God?"
"And angels," Susan added.
She quickly recounted the details of her escape and concluded,
"Listen, somebody came into that room. I know it."
Kevin piped up, "Hey, like maybe it was an angel that stole my truck."
And then Bernice recalled, "You know, there was something about Betsy. It made me just cry. I've never run into anything like that before."
Susan touched her hand.
"Well, it looks like we're all running into something, so whatever we do, we'd better pay attention."
The car continued to speed along back roads, taking a slightly roundabout route toward the little resort town of Orting. Like two comrades in arms, Marshall and Hank were beginning to feel they had known each other all their lives.
"I like your kind of faith," Marshall said. "It's no wonder they tried so hard to get you out of that church."
He chuckled a little.
"Boy, you must feel like the Alamo. You're the only thing standing between the devil and the rest of the town."
Hank smiled weakly.
"I'm not much, believe me, but I'm not the only one. There are saints out there, Marshall, people praying for us. Sooner or later, something's going to break. God won't let Satan have this town that easy."
Marshall pointed his finger at Hank, even shook it a little.
See there? I like that kind of faith. Good and straight.
Of man to stray from God and choose his own way, always to his own hurt. That brought them around to Marshall's family again, and how so many attitudes and actions were the direct result of that basic human self-will and rebellion against God. Marshall shook his head as he saw things in this light.
Hey, our family never did know God. We only went through the motions. No wonder Sandy wouldn't buy it.
Then Hank talked about Jesus, and showed Marshall that this man, whose name was so casually thrown around, and even trampled upon in the world, was far more than just a religious symbol, a lofty, untouchable personality in a stained-glass window. He was the very real, very alive, very personal Son of God, and he could be the personal Lord and Savior of anyone who asked him to be.
I never thought I'd be lying here listening to this, Marshall said suddenly. You're really hitting me where it hurts, you know that?
Well, said Hank, why do you suppose that is? Where's the pain coming from? Marshall took a deep breath as he took the time to think.
I guess from knowing that you're right, which means I've been wrong a long, long time.
Jesus loves you anyway. He knows that's your problem, and that's what he died for.
Yeah, right.
Chapter 35. The motel in Ording was nice, quaint, homey, just like the rest of this town situated along the Judd River on the border of the National Forest. It was a stopping place for sportsmen, built and decorated in a pleasing hunt and fish, hike in the woods motif. Susan wanted no trouble or attention, so she paid for 2 more occupants for the room that night. They went into the room and pulled the shades. They all made a stop in the bathroom, but Bernice remained just a little longer, carefully re-wrapping her ribs and then washing her face. She looked herself over in the mirror and touched her bruises very gingerly, whistling at the sight. It could only get better from here. In the meantime, Susan had flopped her big suitcase on the bed and opened it up. When Bernice finally came out, Susan took a small book from the suitcase and handed it to her.
"This is where it started," she said. "It's your sister's diary."
Bernice didn't know what to say. A diamond would not have been a greater treasure. She could only look down at the little blue diary in her hands, a last surviving link with her dead sister, and struggle to believe it was really there.
How did you get this?" "Julene Langstratt made sure no one ever saw it. She had it stolen from Pat's room, and she gave it to Kasef, from whom I stole it. I became Kasef's girl, you know. His maidservant, he called it. I had regular access to him all the time, and he trusted me. I came across the diary one day while I was straightening up his office, and I recognized it right away because I used to watch Pat write in it almost every night in our dorm room. I sneaked it out, read it, and it woke me up. I used to think Alexander Kasef was, well, the Messiah, the answer for all of mankind, a true prophet of peace and universal brotherhood."
Susan made a face like she was getting sick.
"Oh, he filled my mind with all that kind of talk, but somewhere deep inside I always had my doubts. That little book right there told me to listen to the doubts and not to him."
Bernice thumbed through the pages of the diary. It went back a few years and seemed very detailed. Susan continued,
"You may not want to read it just now. When I read that diary, well, it made me sick for days."
Bernice wanted the end of the story.
"Susan, do you know how my sister really died?"
Susan said angrily,
"Your sister Pat was methodically and viciously done away with by the Universal Consciousness Society. Or I should say the forces behind it. She made the same fatal mistake I've seen so many others make. She found out too much about the society. She showed herself to be an enemy of Alexander Kasef. Listen, what Kasef wants, he gets, and he doesn't care who has to be destroyed, murdered, or mutilated to make sure of it." She shook her head. "I had to be blind not to have seen it happening to Pat. It was right out of the textbook."
So, what about some man named Thomas?
Susan answered directly.
Yes, it was Thomas. He was responsible for her death.
Then she added rather cryptically,
But he wasn't a man.
Bernice was slowly catching on to this new game with its very weird rules.
And now you're going to tell me it wasn't a woman either. Pat was taking a psychology class, and one of her requirements was that she be in a subject pool for psychology experiments. It's in the diary. You'll read it all. A friend persuaded her to volunteer for an experiment involving relaxation techniques. And it was during the experiment that she had what she called a psychic experience, some kind of insight into a higher world, she called it. I'll make it short. You can read it for yourself later. She became extremely enamored by the experience and saw no connection between this scientific exploration and the mystical practices I was into. She kept going back, kept taking part in the experiments, and finally contacted what she called a highly evolved, disembodied human from another dimension, a very wise and intelligent being named Thomas.
Bernice struggled with what she was hearing, but knew she held the documentation for Susan's account, her sister's diary.
So, who was this Thomas really? Just a figment of her imagination? Some things you're just going to have to accept for now, Susan replied with a sigh. We've talked about God, we've toyed with the idea of angels. Now let's try evil spirits, evil spirit entities. To the atheistic scientists, they might appear as extraterrestrials, often with their own spaceships. To evolutionists, they might claim to be highly evolved beings. To the lonely, they might appear as long-lost relatives, speaking from the other side of the grave. Jungian psychologists consider them archetypal images, dredged from the collective consciousness of the human race.
What?
Hey, listen, whatever description or definition fits, whatever shape, whatever form it takes to win a person's confidence and appeal to his vanity, that's the form they take. And they tell the deluded seeker of truth whatever he or she wants to hear, until they finally have that person in their complete control. Like a con game, in other words. It's all a con game. Eastern meditation, witchcraft, divination, science of mind, psychic healing, holistic education. Oh, the list goes on and on. It's all the same thing. Nothing but a ruse to take over people's minds and spirits, even their bodies.
Bernice reviewed memory after memory of their investigation, and Susan's claims fell right into place. Susan continued,
Bernice, we are dealing with a conspiracy of spirit entities. I know. Kasif is crawling with them and takes his orders from them. They do his dirty work. If anyone gets in his way, he has numberless resources in the spiritual realm to clear away the problem in whatever manner is most convenient.
Ted Harmel, Bernice thought.
The Carluccis. How many others? You're not the first person to try to tell me all this. I hope I'm the last person who will have to.
Kevin piped in.
Yeah, I remember how Pat talked about Thomas. He never sounded like he was human. She acted like he was more of a god. She had to ask him before she'd even decide what to eat for breakfast. I thought she'd found some guy, some male chauvinist type.
Susan eased into the bottom line of the story.
Pat had given her will over to Thomas. It didn't take long. It usually doesn't once a person really submits to a spirit's influence. No doubt he took control of her, then terrified her, then convinced her that, well, the Hindus call it karma. It's the delusion that your next life will be better than this one because you've earned enough brownie points. In Pat's case, a self-inflicted death would be nothing more than a way to escape the evil of this lower world and join Thomas in a higher state of existence.
Susan gently flipped the pages of the diary still in Bernice's hands and found the last entry.
There. The last thing in Pat's diary is a love letter to Thomas. She planned to join him soon, and she even mentions how she'll do it.
Bernice could feel revulsion at the thought of reading such a letter, but she began to work her way through the last few pages of her sister's diary.
Pat wrote in a style of someone under a very strange, lofty-sounding delusion. But it was clear she was also disoriented by an irrational fear of life itself. Terrible pain and spiritual anguish had taken over her soul, changing her from the happy-go-lucky Patricia Kruger that Bernice had grown up with to a terrified, aimless, psychotic, completely out of touch with reality. Bernice tried to read on, but she began to feel old wounds reopening. Emotions that had waited for this very moment of final revelation burst from their hiding places like a river through an open floodgate. The scrawled and ambling words on the pages blurred behind a sudden cascade of tears, and her whole body began to quake with sobs. All she wanted to do was shut out the world, disregard this gallant woman and this poor disheveled logger, lie down on the bed and cry. And she did. Hank slept peacefully on his cot in the cell. Marshall was not sleeping at all. He sat up in the dark, his back against the cold, hard bars of the cell, his head drooping, his hand making nervous little trips around his face. He had been shot through the guts. That's what it felt like. Somewhere he had lost his armor plating, his strength, his strong and tough facade. He had always been Marshall Hogan, the hunter, the hound, the stay-out-of-my-way getter of whatever he wanted, a foe to be reckoned with, a guy who could take care of himself. A lump, that's what he was, and nothing but a fool. This Hank Bush was right. Just look at yourself, Hogan. Don't worry about God dropping the ball. You dropped it a long time ago. You blew it, man. You thought you had everything under control, and now where's your family, and where are you? Maybe you've been tricked by these demons Hank's been talking about. And then maybe you've even fooled yourself. Come on, Marshall. You know why you shortchanged your family. You were copping out, singing the same old tune again. And you enjoyed working with that good-looking reporter, didn't you? Teasing her, tossing paper wads at her, for crying out loud. How old are you, 16? Marshall let his own mind and heart tell him the truth, and much of it felt as if he had known it somewhere, but had never listened. How long, he began to wonder, had he been lying to himself? "Kate," he whispered there in the dark, his eyes glistening with tears. "Kate, what have I done?" A big hand reached across the cell and nudged Hank's shoulder. Hank stirred, opened his eyes, and said quietly, "Yeah, what's up?" Marshall was weeping, and he said very quietly, "Hank, I'm just no good. I need God. I need Jesus." How many times in his life had Hank said the words? "Let's pray." After several minutes had passed, Bernice began to feel the flood subsiding. She sat up, still sniffling, but trying to get back to the business at hand. "That's what woke me up," Susan reiterated. "I thought these beings were benevolent. I thought Kasef had all the answers. But I saw them all in their true form when I read what they did to my best friend, your sister." Kevin asked, "So, is that why you came up to me at the carnival and got my number?" "Kasef had a special meeting in town with Langstratt and some other vital conspirators, Oliver Young and Alf Brumell. I came to Ashton with Kasef, tagging right along as I always did. But when I got the opportunity, I sneaked away. I had to take the chance that maybe I'd see you somewhere. Maybe it was God again. It was nothing short of a miracle that I spotted you at the carnival. I needed a friend on the outside I could confide in, someone obscure." Kevin smiled. "Yeah, that describes me pretty well." Susan continued, "Kasef never liked to feel that he didn't have complete control of me. When I slipped away to the carnival, he probably told the others that he'd already sent me there and that they would meet me. When he found me and dragged me behind that silly booth, he talked to them like I had gone ahead and picked out that spot." Bernice said, "And that's when I came across you and snapped your picture. And then Brumell slipped some bills to those two hookers and some instructions to a few of his Windsor friends, and you know the rest." Susan went to her suitcase. "But now for the really big news. Kasef is making his move tomorrow. There's a special meeting scheduled with the Whitmore College Regents at 2 in the afternoon.
Omni Corporation, as a front for the Universal Consciousness Society, plans to buy Whitmore College, and Kasif is closing the deal.
Bernice's eyes widened with horror.
Then we were right. He is going for the college. It's good strategy. The whole town of Ashton is practically built around that college. Once the society and Kasif get established there at Whitmore, they'll have overwhelming influence over the rest of the town. Society people will come in like a swarm, and Ashton will become another sacred city of the universal mind. It's happened enough before, in other towns, in other countries.
Bernice pounded the bed in frustration.
Susan, we have records of Eugene Baylor's financial transactions. Evidence that might show how the college was undermined. But we haven't been able to make any sense of it all.
Susan pulled a little canister out of her suitcase.
Actually, you only have half the picture. Baylor's no fool. He knew how to cover his tracks so his embezzlements on behalf of Omni wouldn't be noticed. What you need is the other side of those transactions, Kasif's own records.
She held the canister out for them to see.
I didn't have room for all that material. I did photograph it, though, and if we could get this film developed, we have a darkroom at the Clarion. We could print that film right away. Let's check out of here.
They scrambled. The remnant continued to pray. None had been able to see or even hear from Hank since his arrest. The police station was manned at all times by strange police no one had ever seen in Ashton before. And none of these officers knew anything about how to visit anyone in jail or how to bail them out, nor would they let anyone in to find out. It seemed Ashton had become a police state. Fear, anger, and prayer increased. Something terrible was happening to the town, and they all knew it vividly. But what could be done in a town with deaf authorities, in a county whose offices were closed for the weekend? The phone lines continued to hum, both in the town and going out across the country to relatives and friends, all of whom dropped to their knees to intercede and called their own authorities and legislators. Alf Ramel stayed away from his office, avoiding any distraught Christians with sermons to deliver about their pastor's constitutional rights, or an official's duty to the will of the people, or anything else. He remained in Langstradt's apartment, pacing the floor, worrying, sweating, waiting for 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Grandma Duster kept praying and reassuring everyone that God had everything under control. She reminded them of what the angels had told her, and then many recalled what they had dreamed or heard in their mind while praying, or seen in a vision or felt in their spirits. And they continued to pray for the town. And everywhere, from every direction, new visitors continued to arrive in the town of Ashton, riding in on passing hay trucks, hitchhiking in like summer backpackers, gliding in through the cornfields and then through the back streets, roaring in like wild bikers, bussing in like high schoolers, hiding in the trunks and under the bellies of every vehicle that traveled through on Highway 27. And steadily the nooks, crannies, unused rooms, and countless other hiding places all over the town became alive with still, silent figures, their burly hands upon their swords, their golden eyes piercing and alert, their ears tuned to one particular sound from one particular trumpet. Above the town, concealed in the trees, Tal could still look out across the wide valley and see Rayfar in the big dead tree overseeing the activities of his demons. Captain Tal continued to watch and wait. In the remote valley, a rapidly growing cloud of demon spirits churned for a radius of 2 miles all around the ranch, towering as high as the mountain tops. Their numbers were beyond counting, their density such that the cloud totally obscured anything within it. The spirits danced and wailed like drunken brawlers, waving their swords, raving and drooling, their eyes wild with madness. Myriads of them paired off, jousting, sparring, testing one another's skills. In the darkened center of the cloud, in the big stone house, the strong man sat with narrowed eyes and a crooked smirk that deepened the folds of his sagging face. In the company of his generals, he took time to gloat over the news he had just received from Ashton.
Prince Rayfar has satisfied my wishes. He has fulfilled his mission.
the strong man said, and then bared his ivory fangs with a drooling smile. I will like that little town. In my hands it will grow like a tree and fill the countryside. He savored the next thought. I may never have to stir myself from that place. What do you think? Shall we have our home at last? The tall and loathsome generals all muttered affirmatively. The strong man rose from his seat, and the others snapped to a stiff and upright stance of attention. Our Mr. Kasuf has been calling me for some time now. Prepare the ranks. We will leave immediately. The generals shot out through the roof of the house into the cloud, shrieking their orders, assembling their troops. The strong man unfolded his wings in a regal manner, then floated like a monstrous overweight vulture into the basement room where Alexander Kasuf, sitting cross-legged on a large cushion, chanted the strong man's name again and again. The strong man alighted right in front of Kasuf and observed him for a moment, drinking in Kasuf's worship and spiritual groveling. Then, with a swift movement, the strong man stepped forward and let his huge frame dissolve into Kasuf's body, as Kasuf twitched and writhed grotesquely. In a moment the possession was complete, and Alexander Kasuf awakened from his meditation. The time has come, he said with the strong man's look in his eyes. Chapter 36. Susan turned the rented car into the little gravel parking area behind the Ashton Clarion. It was 5 a.m. and just beginning to get light outside. Somehow, as far as they knew, they had not been seen by any of the police. The town seemed quiet, and the day promised to be pleasant and sunny. Bernice went to a special hiding place behind a pair of dented garbage cans and found the key to the back door. In a quick and silent moment, all three were inside. Don't turn any lights on, make any noise, or go near any windows, Bernice cautioned them. The dark room's in here. Everybody come in before I turn on the light. All three squeezed into the little dark room. Bernice closed the door and then found the light switch. She prepared her chemicals, double-checked the film, then got the little developing tank ready. She switched off the light, and they stood in total blackness. Freaky, Kevin said. This will only take a few minutes. Boy, I haven't the slightest idea of what's happening to Marshall, but I don't dare to try to find out. What about your answering machine? There might be some messages on it. That's a thought. I can check that out as soon as I get this film all loaded in here. I'm almost finished. Then Bernice had another thought. I wonder about Sandy Hogan, too. She pitched a lamp at her father and ran out of the house. Yes, you were telling me about that. I don't know where she'd go unless she's decided to run off with that Sean character. With who? Susan asked abruptly. Who did you say? Some guy named Sean. Sean Ormsby? Susan asked. Uh-oh, it sounds like you know him. I'm afraid Sandy Hogan could be in real trouble. Sean Ormsby appears quite a few times in your sister's diary. He's the one who got Pat involved in those parapsychology experiments. He encouraged her to continue them, and he's the one who eventually introduced her to Thomas. The darkroom light clicked on. The developing tank was loaded and ready, but all Bernice could do was stare white-faced at Susan. Madeline was not a beautiful, golden-haired, highly evolved superhuman from a higher dimension. Madeline was a demon, a hideous, leather-skinned monster with sharp talons and a subtle, deceiving nature. For Madeline, Sandy Hogan had been a very easy and vulnerable prey. Sandy's deep wounds concerning her father made her an ideal subject for the candy of illusionary love Madeline was able to dangle before her. And now it seemed that Sandy would follow whatever course Madeline said was right for her life, believing whatever Madeline said. Madeline loved it when she got people to that point. Patricia Kruger, though, had been a challenge. Then, disguised as handsome, benevolent Thomas, this demon had quite a struggle getting Patricia to believe he was really there. It had taken some very heavy-handed hallucinations and well-timed coincidences, not to mention the very best of his psychic signs and wonders. It wasn't enough to just bend keys and spoons. He had to carry out some very impressive materializations as well. Finally, he had succeeded, though, and fulfilled Baal Lucius's bidding. Pat had ceremonially done away with herself, and she would never know the love of God again. But what of Sandy Hogan? What would the new Baal Rayfar want done with her? The demon, now calling himself, or herself, Madeline, approached the great prince on his big dead tree.
"My lord," said Madeline, bowing low with respect, "do I understand that Marshal Hogan is defeated and powerless?"
"He is," said Rayfar.
"And what would you wish for Sandy Hogan, his daughter?"
Rayfar was about to answer, but then hesitated, giving the matter a little more thought. At length he said,
"Do not destroy her. Not yet. Our foe is as subtle as I, and I would like one more assurance against any success of this Marshal Hogan. The strong man comes today. Hold her against that time."
Rayfar dispatched a messenger along with Madeline to visit Professor Langstratt. Sean was awakened by an early morning phone call from the professor.
"Sean," said Langstratt, "I've heard from the masters. They want some extra assurances that Hogan will not be an obstacle to today's business. Is Sandy still there with you?"
Sean could look out from his bedroom into the living room of his small apartment. Sandy was still on the couch, still asleep. "I still have her."
"The meeting with the regents will take place in the administration building, the third-floor conference room. A room across the hall, 326, has been reserved for us and the other psychics. Bring Sandy with you. The masters want her there."
"We'll be there." As Langstratt hung up the phone, she could hear Alf Brumell clattering about in the kitchen. "Julene," he called, "where's the coffee?"
"Don't you think you're nervous enough?" she asked him, leaving her bedroom and going into the kitchen.
"I'm just trying to wake up," he muttered, shakily putting a pot of water on the stove.
"Wake up? You haven't even slept, Alf."
"Have you?" he retorted.
"Quite well," she said very mildly.
Langstratt, primly dressed, looked ready to leave for the college. Brumell was a wreck, his eyes sunken, his hair disheveled, still in a bathrobe. He said, "I'll just be glad when this day's over and everything quiets down. As chief of police, I think I've broken about every law in the books." She put her hand on his shoulder and said reassuringly,
"All this new world growing around you will be your friend, Alf. We are the law now. You've helped to bring in the new order, an ultimately good deed that deserves reward."
"Well, we'd better make good and sure of that. That's all I have to say."
"You can help, Alf. Several of the prime leaders will be meeting just across the hall, the same time as the closure meeting this afternoon. With our combined psychic energies, we can assure that nothing will stand in the way of complete success."
"I don't know if I even dare go out in public. I guess the arrests of Bush and Hogan have a lot of people riled. Church people, I might add. This rape charge hasn't hurt Bush nearly as much as it was supposed to. Most of the people in the church are coming at me, wondering what I'm trying to pull."
"You will be there," she said plainly. "Oliver will be there, as will the others. And Sandy Hogan will be there."
He spun and looked at her in horror. "What? Why is Sandy Hogan going to be there?"
"Insurance."
Brumell's eyes widened and his voice trembled.
"Another one? You're going to kill another one?" Her eyes grew very cold. "I do not kill anyone. I only let the masters decide."
"So what have they decided?"
"You are to let Hogan know that his daughter is in our hands, and that he would be very wise not to interfere with anything that happens from this day forward."
"You want me to tell him?"
"Mr. Brumell."
Her voice was chilling. She stepped toward him intimidatingly, and he backed up a few steps.
"Marshal Hogan happens to be in your jail. You are in charge of him. You will tell him."
With that, she stepped out the front door and went off to the college. Brumell stood there for a moment, nonplussed, frustrated, afraid. His thoughts swam about like a school of frightened fish. He forgot why he was even in the kitchen. "Brumell, you've had it. What makes you think you're not just as dispensable as anyone else society considers a commodity, a tool, a pawn? And let's face it, Brumell, you are a pawn. Julene's using you to do her dirty work, and now she's setting you up as nothing less than an accessory to murder. If I were you, I'd start looking out for number one. This whole plan will be found out sooner or later, and guess who'll be caught holding the bag? Brumell kept thinking about it, and his thoughts ceased to swim about. They all began to run the same direction. This was madness, utter madness. The masters say this, and the masters say that. But what's it to them? They don't have wrists that can be handcuffed. They don't have jobs to lose. They don't have faces they could be afraid to show around town someday. Brumell, why don't you stop Julene before she totally ruins your life? Why don't you stop all this madness and be a real, genuine lawman for once? Yeah, thought Brumell, why don't I? If I don't, we're all going to sink on this crazy ship. Lucius, the deposed Prince of Ashton, stood in the kitchen with Alf Brumell, the chief of police, having a little discussion with him. This Alf Brumell always was rather flimsy. Perhaps Lucius could make use of this commodity. Jimmy Dunlop arrived at the courthouse at 7:30 Sunday morning, ready to begin his shift. To his surprise, the parking lot was full of people, young couples, old couples, little old ladies. It looked like a misplaced church picnic. Even as he pulled in, he could see every eye focusing on his policeman's uniform. Oh no, now they were coming his way. Mary Bush and Edith Duster recognized Jimmy right away. He was the young and very rude officer who turned them away from visiting Hank last night. Now they were right up at the head of this crowd, and although none of these people had any intention of doing anything rash or improper, they were not about to be trodden on. Jimmy had to get out of his car whether he wanted to or not. He did have to report to work today. "Officer Dunlop," said Mary quite brazenly, "I believe you told me last night that you would arrange for me to visit my husband today." "If you'll excuse me," he said, trying to push his way past. "Officer," said John Coleman respectfully, "we're here to ask that you honor her request to see her husband." Jimmy was a police officer. He did represent the law. He had a lot of authority. The only problem was he didn't have any guts. He said, "Listen, you'll have to break up this gathering or face possible arrest." Abe Sterling stepped forward. He was an attorney who was a friend of an uncle of Andy Forsythe, and he had been gotten out of bed last night and invited for just this occasion. "This is a legal, peaceful gathering," he reminded Jimmy. "According to the definition of RCS 14.021.217, and the decision rendered in Stratford County Superior Court in Ames versus the County of Stratford." "Yeah," said several. "That's right. Listen to the man." Jimmy was flustered. He looked toward the front door of the courthouse. 2 officers from the Windsor precinct were guarding the fort. Jimmy walked toward them, wondering why they were letting this continue. "Hey," he asked them with a subdued voice, "what's all this about? Why didn't you get rid of these people?" "Hey, Jimmy," said one, "this is your town, your ball game. We figured you had the answers, so we told them to wait till you got here." Jimmy looked at all the faces looking back at him. No, ignoring this problem would not make it go away. He asked the officer, "How long have all these people been here?" "Since about 6. You should have been here then. They were having a regular church service." "And they can do that?" "Talk to that lawyer of theirs. They have the right to peaceful demonstration so long as they don't impede the regular conduct of business. They've been behaving themselves." "So what do I do now?" The 2 officers only looked at each other somewhat blankly. Abe Sterling was right behind Jimmy. "Officer Dunlop, you are within the law to hold a suspect for up to 72 hours without charges. But seeing as the suspect's wife does have the right to contact her husband, we are ready to file suit in Stratford County Superior Court, requiring you to appear and show just cause why she has been denied that right." "You hear that?" someone piped up. I'll have to talk to the police chief." Under his breath, he was cursing Alf Brumell for getting him into this mess. "Where is Alf Brumell, anyway? This is his pastor he's thrown in jail," Edith Duster declared. I don't know anything about it," John Coleman said. "Then we as citizens are asking you to find out, and we would like to talk to Chief Brumell. Can you please arrange that?" I'll see what I can do, Jimmy said, turning for the door. I wish to see my husband, Mary said quite loudly, stepping forward with her jaw set firmly. I'll see what I can do, Jimmy said again, and ducked inside. Edith Duster turned to the others and said, Just remember, brothers and sisters, we are not contending against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the powers, against the world rulers of this present darkness, against the spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. She got several amens to that, followed by someone starting a worship song. Immediately the whole remnant took up the song and sang it loudly, worshiping God and making his praise heard in that parking lot. Rafar could hear the praise from where he stood on the hill above the town, and he glowered at these saints of God. Let them whine over their fallen pastor. Their singing would be curtailed soon enough when the strong man and his hordes arrived. Countless spirits were arriving in the town of Ashton, but they were not the kind Rafar desired. They rushed in under the ground. They filtered in under the cover of occasional clouds. They sneaked in by riding invisibly in cars, trucks, vans, buses. In hiding places all over the town, one warrior would be joined by another. Those two would be joined by two more. Those four would be joined by four. They too could hear the singing. They could feel the strength coursing through them with every note. Their swords droned with the resonance of the worship. It was the worship and the prayers of these saints that had called them here in the first place. The remote valley was now a huge bowl of boiling, swirling ink, accented by myriads of glowing yellow eyes. The cloud of demons had multiplied so that it filled the valley like a boiling sea. Alexander Kasich, possessed by the strong man, stepped out of his big stone house and got into his waiting limousine. All the papers were ready for signing. His attorneys would meet him at the administration building on the Whitmore College campus. This was the day he had waited and prepared for. As the limousine carrying Kasich and the strong man made its way up the winding road, the sea of demons began to shift in that direction like the turn of the tide. The drone of countless billions of wings rose in pitch and intensity. Streams of demons began to trickle over the sides of the big bowl, flowing out between the mountain peaks like hot, sulphurous tar. In the dark room at the Ashton Clarion, Bernice and Susan stood at the enlarger, looking down at the projected image of the negatives Bernice had just developed.
Yes, said Susan. This is the first page of the college embezzlement records. You'll notice the name of the college doesn't appear anywhere. However, the amounts received should match exactly the amounts dispersed from the college records. Yes, the records we have, or our accountant has. See here, it's been a pretty steady flow of funds. Eugene Baylor has been skimming and channeling college investments just a little at a time into various accounts elsewhere, every one of which is actually a front organization for Omni and the Society. So, the so-called investments have all been going into Kasich's pocket. And I'm sure they will comprise a substantial part of the monies Kasich will use to buy the college out.
Bernice moved the film forward again. Several frames of financial records rolled by in a blur.
Wait, said Susan. There, go back a few frames.
Bernice rolled the film back.
Yes, there. I got this from some of Kasich's personal notes. It's hard to make out the handwriting, but look at this list of names.
Bernice did have trouble making out the handwriting, but she had written those names herself quite a few times.
Harmel, Jefferson, she read. You haven't seen these yet, Susan said, pointing to the bottom of a very lengthy list.
There, in Kasich's own writing, were the names Hogan, Kruger, and Strawn.
I take it this is some kind of hit list, Bernice asked. Exactly. It goes on for hundreds of names. Notice the red X's after many of them.
They were disposed of?
Bought out, driven out, maybe murdered, maybe ruined reputations or finances or both. And I thought our list was long. This is the tip of the iceberg. I have other documents that we need to get photocopied and stored somewhere safe. It could all work into a very good case against not only Kasich, but the Omni Corporation. Evidence that could prove a long history of wiretapping, extortion, racketeering, terrorism, murder. Kasich's creativity in these areas knows no bounds. The ultimate gangster.
With an international mob, don't forget. Unnaturally unified by their common allegiance to the Universal Consciousness Society. Just then Kevin, who had been running off photocopies of Susan's stolen documents, hissed at them.
Hey, there's a cop out there.
Susan and Bernice froze.
Where? Asked Bernice. What's he doing?
He's across the street.
It's a stakeout, I'll bet.
Susan and Bernice went carefully toward the front to look. They found Kevin crouched in the doorway of the copier room. It was broad daylight now, and light was streaming in the front office windows. Kevin pointed to a plain old Ford parked across the street, just visible through the front windows. A plainly dressed man sat behind the wheel, doing nothing in particular.
Kelsey, said Weed. I've had some run-ins with him. Dressed in his civvies and driving an old Ford, but I'd know that face a mile away.
More of Brammel's doing, no doubt, said Bernice.
So what do we do now? Susan asked.
Get down, Kevin hissed. They ducked into doorways just as another man came up to the front window and looked inside.
Michelson, said Kevin. Kelsey's partner.
Michelson tried the door. It was locked. He looked through the other front window, and then he walked out of sight.
Time for another miracle, huh?
Bernice said, a little sarcastically. Hank awoke early that morning and thought for sure that some great miraculous intervention of God had occurred, or that he was about to ascend into heaven, or that the angels had come to rescue him, or he just didn't know what. But as he lay there on his cot, half asleep, still in that semi-conscious state where you're not too sure of what is real and what isn't, he heard worship songs and hymns floating around his head. He even thought he could hear Mary's voice singing among all those other voices. For a long time he just lay there enjoying it, not wanting to wake up for fear that it might go away. But Marshall exclaimed,
"What the heck is that?"
He heard it too. Hank woke up at last. He jolted up from his cot and went to the bars. The sound was coming in through the window at the end of the cell block. Marshall joined him, and they listened together. They could hear the name Jesus being sung and praised.
"We've made it, Hank," said Marshall. "We're in heaven."
Hank was crying. If those people out there only knew what a blessing this was. Suddenly he knew he was not in prison any longer, not really. The gospel of Jesus Christ was not imprisoned, and he and Marshall were now two of the freest men in the world. The two of them listened for a while, and then, startling Marshall a little, Hank started singing too. It was a song painting Jesus Christ as a victorious warrior and the church as his army. Hank knew all the words, of course, and belted them right out. A little embarrassed, Marshall looked around. The two car thieves in the next cell were still too dumbfounded to complain yet. The phony check writer only shook his head and went back to his paperback novel. Some other guy in the last cell, offense unknown, cursed a little, but not too loudly.
"Come on, Marshall," prodded Hank. "Jump in. We just might sing ourselves out of this place."
Marshall only smiled and shook his head. Just then the big door at the end of the cell block burst open, and in strode Jimmy Dunlop, his face red and his hands shaking.
"What's going on in here?" he demanded. "Do you know you're causing a disturbance?"
"Oh, we're just enjoying the music," Hank said, all smiles. Jimmy shook his finger at Hank and said,
"Will you cut that religious stuff out right now? It has no place in a public jail. If you want to sing, you do it in church somewhere, not here."
Yeah, thought Marshall. I think I know the words well enough by now. He started singing as loudly as he could, singing right at Jimmy Dunlop. It brought a very satisfying response from Jimmy. He turned on his heels and got out of there, slamming the door after him. Another song began, and Marshall thought that maybe he'd heard this one somewhere before, maybe at Sunday school. "Thank you, Lord, for saving my soul." He sang it loudly, standing next to that young man of God, the two of them holding on to those cell bars.
"Paul and Silas," Marshall suddenly exclaimed. "Yeah, now I remember."
From that point, Marshall wasn't singing for Jimmy Dunlop's sake. Tal could hear the music from where he stood in hiding. His face was still a little grim, but he nodded his head with satisfaction. A messenger arrived with the news. "The strong man is on his way." Another messenger informed him, We have prayer cover now from 32 cities. There are 14 more being raised up. Tal brought out his sword. He could feel the blade resonating with the worship of the saints, and he could sense the power of God's presence. He smiled a slight smile and put the sword back. Gather in the sources. Lemley, Strawn, Natalie, Cole, and Parker. Do it abruptly. The timing will be important. Several warriors disappeared to their missions.
Chapter 37. Sandy Hogan continued to primp in front of the mirror in Sean's bathroom, nervously brushing her hair, checking her makeup. Oh, I hope I look okay. Whatever will I say? What will I do? I've never been to a meeting like this before. Sean had given her some explosively good news. Professor Langstrath had decided that Sandy was an excellent subject with exceptional psychic abilities, so much so that Sandy was now being considered as a prime candidate for a special initiation into some kind of exclusive fellowship of psychics, an international fellowship. Sandy now recalled hearing just a fleeting mention here and there of some kind of universal consciousness group, and it had always sounded like something very lofty, very secret, even sacred. She had never dreamed that she would be granted such an extraordinary opportunity to actually meet other psychics and become a part of their circle of confidence. She could imagine the new experiences and the higher insights that could be achieved in the company of so many gifted people, all combining their psychic skills and energies in the continuing search for enlightenment. Madeline, did you have something to do with this? Just wait till we meet again. I have a hug and a load of thanks to give you. Bernice, Susan, and Kevin could do nothing but try to preserve the evidence Susan had gathered at so great a risk. Bernice made prints of all the pictures Susan had taken. Then Kevin ran photocopies of the prints, along with copies of all the other material. Bernice looked about the building for a good hiding place to stash all the material. Susan looked over a map and pondered different escape routes out of town, different means of getting out, different people they could call once they did get out. Then the telephone rang. They had ignored it before and let the answering machine squawk out its usual message. But this time, after the little beep tone, a voice said, "Hello, this is Harvey Cole, and I've completed working on those accounts you gave me." "Wait," said Bernice. "Turn it up." Susan crawled over to the desk in the front office where the answering machine was sitting and turned up the volume. Harvey Cole's voice continued. "I really need to get in touch with you as soon as possible." Bernice snatched up the telephone in Marshall's office. "Hello, Harvey? This is Bernice." Susan and Kevin were horrified. "What are you doing? The cops are going to hear this, man." Harvey said through the telephone and also through the turned-up answering machine, "Oh, you're there. I heard you were arrested last night. The police won't tell me anything. I didn't know where to call." "Harvey, just listen. Got a pen or a pencil?" "Yeah, now I do." "Call my uncle. His name is Jerry Dallas. His number is 240-9946. Tell him you know me. Tell him it's an emergency, and tell him you have materials to show Justin Parker, the county prosecutor." "What? Not so fast." Bernice labored through the information again, more slowly.
"Now, this conversation is probably being listened to by Alf Bromell or one of his lackeys on the Ashton police force. So I want you to make sure that if anything happens to me, that information will still go to the prosecutor, so he'll wonder what's going on in this town."
"Am I supposed to write that down, too?"
"No, just make sure you get in touch with Justin Parker. If you possibly can, get him to call us here."
"But, Bernice, I was going to say it's pretty clear that the funds have been going out, but the records don't show where."
"We have the records that show where. We have everything. Tell my uncle that."
"Okay, Bernice. You really are in trouble, then."
"The police are after me. They'll probably find out I'm here because I'm talking to you and our phone has been bugged. You'd better hurry."
Yeah, okay."
Harvey hung up quickly.
Susan and Kevin looked at each other and then at Bernice. She looked back at them and could only say,
"Call it a gamble."
Susan shrugged.
"Well, we didn't have any better ideas."
The phone rang again.
Bernice hesitated, waiting for the answering machine to go through its little recitation. Then came the voice. "Marshal, this is Al Lemley. Listen, I've got some pretty stirred-up feds here in New York that want to talk to you about your man Kasif. They've been tracking him for quite some time, and if you can supply them with any good evidence, they'd be interested." Bernice picked up the phone again.
"Al Lemley? This is Bernice Kruger. I work for Marshall. Can you bring those men to Ashton today?"
"What? Hello?" Lemley was taken aback. "Are you real or recording?"
"Very real, and very much in need of your help. Marshall's in jail, and—"
"In jail?"
"A bum rap. It's Kasif's doing. He's taking over the Whitmore College today at 2. He has Marshall in the slammer to keep him out of the way, and I'm a fugitive at large. It's a long story, but your friends will love it, and we've secured the documents to prove every word of it."
"What was the name again?" Bernice labored through her name again and had to spell it twice.
"Listen, they bugged this phone, so they probably know where I am now. So would you please hurry up and get here and bring all the good guys you can find? There are none left in this town."
Al Lemley knew enough. "Okay, Bernice, I'll do anything and everything I can. And those 8-balls who bugged your phone had better be warned that if things aren't downright peachy by the time we get there, there will most certainly be trouble."
"Make it the administration building on the Whitmore College campus, at or before 2.
"See you then."
Now Kevin and Susan were beginning to lighten up a bit.
"What was that you wanted?" asked Susan. "Another miracle?"
The phone rang again. Bernice didn't wait this time, but snatched it right up. A voice said,
"Hello? This is State Attorney General Norm Mattingly, calling for Marshal Hogan."
Susan couldn't hold down a little squeal. Kevin said,
All right.
Bernice spoke to Mattingly.
"Mr. Mattingly, this is Bernice Kruger, reporter for the Clarion. I work for Mr. Hogan."
Yes."
Mattingly seemed to be conferring with someone else.
"Yes, Eldon Strawn is standing right here with me, and he tells me there's some kind of trouble there in Ashton."
"The worst kind. It's all coming together today. We've gained some substantial evidence to show you. How soon can you get here?"
"Well, I wasn't planning on doing that."
"The town of Ashton is going to be taken over by an international terrorist organization at 2 o'clock today."
"What?"
Bernice could hear the muffled voice of Eldon Strawn, probably pounding away at Mattingly's other ear.
Well, where's Mr. Hogan? Eldon's concerned for his safety."
"I'm sure that Mr. Hogan is not at all safe. He and I were ambushed by the local mobsters last night during a routine investigation. Marshall fought them off while I fled. I've been in hiding ever since, and I have no idea what's happened to Mr. Hogan."
"What on earth? Are you—"
Eldon kept talking in Mattingly's other ear.
"Well, I'm going to need some kind of concrete evidence, something that will wash legally."
"We have it, but we'll need your direct and immediate intervention. Can you come and bring some real police with you? It's a matter of life and death."
"This had better be on the up and up."
"Get here, please, before 2. I would advise meeting us at the administration building on the Whitmore College campus."
"All right," said Mattingly, his voice still sounding a bit hesitant. "I'll get down there and see whatever it is you have to show me."
Bernice hung up, and the phone immediately rang again.
"Clarion?"
"Hello, this is County Prosecutor Justin Parker. With whom am I speaking?"
Bernice clapped her hand over the receiver and whispered to Susan,
"There is a God."
Alf Brumell could not stand it any more. Things were getting out of his control, things that had a lot to do with his own future and security. He could not stay away from the police station any longer. He had to be there to be sure of what was going on, to keep things from becoming irreversibly messed up, where were those car keys? He got into his car and raced through town to the station. The remnant was still singing in the parking lot when he arrived, and by the time he knew who they were and why they were there, it was too late to sneak away. He had to pull in and park. They converged on his car like a voracious swarm of mosquitoes.
"Where have you been, Chief? When's Hank going to get out? Mary would like to see him." "What in blazes do you think you're doing to that man? He hasn't raped anyone." "You'd better be ready to kiss your job goodbye."
"Best foot forward, Alf, if you intend to save the rest of you."
Where is Mary?"
Mary waved to him from the front steps of the courthouse.
He tried to make a beeline for her, and once the people saw the direction he was heading, they were more willing to make way for him. Mary started asking him questions as soon as he was within earshot of her shouts. "Mr. Brumell, I would like to see my husband, and how dare you allow this travesty?" Brumell had never in his life seen sweet, seemingly vulnerable Mary Bush so feisty. He tried to think of what to say. "It's been a real madhouse around here. I'm sorry I've been away." "My husband is innocent, and you know it," she said quite firmly. "We don't know how you intend to get away with this, but we are here to see that you don't." With that comment, a flurry of shouts in agreement thundered up from the crowd. Brumell tried the intimidation approach. "Now listen to me, all of you. No one is above the law, regardless of who they are. Pastor Bush has been accused as a sexual offender, and I have no choice but to carry out my duties as an officer of the law. I can't help if we are friends or fellow church members. This is a matter of law." "Bonk!" came a deep-throated shout near Brumell. Brumell turned toward the voice to correct it, but then turned pale as he saw the face of Lou Stanley, his old comrade in arms. Lou stood his ground firmly, one hand on his belt, the other pointing right into Brumell's face as he said, "You've talked about pulling a stunt like this many times, Alf. I've heard you say that all you needed was the right opportunity. Well, now I'm saying that you've done it. I'm accusing you, Alf. If anybody wants my testimony in any court of law against you, they've got it." A cheer and some jeers went up. Then Brumell got another shock. Gordon Mayer, the church treasurer, stepped to the front of the crowd, and he too pointed his finger right in Brumell's face. "Alf's simple dissent is one thing, but flat-out conspiracy is quite another. You'd better be really sure of what you're doing." Brumell was backed against the wall. Gordon, we have to do what's best. Well, count me out," Mayer said. "I've done enough for you." Brumell turned away from his two former comrades, only to come face to face with the suddenly cleaned-up Bobby Corsi. "Hey, Chief Brumell," said Bobby. "Remember me? Guess who I'm working for now?" Brumell was speechless. He began to walk toward the police department door, as if there would be some shelter in there from all this disaster. Andy Forsyth did not block his way, but walked close enough to him to cause him to stop. "Mr. Brumell," said Andy, "there's a young wife back there who would still like a request considered." Brumell walked more briskly. "I'll see what I can do, all right? Let me check the status of things. Just wait. I'll be with you in a moment." As quickly as he could, he ducked through the door and locked it behind him just in time. The crowd followed him like a wave and pressed up against the door, blockading him inside. His new receptionist sat wide-eyed at the reception desk, looking out the window at all the angry faces. Should I call the police?" she asked. "No," said Brumell. "They're just some friends here to see me." With that, he disappeared into his office and closed the door. Julene. This was her fault. He was sick of her, sick of this whole thing. He saw a note on his desk. Sam Turner had left a message to call. He rang the number, and Sam answered. "How's it looking, Sam?" Brumell asked. "No good. Alf, listen, I've been on the phone all morning. No one wants to call any emergency congregational meeting. They have no intentions of voting Hank out, and few of them buy this rape business. Let's face it, Alf, you blew it." "I blew it?" Brumell exploded. "I blew it? Wasn't this your idea, too?" "Don't you say that," came Turner's reply very threateningly. "Don't you ever say that. So now you're not going to stand by me either." "There's nothing to stand by, Alf. The plan just didn't fly. Bush is a Boy Scout, and everybody knows it. You just won't get this rape charge to stick." "Sam, we were in this together. It was going to work." "It didn't, buddy. Hank's in to stay. That's the way I see it, and I'm withdrawing from this whole thing. You do what you have to, but you better do something, or your name won't be worth a dung heap by the time this is over." "Well, thanks a lot, buddy." Brumell angrily hung up. He looked at the clock. It was just about noon. The meeting would take place in 2 hours. Hogan. He still had to get a message to Hogan about Sandy. Oh, brother, here was another of Julene's fine messes. "Sure, Julene, you bet. I'm already pegged with this bum rap against Bush, and now you want me to go on record as an accessory to whatever you have planned for Sandy Hogan. And what about Kruger? Who had she been able to snitch to about this whole thing? He bolted from his office and went down the hall to the dispatch room. "Anything yet on that fugitive?" he asked the lone dispatcher. The dispatcher stuffed a bite of peanut butter sandwich into his cheek and said, "No, it's been pretty quiet." "Nothing even at the Clarion?" "There's a strange car parked out back, but it's out of state. They still haven't traced the plates yet." "They haven't? Get those plates traced. Check that building. Somebody could be in there." "They haven't seen anybody." "Check the building," Brumell exploded. The receptionist called from up the hall.
"Captain Brumell, Bernice Kruger's on the telephone. Should I take a message?"
"No!" he screamed, running up the hall to his office. "I'll take it in here." He slammed his office door behind him and grabbed his telephone. "Hello?" He hit the second button on his phone. "Hello?"
"Mr. Alfred Brumell?"
came a very condescending voice. "Bernice."
"It's time we had a talk."
"All right. Where are you?"
"Don't be an absolute idiot. Listen, I'm calling to give you an ultimatum. I've been talking to the state attorney general, the county prosecutor, and the feds. I have evidence, and I mean some really hard stuff, that will blow your little plot wide open, and they're all on their way here to see it."
"You're bluffing."
"You have the conversations on tape, no doubt. Just play them back."
Brumell smiled a bit. She had given away where she was. "And just what is your ultimatum?"
"Spring Hogan, now, and call off your manhunt for me. In 2 hours, I intend to show my face in this town, and I want no harassment, especially since I'll be accompanied by many very special guests."
"You're at the Clarion right now, aren't you?"
"Yes, of course I am. And I can see, what's-his-name, Kelsey, sitting out there in that old heap, he and his partner Michelson. I want you to call those guys off. If you don't, all the big boys in the world will know what happened to me. If you do, it can only help you."
I still say you're bluffing."
"Play your little bugging machine, Alf. See if I'm telling you the truth. I'll wait to see that car pull away."
Click. She hung up. Brumell dashed to the cabinet and opened the doors. He pulled out the recorder. He hesitated, thought furiously, froze for a moment. He shoved the recorder back into the cabinet, slammed the door shut, and dashed down the hall to the dispatch room. The dispatcher was still munching on his sandwich. Brumell reached right across his lap and grabbed the microphone, throwing the talk switch. "Units 2 and 3, Kelsey, Michelson, 1019. Repeat, 1019, immediately." The dispatcher looked up with delight. "Hey, what happened? Did Kruger turn herself in?" Alf Brumell never was good at comebacks for stupid or ill-timed questions. He dashed up the hall to the front desk and dialed the courthouse. "Get me Dunlop." Dunlop picked up the other end. "Jimmy, Hogan, and Bush are being released on personal recognizance. Turn them loose." Jimmy gave him some more dumb questions. "Just do what you're told and leave the paperwork to me. Now go." He slammed down the phone and disappeared into his office. The receptionist continued looking out the window at all those people. They were starting to sing again. It sounded kind of nice. Bernice, Susan, and Kevin waited nervously for either a very good or a very bad thing to happen. Either Brumell would play ball or they would be getting high on tear gas within minutes. But then they heard an engine starting up across the street. "Hey," said Kevin. Susan still wrung her hands a little. Bernice just watched, unwilling to believe anything good too quickly. The old Ford pulled away with both Kelsey and Michelson in it. Bernice didn't want to wait around. "Let's pack all this stuff in that suitcase again and get over to the courthouse. Marshall's going to need a catching up." "You don't need to tell me twice," said Kevin. All Susan could say was, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God." Alf Brumell heard only one short segment of one telephone conversation, the one between Bernice and State Attorney General Norm Matterly. He knew Matterly's voice, and yes, it made perfectly good sense that Eldon Strawn would go to Matterly if Strawn had some genuinely reliable information. Brumell cursed aloud. Reliable information. All Matterly had to do was find this blankety-blank recorder sitting here, tapped illegally into all those phones. The receptionist buzzed him. He reached over to his desk and hit the intercom switch. "Yeah," he said very crossly. "Jolene Langstratt on line 2, she said. "Take a message," he said, and flipped off his switch. He knew why she was calling. She was going to nag him, remind him to be there at the afternoon meeting involving Sandy Hogan. He opened the other cabinet door and pulled out the records and stored tape recordings. Where in the world could he stash all this stuff? How could he destroy it? The receptionist buzzed him again. "What?"
"She insists that you talk to her."
He picked up the telephone, and Langstratt's oily voice came over the line.
"Alf, are you ready for today?"
"Yes," he answered impatiently.
"Then please come as soon as you can. We must prepare the energies of the rooms before the meeting begins. And I want to have all things in unison before Sean arrives with Sandy."
"So you're really going to bring her into this?"
"Only as a safeguard, naturally. Marshal Hogan is out of the way, but we must be sure we keep him there, at least until all our efforts and visions have been fulfilled, and the town of Ashton has been afforded its victorious leap into universal consciousness."
She paused to relish the thought for a moment, and then asked rather nonchalantly,
"And have you heard any news of our runaway burglar?"
Before he even knew why he was doing it, he lied. "No, nothing yet. She's out of the way."
"Certainly. I'm sure she'll be found soon enough, and after today she will have no hope at all."
He said nothing to that. He was suddenly distracted by a thought that poured over him like a 10-foot wave. "Alf, she believed you. She really doesn't know."
"You will be here immediately, Alf?"
she asked and ordered at the same time. She doesn't know what's been happening, was all Bromell could think. She's vulnerable. I know something she doesn't. "I'll be right over," he said mechanically.
"See you soon,"
she said with an authoritarian finality, and hung up. She doesn't know. She thinks everything is going fine and there'll be no trouble. She thinks she'll get away with it all. Bromell let his thoughts race as he considered his options, his newly acquired exclusive knowledge, and the strange sense of power it gave him. Yes, it was all as good as over, and he was probably going to go down. But he had the power to bring that woman, that spider, that witch down with him. Suddenly he had no desire to destroy the tapes and the records. Let the authorities find them. Let them find everything. Maybe he'd even show them. As for the plan, if Kasif and his society are so all-knowing and so invincible, why should you tell them anything? Let them find out for themselves.
"Wouldn't it be nice to see your dear Jolene sweating for once?" asked Lucius.
"It would be nice to see Jolene sweating for once," Bromell muttered. Chapter 38. Hank and Marshall stepped out of the basement door of the courthouse and found themselves all alone. Their friends were still congregated at the police department door, singing, talking, praying, demonstrating. "Praise the Lord," was all Hank could say. "Oh, I believe it, Marshall answered. It was John Coleman who first spotted them and let out a whoop. The others all turned their heads and were shocked and ecstatic. They came running up to Hank and Marshall like chickens to feed. But they all made room for Mary, even gave her loving pushes forward as she ran by. The Lord was so good. Here was Hank's dear Mary, weeping and hugging and kissing and whispering her love to him, and he could hardly believe it was really happening. He had never felt so separated from her before. "Are you all right?" she kept asking him, and he kept telling her, "I'm just fine, just fine." "It's a miracle," said the others. "The Lord has answered our prayers. He got you out of prison just like Peter." Marshall understood when they virtually ignored him. This was Hank's moment. But what was going on over there? Through the heads, shoulders, and bodies, Marshall noted Alf Bromell ducking quickly out the front door and into his car. He sped away. The creep. If I were him, I'd duck out too. And here came... No, it couldn't be. Marshall started easing his way through the crowd, craning his neck to see for sure if the passengers in this just-arriving car were who they seemed to be. Yes, Bernice was even waving to him, and there was Weed, alive. That other gal, the one driving, she couldn't be. But she had to be. Susan Jacobson, back from the dead, no less. Marshall made his way through Hank's admirers and broke into a very brisk, wide-grinned walk to where Susan was just parking the car. Wow, when these people pray, God listens. Bernice burst from the car and threw her arms around him. "Marshall, are you all right?" she said, almost crying. "Are you all right?" he asked her back. A voice behind them said, "Oh, Mrs. Hogan, I've really wanted to meet you." It was Hank. Marshall looked at the man of God standing there all smiles with his little wife by his side and God's people all behind him, and he felt the hug go out of his arms. Bernice slipped limply out of the embrace. "Hank," said Marshall with a broken kind of tone Bernice had never heard from him before, "this is not my wife. This is Bernice Kruger, my reporter." Then Marshall looked at Bernice and said with great love and respect, "And a good one, too." Bernice knew immediately that something had happened to Marshall. It didn't surprise her. Something had been happening to her, too. And she could see in Marshall's face and detect in his voice that same inner brokenness she had been feeling in herself. Somehow she knew that this young man standing next to Marshall had something to do with it all. "And who is your fellow jailbird here?" she asked. "Bernice Kruger, meet Hank Bush, pastor of Ashton Community Church, and a very recent, very good friend of mine." She shook his hand, shoving all her thoughts and emotions aside. Time was running out. "Marshall, listen carefully. We have a 60-second crash course to give you." Hank excused himself and returned to his excited flock. When Bernice introduced Susan to Marshall, he thought he was extending his hand to nothing less than a miracle. "I'd heard that you'd been killed, and Kevin, too." "I'm looking forward to sharing the whole story with you," Susan replied pleasantly. "But right now our time is very short, and there's a lot you need to know." Susan opened the trunk of her car and showed Marshall the contents of her battle-weary suitcase. Marshall loved every minute of it. It was all there, everything he'd thought he'd lost to sticky-fingered Carmen and these creeps, this society. "Kasif is coming to Ashton today to close the deal with the College Board of Regents. At 2 o'clock, the papers will be signed, and the Whitmore College campus will be quietly sold to Omni Corporation." "The society, you mean?" said Marshall. "Of course. It's a key move. When the college goes, the town will ultimately go with it." Bernice burst in with her news about Natalie, Parker, and Lemley, not to mention Harvey Cole's untangling of Baylor's records. "So when do they get here?" Marshall asked. "Hopefully in time for that board meeting. I told them to meet us there." "I just might invite myself to the meeting. I know they'll all be very happy to see me." Susan touched Marshall's arm and said, "But you need to be warned that they've been working on your daughter Sandy." "Don't I know that?" "They might have her under their influence right now. It's a case of style, believe me. If you try to make a move against him, it could endanger her." Bernice told Marshall about Pat, about the diary, about the mysterious friend named Thomas, and about that deceiving devil's advocate, Sean Ormsby. Marshall looked at them for a moment, then called, "Hank, this is where you and your people come in." A summer Sunday in Ashton is usually one of the happiest, carefree days of the week. The farmers jaw with each other, the store clerks enjoy a leisurely pace, other business owners close up shop, moms, dads, and kids think of fun things to do and neat places to go. Many lawn chairs are occupied, the streets are a lot quieter, and families are usually together. But this sunny summer Sunday did not feel right to anyone. One farmer had a cow bloating on him, while another had a tractor with a burned-out magneto that no one seemed to have in stock. And though neither farmer was in any way responsible for the other's problems, they still got into a fight about it. The store clerks working today were having trouble counting change, and were getting into very uncomfortable discussions with the customers whose change they were trying to count. Every business owner had no desire but to get out of his or her business, because no matter what it was doomed to fail sooner or later. Many wives were nervous and wanted to go somewhere, anywhere. They didn't know where. Their husbands would load the kids into all the station wagons. Then the wives wouldn't want to go anymore. Then the kids would get into fights in the cars. Then their parents would get into fights. And then the families would go nowhere while the station wagons remained parked in all those driveways with screams coming through their windows and their horns honking. The lawn chairs either ripped through under their owners' bottoms or just plain couldn't be found. The streets were hectic with frantic drivers driving with no destination in mind. The dogs, those ever-vigilant dogs of Ashton, were barking and howling and whining again, this time with their fur bristling, their tails up, and their faces toward the east. Faces toward the east? There were many. Here a college administrator, there a post office employee, over here a family of potters and weavers, over there an insurance salesman. All over the town, certain people who knew a certain destiny and a certain sympathetic spiritual vibration stood silently, as if worshipping, their faces toward the east. And there was no small stir around the big dead tree. Rayfar rose from his big branch, his game master's seat of power, and stood on the hill, looking out over the little town of Ashton with his leering yellow eyes, as his hordes of attending spirits gathered around him. His muscular arms rippled, his expansive black wings rising behind him like a royal train, his jewels gleaming and glittering in the sun. He too looked toward the east. He waited until he saw it. Then his breath sucked in through his fangs like a gasp of surprise. But this was no surprise. It was the highest kind of thrill, a demonic exhilaration such as he felt only rarely, a precious and very ripe fruit to be enjoyed only after much labor and preparation. His black-haired hand grabbed the golden handle of his sword, and he pulled the blade from its sheath, making it sing and drone and shimmer with blood-red light. The attending demons all gasped and cheered as Rayfar held the sword high, bathing the whole gathering in its sinister red light. The huge wings suddenly disappeared into a blur, and with a rush of wind and a blast of power they carried him into the air, out over the wide valley, out over the little town, out into the open where he could be seen from any part of the town or any hiding place near it. He climbed to a lofty height, then hovered, his sword still in his hand. His head turned this way and that, his body slowly rotating, his eyes shifting about.
"Captain of the hosts of heaven!"
he bellowed, and the echoes of his booming voice traveled back and forth across the valley like thunder.
"Captain Tal, hear me!"
Tal could hear Rayfar perfectly. He knew Rayfar was about to make a speech, and he knew what the demon warlord was about to say. He, too, was watching the eastern horizon as he stood hidden in the forest, his chief warriors beside him. Rayfar continued to look everywhere for any sign of his adversary.
"I, who have never yet seen your face in this our adventure, now show you mine. Behold it, you and your warriors. For today I place this face forever in your memory as the face of him who vanquished you."
Tal, Gilo, Triskal, Creone, Mota, Shimon, Nathan, Armoth, Signa, all were there together, gathered for this moment, gathered to listen to this long-awaited oration. Rayfar continued.
"Today I place the name of Rayfar, Prince of Babylon, forever in your memory, as the name of him who remains bold and stands undefeated."
Rayfar took a few more quick turns, looking all around him for any sign of his archenemy.
"Tal, captain of the hosts of heaven, will you dare to show your face to me? I think not. Will you even dare to assail me? I think not. Will you and your motley little band of highwaymen dare to stand in the path of the powers of the air?"
Rayfar drew in a derisive chuckle.
"I think not."
He paused for effect and allowed himself a mocking grin.
"I give you leave, dear Captain Tal.
to withdraw yourself, to spare yourself the anguish awaiting you at my hand. I grant to you and to your warriors now the occasion to turn away, for I do pronounce that the battle's decision is made already."
Rayfar then pointed his sword toward the eastern horizon and said,
"Look to the east, Captain. There is the outcome clearly written."
Tal and his chiefs were already looking toward the eastern horizon, their attention rapt and unswerving, even when a young messenger came soaring in with the news. "Hogan and Bush are free. They've—" He stopped in mid-sentence. His eyes followed every other gaze to the east, and he saw what so held their interest. "Oh, no," he said in a whisper. "Oh, no." At first the cloud had been only a distant fingertip of blackness poking up over the horizon. It could have been a rain cloud or factory smoke or a distant haze-darkened mountain appearing suddenly. But then, as it drew nearer, its borders expanded outward like the slowly emerging edge of a blunt arrowhead, stretching slowly and surely across the horizon like a dark shroud, like a steadily rising tide of blackness blocking out the sky. At first, one direct glance could contain it all. In just a few minutes, the eyes had to sweep back and forth from one end of the horizon to the other. "Not since Babylon," Gilo said quietly to Tal. "They were there," said Tal, "every one of them. And now they're back. Look at the front ranks, flying multiple layers over, under, and within." "Yes," said Gilo, observing. "Still the same style of assault." A new voice said, "Well, so far, Tal, your plan is working very well. They've all come out of hiding, and in countless numbers." It was the general. He was expected. Tal answered, "And hopefully they are planning on a rout." "At least your old rival is, to hear him boast." Tal only smiled and said, "My general, Rayfar boasts with or without reason." "What of the strong man?" "By the shape of the cloud, I would say he precedes it by just a few miles." "Having possessed Kasif?" "That would be my guess, sir." The general looked carefully at the approaching cloud, now a deep inky black and spread like a canopy across the sky. The deep rumbling drone of the wings was just becoming audible. "How do we stand?" the general asked. Tal answered, "Prepared." Then, as the sound of the wings grew louder and the shadow of the cloud began to fall across the fields and farmlands beyond Ashton, a reddish tint began to spread through the cloud as if it were burning from within. "They've drawn their swords," said Gilo. "Why am I so afraid?" Sandy wondered. Here she was, holding Sean's hand, going up the front steps of the administration building on campus, about to meet some people who had to be the real keys to her destiny, her stepping stone to real spiritual fulfillment, to higher consciousness, maybe even to self-realization. And yet, all the talk could not remove a nagging fear she felt deep within her. Something just wasn't right. Maybe it was just a normal nervousness, such as one would feel before a wedding or any other very significant event. Or maybe it was that last remaining shred of her old discarded Christian heritage, still holding her, pulling her back as if with a leash. Whatever it was, she tried to ignore it, overcome it with reason, even use relaxation techniques she had learned in her college yoga class. "Come on, Sandy. Steady breaths now. Focus. Focus. Realign your energies. There, that's better. I don't want Sean or Professor Langstrat or anyone to think I'm not ready to be initiated." All the way up the elevator she talked and prattled and tried to laugh, and Sean laughed along, and by the time they reached the third floor and the door numbered 326, she thought she was ready. Sean opened the door, saying, "You'll love this," and they went in. She didn't see them. To Sandy, this was only the staff lounge, a very pleasant room with soft carpet, leather-upholstered couches, and massive burl coffee tables. But the room was occupied, very densely and hideously, and the yellow eyes glared and stared at her from all around, from every corner and chair and wall. They were waiting for her. One hissed out asthmatically, "Hello there, child." Sandy extended her hand to Oliver Young. "Pastor Young, what a pleasant surprise," she said. Another let out a long, drooling snicker and said, "I'm very glad you could make it." Sandy gave Professor Julian Langstratt an embrace. She looked around the room and recognized many of the college faculty, some of her own professors, even some business people and blue-collar workers from around town. There in the corner stood the new owner of what used to be Joe's Market. These 30 people looked like a cross-section of Ashton's best. The spirits were all ready and waiting. Deception showed her off like a trophy. Madeline was there, smiling wickedly, and beside her, or it, was another demon accomplice with loop after loop of heavy glistening chains draped over his bony hands. In the cloud, the myriads of demons were haughty, wild, drunk with the anticipation of victory, of slaughter, of unprecedented power and glory. Below them, the town of Ashton was a mere toy, such a very small little hamlet in such a vast countryside. Layer upon layer of spirits droned steadily forward, and myriads of yellow eyes peered down at the prize. The town was quiet and unguarded. Baal Rayfar had done his work well. A series of harsh screeches came from the front ranks of the cloud. The generals were calling out orders. Immediately, the demon commanders on the fringes of the cloud relayed the orders to the swarms behind each of them, and as the commanders flew out from the cloud and began to drop downward, followed by their countless squadrons, the edges of the cloud began to wilt and stretch toward the ground. In the large, formally furnished third-floor conference room, the regents began to gather. Eugene Baylor was there with a pile of financial records and reports, smoking a cigar and feeling chipper. Dwight Brandon looked just a little somber, but he was conversational enough. Dolores Pinkston was not feeling well at all, and only wanted to get the whole thing over with. Caseph's 4 lawyers, very professional, sharp as a whip types, came in smirking. Adam Jarrett strolled in and seemed more concerned with going fishing afterward than with the business they would be conducting. Every once in a while someone would look at his watch or at the fancy clock on the wall. It would soon be 2 o'clock. Some were feeling just a little nervous. The evil spirits that had come into the room with them were feeling nervous also. They realized they would soon be in the presence of the strong man. This would be their very first time. Alexander M. Caseph's long black chauffeur-driven limousine entered the city limits and turned onto College Way. Caseph sat in regal splendor in the back, cradling his briefcase in his lap and taking a lustful look out the tinted windows at the beautiful town passing by. He was making plans, envisioning changes, deciding what he would keep and what he would remove. So was the strong man sitting inside him. The strong man laughed his deep gargling laugh, and Caseph laughed the same way. The strong man couldn't remember when he had been so pleased and so proud. The cloud was drooping down at the edges as it continued to move forward, and Tal and his company kept watching from their hiding place. "They're lowering their perimeter," said Gilo. "Yes," said Tal with fascination. "As usual, they intend to contain the town on all sides before actually descending into it." As they watched, the edges of the cloud dropped like black curtains that gradually wrapped around the town. Demons were slipping into place like bricks in a wall. Every sword was drawn. Every eye was wary. "Hogan and Bush?" Tal asked a messenger. "They are moving into place along with the remnant," the messenger answered. Caseph's limousine cruised toward the college, and Caseph could see the stately red brick buildings reaching up through the maples and oaks all around the campus. He looked at his watch. He would be right on time. As the limousine passed through an intersection, a green, unmarked squad car pulled out onto College Way and began to follow. Its driver was Chief of Police Alf Brumell. He looked grim and very nervous. He knew whom he was following. As the limousine and then the squad car passed through another intersection, the light changed and a stream of cars all turned right onto College Way and followed behind. The first car making the turn was the big brown Buick.
"Well, well," said Marshall as he, Hank, Bernice, Susan, and Kevin all noticed the two cars they were following.
"Did you recognize Kasef?" Susan asked Bernice.
"Yes, good old Pudgy himself." Marshall had to wonder. "So, what's up here? It looks like the meeting is still on, regardless."
Bernice said, "Maybe Brumell didn't believe me after all."
"Oh, he believed you all right. He did everything you told him to do."
"So why hasn't Kasef called this whole thing off? He's walking right into it."
"Either Kasef thinks he's untouchable, or Brumell hasn't told him anything."
Hank looked behind them. "Looks like they all made it through the light." The others looked back. Yes, there was Andy driving his Volkswagen bus crammed with praying believers. And there came Cecil Cooper's pickup with the cab and the bed full. The ranch wagon of John and Patty Coleman followed behind that. And somewhere back there was the former pastor, James Farrell, driving a good-sized van carrying Mary and Grandma Duster and several others. Marshall looked ahead and then behind, and then concluded,
"This is going to be one heck of a meeting."
Chapter 39. At Julian Langstrat's direction, all the smiling psychics, along with Sandy and Sean, made themselves comfortable in the plush chairs and couches arranged in a rough circle around the room.
"This is a significant day," said Langstrat warmly.
"Yes, indeed," said Young. The others also agreed. Sandy smiled back at them all. She was very impressed with the reverence they all seemed to have for this great woman, the great pioneer. Langstrat assumed a lotus position in her big chair at the head of the group. Several others who had the desire and the flexibility did likewise. Sandy just relaxed where she was, settling into the couch and resting her head back.
"Our purpose here is to combine our psychic energies to assure the success of today's venture. Our long-awaited goal will soon be realized. The Whitmore College campus, and afterward, the whole town of Ashton, are going to become a part of the New World Order."
Everyone in the room started applauding. Sandy applauded as well, even though she didn't really know what Langstrat was talking about. It did sound vaguely familiar, though. Was it her own father who had said something about people wanting to take over the town? Oh, but he couldn't have been talking about the same thing.
"I have a wonderful new ascended master to introduce to you," said Langstrat, and faces all around the room immediately lit up with excitement and expectation. "He has lived long and traveled far, and has learned the wisdom of countless ages. He has come to Ashton to oversee this project."
"We welcome him," said Young. "What is his name?"
"His name is Rayfar. He is a prince from long ago, and once ruled in ancient Babylon. He has lived many lives, and now returns to let us benefit from his wisdom."
Langstrat closed her eyes and breathed deeply.
"Let us call him, and he will speak to us."
Sandy could feel a queasiness in the pit of her stomach. She thought she felt chilled. The gooseflesh on her arms was real enough. But she brought these feelings under discipline, closed her eyes, and began her own relaxation, listening intently for the sound of Langstrat's voice. The others also relaxed and went into a trance. For a moment the room was silent, except for the deep breaths being drawn and expelled by everyone present. Then the name formed on Langstrat's lips.
"Rayfar."
They all echoed, "Rayfar." Langstrat called the name again, and continued to call, and the others let all their thoughts narrow down to that one name as they spoke it softly.
Rayfar was standing by the big dead tree, gleefully watching as the cloud spread over the town. At the sound of the call, his eyes narrowed with a very crafty expression, and his mouth stretched slowly into a fang-bearing grin.
"The pieces now fall into place," he said.
He turned to an aide.
"Any word from Prince Lucius?"
The aide was happy to report.
Prince Lucius says he has surveyed all fronts and finds no trouble or resistance.
Rayfar roused 10 demon monsters with a sweep of his wing, and they gathered at his side in an instant.
"Come," he said, "let us finish this business."
Rayfar's wings clapped downward, and he shot into the air, his 10 rogues following him like a regal honor guard. High above, the cloud stretched across the sky like an oppressive light-blocking shroud, its shadow of evil and spiritual darkness falling over the town. As Rayfar sailed over Ashton in a high arc, he could look up and see the myriads of yellow eyes and the red swords waving in salute. He waved his own sword back, and they cried out jubilantly, their numberless swords bristling downward like a wind-stirred inverted field of crimson wheat. They filled the air with sulphur. Ahead and far below was the Whitmore campus, the ripest of ready plums. Rayfar eased the whirring of his wings and began to drop toward the administration building. As he descended, he saw the big limousine carrying the strong man come up the circular drive and stop right at the building's front door. The sight filled him with exhilaration. This was it, the moment. He and his demon escorts disappeared through the roof of the building just as the strong man and his human host emerged from the car, and just a little too soon to see a stream of cars not far behind that limousine, now finding parking spots here, there, and everywhere. Alf Bromell got out of his car in one hurried jolt. He stood there for just a moment, building up courage, and then started for the main door of the building with stiff, jittery strides. Marshall parked the Buick, and the 5 of them got out. All around they could hear car doors slamming as the remnant found parking places and then each other.
"Bromell doesn't look too happy," Marshall observed.
The other 4 looked just in time to see Bromell go through the front door.
"Maybe he's going to warn Kasif," said Bernice.
"So where are all our powerful friends?" Marshall asked.
"Don't worry, at least not too much. They said they'd be here."
Susan said,
"I'm quite sure the meeting is to take place in the 3rd-floor conference room. It's where the Board of Regents usually meets."
"So where do I find Sandy?" Marshall asked.
Susan could only shake her head.
"That I don't know."
They hurried toward the building, and from every direction the remnant converged on the front steps. Lucius could sense the tension in the air like one huge rubber band pulled to its limit and about to snap. As he dropped quietly out of the sky and alighted on the roof of Ames Hall right across the commons from the administration building, he could see the cloud still lowering its perimeter, spreading a thick drapery all around the town. The atmosphere became thick and choking with the presence of so many foul spirits. Suddenly he heard a frantic flapping behind him and turned to see a little sentry demon, a petty creature, a busybody, flitting up to speak to him.
"Prince Lucius, people are gathering below. They are not ours. They are saints of God,"
the little thing gasped. Lucius was irritated.
"I have eyes, little insect," he hissed. "Pay them no mind." "But what if they start praying?"
Lucius grabbed the little demon by one wing, and it fluttered about in pitiful little circles at the end of his arm.
"Silence, you!" "Rayfar must know." "Silence!"
The little creature settled down, and Lucius brought him to the edge of the roof for a brief lesson.
"So, what if they do pray?" Lucius said with a fatherly tone. "Has it helped them to this point? Has it slowed our progress one iota? You have seen the power and might of Baal Rayfar, have you not?"
Lucius couldn't help the sarcastic tone with which he added,
"You know that Rayfar is all-powerful and undefeatable and does not need our help."
The little demon listened with wide eyes.
"Let us not bother the great Baal Rayfar with our petty worries. He can handle this endeavor. all by himself.
Tal remained steady and kept watching. Gilo grew more and more restless, pacing about, looking from one end of the town to the other. "Soon the perimeter will be entirely enclosed," he said. "They will have enveloped the entire town, and there will be no escape." "Escape?" said Tal, his eyebrows raised. "Purely a tactical consideration," Gilo replied with a shrug. "The moment is approaching very quickly now," said Tal, looking toward the college. "In just a few minutes, all the players will be in their places." The demons in the conference room could feel him coming, and they braced themselves. The hair bristled on their arms, necks, and backs. A darkness, a crawling cloud of evil was coming down the hall. Quickly each one looked himself over to make sure nothing was out of place, that his appearance was impeccable. The door opened. They froze in respect and homage. And there he stood, the strong man, nothing less than the most horrible nightmare. "Good day to you," he said.
"Good day to you, sir,"
the regents and lawyers answered Alexander Kasef as he entered the room and started shaking their hands. Alf Brumel had no desire to meet up with Alexander Kasef. He even waited to take a different elevator. When the elevator opened on the 3rd floor, he peeked to see if the coast was clear before he stepped out. Only after he heard the big door to the conference room down the hall click shut did he make his way down the hall himself, going very quietly to room 326. He stood for a moment outside the door, listening intently. It was pretty quiet in there. The session must be underway. He turned the knob very slowly and cracked the door just enough to see in. Yes, there was Langstratt in meditation, her eyes closed. She was the only one Brumel was worried about, and for now she wasn't looking. He stepped into the room quietly and found a chair halfway around the circle from Langstratt. He looked around, sizing up the situation. Yes, they were calling for a certain spirit guide. He had never heard this particular name before. This entity must be some new personage brought in for the project today. Oh, no. There was Sandy Hogan also meditating. She was calling the name as well. "Well, Brumel, what do you do now?" Outside, the remnant was ready for orders. Hank and Marshall gave them a very brief rundown on the present situation, and then Hank concluded, "We really don't know what we're going to encounter in there. But we know we have to go in, at least to see if we can locate Sandy. There's no question that this is a spiritual battle, so you know what you all have to do." They all knew, and they were ready. Hank continued, "Andy, I'd like you and Edith and Mary to take charge out here and lead in the prayer and worship. I'll be going inside with Marshall and the others." Marshall conferred with Bernice. "Stay here and keep an eye out for our visitors. The rest of us will go in and see if we can find where this meeting is taking place." Marshall, Hank, Kevin, and Susan went into the building. Bernice went to a vacant spot on the steps and sat down there to watch and wait. She could not help but observe the remnant. There was something about them that felt all too familiar and very wonderful. Rayfar and his 10 escorts had been in the lounge for quite some time now, just listening and watching. Finally, Rayfar stepped up behind Langstratt and sank his talons deep into her skull. She twitched and gagged for a moment, and then slowly, hideously, her countenance took on the unmistakable expressions of the Prince of Babylon himself. "Indeed," said Rayfar's deep guttural voice from Langstratt's throat. Everyone in the room shuddered. Several eyes popped open with a start and then widened at the sight of Langstratt, her eyes bulging, her teeth bared, her back arched like a crouching lion. Brumel could only cringe and wish he could disappear into his chair before that thing spotted him. But it was looking at Sandy, drooling. "Indeed," the voice said again. "Have you come together to see your vision truly fulfilled? So it shall be." The creature sitting in the chair pointed a crooked finger at Sandy.
And who is this newcomer, this searcher for the hidden wisdom?
Sandy Hogan, she answered, her eyes still closed. She was afraid to open them.
I understand that you have walked many pathways with your instructor, Madeline.
Yes, Rayfar, I have.
Descend within yourself again, Sandy Hogan, and Madeline will meet you there. We will wait.
Sandy had only a fraction of a second to wonder how she would ever be able to relax herself into an altered state. Then a slimy, death-like spirit behind her clapped his bony hand down on her head, and she went under immediately. Her eyes rolled upward. She wilted in her chair, and she felt her body dissolving away along with her rational thoughts and nagging fears. All outside sensations began to vanish, and she was floating in pure, ecstatic nothingness. She heard a voice, a very familiar voice. "Sandy," the voice called. "Madeline," she answered. "I'm coming." Madeline appeared deep within some endless tunnel, floating forward, her arms outstretched. Sandy moved toward the tunnel to meet her. Madeline came into sharp focus, her eyes sparkling, her smile like warming sunshine. Their hands met and grasped each other tightly. "Welcome," said Madeline. Alf Bromell watched it all happen. He could see the dopey, ecstatic look on Sandy's face. They were going to take her. All he could do was sit there and fidget and shake and sweat. Lucius floated silently down through the roof of the administration building and landed on the 3rd floor, folding his wings behind him. He could hear Rayfar bellowing and boasting in the lounge. He could hear the strong man going through his preliminaries in the conference room. So far they had no fears or suspicions. He heard the elevator opening down the hall, and then the footsteps of several people. Yes, this would be Hogan the Hound and the praying man Bush, and the one person the strong man would be the most loath to see alive, the maidservant. Suddenly there was a flutter of wings and a frantic gasping. A demon shot down the hall toward him, wings rushing, his face filled with terror. "Prince Lucius," it cried. "Treachery! We've been tricked! Hogan and Bush are free! The maidservant is alive! Weed is alive!"
"Silence," Lucius cautioned.
But the demon just kept spouting.
"The saints are gathered and are praying! You must warn the Baal!" Oh.
The demon's ranting ended abruptly in a choked gargle, and he looked at Lucius with his eyes full of horror and questions. He began to shrivel. He clawed at Lucius in an effort to remain upright. Lucius pulled his sword out of the demon's belly and swung it in a fiery arc through the ebbing body. The demon disintegrated, dissolved in a puff of red smoke. Outside on the front steps, even as passers-by stared and gawked, the remnant was in prayer. Sandy could see other beautiful beings emerging from the tunnel behind Madeline. "Oh," she asked, "who are these?" "New friends," said Madeline. "New spirit guides to take you higher and higher." Alexander Kasef began to exchange important documents and contracts with the regents and the attorneys. They were discussing all the little loose ends that needed sewing up. Most of it was minor. It would not take long. The cloud finally formed a complete enclosure around the town of Ashton. Tal and his company found themselves trapped under a thick, impenetrable tent of demons. The spiritual darkness became deep, and a pressing red and yellow-tinted blanket of black starting to settle downward, coming closer and closer to the town. Soon Ashton would be buried. This time under no orders of peace. Out very loudly within Hank's heart, and that face. "The strong man, I presume," said Hank. Sandy asked Madeline again. "Madeline, where are we going? Why are you hanging on to me so?" Madeline would not answer, but kept pulling Sandy deeper and deeper into the tunnel. Madeline's friends were all around Sandy, and they did not seem kind or gentle at all. They kept pushing her, grabbing her, forcing her along. Their fingernails were sharp.
The people around the conference table were shocked and nonplussed, suddenly finding themselves in the presence of a hideous creature. They had never seen such an expression on Kasuf's face before, and they had never heard such a vicious voice. Kasuf rose from his chair, his breath hissing through his teeth, his eyes bulging, his back arched, his fists clenched.
"You cannot defeat me, praying man," the strong man bellowed,
and the demons around him clung with desperate hope to those words.
"You have no power. I have defeated you."
Marshall and Hank stood their ground unflinchingly. They had tackled demons before. This was nothing new or surprising. Kasuf's attorneys could not think of anything to say. Marshall reached over and opened the door. With her head held high and her face full of determination, Susan Jacobson, the maidservant, stepped into the room, followed by the very angry Kevin Weed, and 4 more towering guards with them. The room was getting crowded and tense.
"Hello, Alex," said Susan.
Kasuf's eyes were full of shock and fear, but still he gasped and sputtered.
"Who are you? I don't know you. I've never seen you before."
"Don't say anything, Alex," an attorney advised him. Hank stepped forward. It was time for battle.
"Strong man,"
Hank said in a firm and steady voice, "in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. I rebuke you and I bind you." Madeline would not let go. Her hands felt like icy steel as she pulled Sandy along. The tunnel was getting dark and cold.
"Madeline," Sandy cried. "Madeline, what are you doing? Please let go of me."
Madeline kept her face forward and would not look back at Sandy. All Sandy could see was that long, flowing blonde hair. Madeline's hands were hard and cold. They were hurting Sandy's wrists, cutting into them. Sandy cried in desperation,
"Madeline! Madeline, please stop!"
Suddenly the other spirit guides pressed in all around her. They were clamping onto her, and their steely hands hurt.
"Please, don't you hear me? Make them stop!"
Madeline turned her head at last. Her hide was soot-black and leathery. Her eyes were huge yellow orbs. Her jaws were the jaws of a lion, and saliva dribbled off her fangs. A low guttural growl rumbled out of her throat. Sandy screamed. From somewhere in this blackness, this tunnel, this nothingness, this altered state, this pit of death and deception, she screamed from the depths of her tortured and dying soul. Tal leaped from the earth. He exploded in a burst of wings and light. The ground dropped away, and the town became a map below him as he shot over Ashton like a comet, piercing the spiritual darkness like a fiery arrow, illuminating the whole valley like a prolonged lightning bolt. He climbed, he circled. His wings were a blurred flurry of jewels. The trumpet went to his lips, and the call went forth like a shock wave to shake the heavens. It echoed across the valley and back again, and back again, and back again. With wave after wave it washed over the ground. It deafened the demons. It soared down the streets and rumbled through the alleys. It rang in every ear with volley after volley of notes, building higher and sounding longer, and the still, thick air was shattered with the sound. Tal blew and blew as he soared over the town, his wings flashing, his garments glowing. The moment had come. The strong man was suddenly silent. His big eyes rolled back and forth.
"What was that?"
he hissed. The demons all around him were shaken and looking at him for answers, but he had none. The 8 heavenly warriors drew their swords. That was answer enough. Rafar screamed through Langstrat.
"I am speaking here. Let nothing else draw your attention."
The demons in the room tried to pay attention again, as did the psychics they controlled. For a fraction of a moment Madeline's grip weakened, but only for a moment. But they all knew they had heard something. The evil warriors in the cloud steadily settled downward upon the town, but now their eyes were dazzled by the sudden appearance of one lone angel tracing brilliant streaks of light across the sky below them.
And what was this horribly loud trumpet all about? Were not the heavenly forces already defeated? Did they dare to think they could possibly defend this town? Suddenly, tiny bursts of light appeared all over the town far below. Flashes that did not dissipate, but remained and grew brighter. They thickened and grew in numbers and density. The town was on fire. It was disappearing under myriads of tiny lights, as numerous as grains of sand. It was blinding. The eerie screams began at the center of the cloud and rippled outward across the layers upon layers of demons. "The host of heaven!" Thunderous shouts began the moment Tal touched down on his hill and raised his blazing sword high above his head. "For the saints of God and for the Lamb!" Tal shouted it, Gilo shouted it, myriads of heavenly warriors shouted it, and the entire landscape from one end of the valley to the other, the entire town, and even the forested hills surrounding Ashton erupted in brilliant stars. From the buildings, streets, alleys, sewers, lakes, ponds, vehicles, rooms, closets, nooks, crannies, trees, thickets, and every other imaginable hiding place, flaming stars shot into the air. The host of heaven. Sandy was tumbling, struggling. The thing called Madeline had both her arms. The other spirits held her legs, her neck, her torso. They were biting her. From somewhere the mocking voice of the ascended master Rayfar said,
"Take her, Madeline. We have her. We cannot fail now."
Sandy tried to get out of the trance, out of the altered state, out of the nightmare, but she couldn't remember how. She heard the metallic clinking of chains. No, no!
"You cannot defeat me!"
the strong man screamed, and his demons hoped, or rather wished, it were true. "Be quiet and come out of him," Hank ordered. His words threw the demons against the walls and hit the strong man like a left hook. Kasuf hissed and spat curses and obscenities at the young minister. The regents around the table were all speechless. Some ducked under the table. The lawyers were trying to calm Kasuf down.
"I want my daughter," Marshall said. "Where is she?"
"It's all over," said Susan. "I've given them all the right documents. The feds are coming to hang you, and I'm going to tell them everything." From behind the other three, Kevin shouted, "Kasuf, you think you're so tough? Let's step outside and settle this man to man." The descending cloud of demons and the rising fireball of angels began to collide in the skies over Ashton. Thunder began to rip the sky in response to the terrific clash of the spiritual forces. Swords flashed, and a hail of screams and shouts echoed across the sky. The heavenly warriors mowed through the ranks of demons like blurring scythes. Demons began to fall out of the sky like meteors, spinning, smoking, dissolving. Tal, Gilo, and the general streaked toward the college, swords ready, the town a blur beneath them. A very strong regiment of angelic hosts had pushed its way through the demonic offensive and began cordoning off the college campus. Soon there would be an angelic canopy over the college within the demonic canopy over the town. The breaking of the enemy's strength would begin there. "They have nearly contained the strong man," Gilo shouted over the roar of the wind in their wings. "Find Sandy," Tal ordered. "There is no time to spare." "I'll take the strong man," said the general. "And Rayfar will soon get his wish," Tal said. They fanned out, shot forward with a new burst of speed, and began cutting their way through the demons who were still trying to blockade the college. The demon warriors fell upon them like an avalanche, but for Gilo this was good sport. Tal and the general could hear his uproarious laughter through the thudding sounds of his blade going through demon after demon. Tal was busy himself, being such a valuable prize for the demon lucky enough to vanquish him. The most horrible warriors were singling him out, and they didn't fall easily. He skidded through the air sideways, slammed one spirit with his sword, went into a blurred spin, and split the next warrior with the force of a saw blade. Two more dove down at him. He shot toward them, impaled the first as he passed it, grabbed its wingtip, and whipped around in a tight circle, coming up behind the other, his blade like a bullet. They vanished in a cloud of red smoke. He slipped through the clutches of several more,
then dove and zigzagged toward the college, cutting demons down as he went. He could hear Gilo still roaring and laughing somewhere over his left shoulder. The conference room was quickly losing its calm atmosphere. Dolores Pinkston was distraught.
I knew it. I knew we were all getting in too deep.
Hogan, fumed Eugene Baylor, you're only bluffing. You have nothing.
I have everything, and you know it.
Kasif was beginning to look very ill.
Get out! Get out of here! I'll kill you if you don't leave!
Was this the real Kasif that Marshall had been tracking down all this time? Was this the ruthless occult mobster who controlled such a vast international empire? Was he actually afraid?
You're sunk, Kasif, said Marshall.
You're defeated, strong man, said Hank. The strong man began to shake. The demons in the room could only cower.
So, let's deal, Marshall offered again. Where's my daughter?
Bromell was about to have a heart attack, and he wished he really could. It was horrible. The others were sitting around the room listening raptly to this beast speaking through Langstrat, and actually relishing what was happening to Sandy. She trembled and shook in her chair, moaning, screaming, struggling against some unseen assailant.
Let me go, she screamed. Let me go.
Her eyes were wide open, but she was seeing unspeakable horrors from another world. She gasped for air, pale with terror. She's going to die, Bromell. They're going to kill her. The hulking, bug-eyed creature sitting in Langstrat's chair was bellowing in a voice that made Bromell's insides quiver.
You are lost, Sandy Hogan. We have you now. You belong to us, and we are the only reality you know.
Please, God, she screamed. Get me out of here, please.
Join us. Your mother has fled. Your father is dead. He is gone. Think of him no longer. You belong to us.
Sandy went limp in her chair as if she had been shot, her face suddenly numbed with despair. Bromell could take no more. Before he had time to realize what he was doing, he jumped out of his chair and ran to her. He shook her gently and tried to speak to her.
Sandy, he pleaded. Sandy, don't listen to them. It's all a lie. Do you hear me?
Sandy could not hear him, but Rayfar could. Langstrat jumped up from her chair and screamed at Bromell in that same deep, devilish voice.
Be silent, you little imp, and step aside. She belongs to me.
Bromell ignored her.
Sandy, don't listen to this lying monster. This is Alf Bromell talking to you. Your father's all right.
Rayfar's rage grew so that Langstrat's body nearly burst from the intensity of it.
Hogan is defeated. He is imprisoned.
Bromell looked right into Langstrat's and Rayfar's crazed eyes and shouted,
Marshal Hogan is free. Hank Bush is free. I released them myself. They're free, and they're coming to destroy you.
Rayfar was stymied for a moment. He simply could not believe the ravings of this weak little man, this insignificant little puppet who had never before acted in this brazen fashion. But then Rayfar heard a very inappropriate snicker coming from behind Bromell, and he saw a familiar face laughing him to scorn. Lucius. Tal and Gilo swooped down into the administration building, but Tal suddenly stopped short. Wait now. What is this? Lucius drew his sword and said, You are not so almighty, Rayfar. Your plan has failed, and I am the only true prince of Ashton. Rayfar's sword rang from its sheath.
Do you dare to oppose me?
Rayfar's sword cut through the air with a rush of wind, but Lucius stopped the big blade with his own. The force of the blow almost knocked him over. The many demons in the room were startled and confused. They let go of their hosts. What was this? Kasif was indignant with his lawyers and even threw some punches at them.
Stop it! You will not tell me what to do. This is my world. I am in charge here. I say what is and what is not. These people are fools and liars, every one of them.
Susan spoke directly to Kasif.
You, Alexander Kasif, are responsible for the murder of Patricia Kruger and the attempted murder of myself and Mr. Weed here. I have the many lists I helped you write up. Lists of people who ended up dead by your order.
Murder? Exclaimed one regent.
Mr. Kasif, is this true?
Don't answer that, said a lawyer.
No!
Kasif screamed. Several other regents looked at each other. They knew Kasif pretty well by now. They didn't believe him.
How about it, Kasif?
Marshall said grimly. The strong man wanted with all his evil heart to lunge at this brazen hound and maul him, and he would have, guards or no guards, if not for that horrible praying man who stood in the way. Langstrath stalked like a lion toward Bromel, as many of the psychics, having lost their spirit guides, came out of their trances to see what in the world had happened.
I will vanquish you for this treachery, she hissed at him.
What is this? Oliver Young demanded. Have you both gone mad? Bromel stood his ground and pointed a shaking finger at Langstrath.
You will no longer rule over me. This plan will not succeed for your glory. I will not let it.
Be quiet, you little fool, Langstrath ordered.
No,
Bromel shouted, driven on by the crazed and brazen Lucius.
The plan is doomed. It has failed, just as I knew it would.
And you are doomed, Rayfar,
Lucius screamed, dodging the lethal thrusts of Rayfar's sword.
Do you hear the battle outside? The hosts of heaven are everywhere.
Treachery,
Rayfar hissed.
You will pay for your treachery.
Treachery,
some of the demons cried.
No, Lucius speaks the truth,
others shouted back. Sandy forced herself to look into those evil yellow eyes and plead.
What's happened to you, Madeline? Why have you changed?
Madeline only cackled and answered,
Do not believe what you see. What is evil? It is but an illusion. What is pain? It is but an illusion. What is fear? It is but an illusion.
But you lied to me. You deceived me.
I have never been other than I am. It is you who have deceived yourself.
What are you going to do?
I am going to set you free.
Just as Madeline spoke those words, Sandy's arms suddenly dropped with such a ponderous weight that she almost fell to the ground. Chains. Links upon links of glistening heavy chains hung around her wrists and her arms. Crooked hands were whipping them around her. The cold and bruising links slapped against her legs, her body, her neck. She could no longer struggle against them. She tried to scream, but her breath was gone.
Now you are free, Madeline said gleefully.
Bromel started speaking for himself.
The authorities, the state attorney general, Justin Parker, the feds, they know everything.
What?
Some of the psychics cried, jumping out of their seats. They started to ask questions, to panic. Young tried to keep order, but he was failing. Rayfar dropped his hold on Langstrath so he could better handle this traitorous upstart. Langstrath snapped out of her trance and could feel the psychic energy in the room collapsing.
Get back in your seats, everyone, she shouted. We have not accomplished our purpose here.
She closed her eyes and called out,
Rayfar, please return. Bring order.
But Rayfar was busy. Lucius was smaller, but he was very quick and very determined. The two swords flashed about the room like fireworks, burning and clanging. Lucius flitted about Rayfar's head like a pesky hornet, jabbing, swinging, and slashing. The whole room was filled with Rayfar's swirling wings and his chugging breath, and his big sword traced fiery red sheets through the air.
Traitor!
Rayfar screamed.
I'll cut you to pieces!
Langstrath moved toward Bromel with wild eyes.
Traitor! I'll tear you apart!
No, Bromel muttered with widened eyes, his hand going to his side. Not this time. No more. Young shouted at them both. "Stop it! You don't know what you're doing!" The demons in the room were dividing into camps. "Prince Lucius speaks the truth," said some. "Rayfar has led us to our doom. Now, it is Lucius who's the enemy's fool." "You are the fools, but we will save ourselves." More swords flashed into view. Rayfar knew he was losing control.
"Fools!" he roared. "This is a trick of the enemy. He is trying to divide us."
It only took that one brief moment when Rayfar's eyes were on his quarreling demons and not on Lucius's sword. It only took that one moment of terror to push Brummel over the edge. He pointed his police revolver at the wild-eyed Langstrat. Lucius's blade sang through the air and slipped just under Rayfar's parrying sword. The tip ripped deeply through Rayfar's hide and opened his flank with a deep gushing wound. Langstrat made just one wrong move, and the bullet thudded into her chest. In the conference room they all heard the shot. Marshall was out in the hall in an instant. Chapter 41. Bernice leaped from her spot on the front steps. It was Eldon Strawn with Norm Matterley himself and Justin Parker, and that had to be Al Lemley, and those three guys in their nice three-piece suits had to be FBI. Oh, and there was Harvey Cole with a stack of papers under his arm. She ran up to them, her black eyes wild with excitement. "Hello, you made it." Norm Matterley's eyes got big. "What's happened? Are you all right?" Bernice had paid a lot for these bruises. She was going to use them. No, I've been attacked. Please hurry inside. Something terrible is happening." The VIPs ran into the building with serious business in their eyes and guns in their hands. Tal had seen enough. He shouted the order to Gilo, "Go in," and then soared out of the building to signal for more troops. Smoke and red tar were pouring from Rayfar's side, but his rage spelled certain doom for the rebellious Lucius. The light of 1,000 angels beamed in through the windows. They would be in the room in an instant, but that was all the time Rayfar needed. He whipped his plank-sized sword in vicious circles over his head. He brought it down in blow after blow upon Lucius as the defiant demon's little sword parried every blow with a loud clang and a shower of sparks. The roar of angels' wings outside grew louder, louder. The floors and walls rumbled with the sound. Rayfar let out a roar and brought the blade straight down. Lucius blocked the blow but collapsed under the power of it. The blade ripped through the air in a flat circle and caught Lucius under the arm. The arm went spinning into space and Lucius cried out. The blade came down again, passed straight through Lucius's head, shoulders, torso. The air filled with boiling red smoke. Lucius was gone.
"Kill the girl!"
Rayfar shouted to Madeline. Madeline drew out a horrible crooked knife. She placed it gently in Sandy's hand. "These chains are the chains of life. They are a prison of evil, of the lying mind, of illusion. Free your true self. Join me." Sean had a knife ready. He placed it in the entranced Sandy's hand. Rayfar staggered through a wall just as the light of 1,000,000 suns exploded into the room with a deafening thunder of wings and the war cries of the heavenly host. Many demons tried to flee but were instantly disintegrated by slashing swords. The whole room was one huge, bombastic, brilliant blur. The roar of the wings drowned out every sound except the screams of falling spirits. Kasif leaped from his chair and fell across the table. The regents and lawyers shied away and pressed against the wall. Some headed for the room's other door. Hank, Susan, and Kevin watched from a safe distance. They knew what was happening. Kasif's face seemed numb with death, and his mouth hung open as the most hideous scream came out of him. The strong man was face to face with the general. His demons were gone, washed away by an overwhelming tide of angels that were still roaring through the room like an avalanche. The general's sword moved faster than the ponderous strong man could even anticipate. The strong man fought back, screaming, slashing, swinging. The general just kept coming at him.
Marshall was out in the hall listening for any disturbance. He thought he heard a commotion from down the hall. Sandy still held that knife, but now Madeline was hesitating and looking around frantically. The chains still held Sandy tightly, an iron cocoon. Gilo could see the chains wrapped tightly around her, the horrible demonic bondage they had used to enslave her. "No more!" he shouted. He raised his sword high above his head and brought it down, trailing a wide ribbon of light. The tip passed through the many windings of those chains like a series of small explosions. The chains burst outward and away from her, writhing like severed snakes. Gilo's big fist clamped onto the fleeing Madeline's grisly neck. He jerked her backward, spun her around, and hacked her into vanishing particles. Sandy felt herself spinning, then rushing upward as if she were a rocket in an elevator shaft. Sounds began to register on her ears. She could feel her physical body again. Light registered on her retinas. She opened her eyes. A knife fell from her hands. The room was in chaos. People were screaming, running back and forth, trying to calm each other down, fighting, arguing, trying to escape from the room. Several men were wrestling Alf Bromell to the floor. There was a haze of blue smoke and a strong smell like fireworks. Professor Langstrath was lying on the floor, with several people huddled over her. There was blood. Someone grabbed her. Not again. She looked to see Sean holding her arm. He was trying to comfort her, trying to keep her in her chair. The monster, the deceiver, the liar. "Let me go!" she screamed at him, but he wouldn't let go. She hit him in the face, then pulled away from him. She leaped to her feet and ran for the door, bumping into several people and stepping on some others. He went after her, calling her name. She burst through the door and stumbled out into the hall. From somewhere down the hall she heard a familiar voice shouting her name. She screamed and ran for that voice. Sean went after Sandy. He had to contain this woman before all control was lost. What? Before him, filling the entire hallway with fiery wings, stood the most frightening being he had ever seen, holding a terrible flaming sword right at his heart. Sean braked to a stop, his shoes skidding on the floor. Marshal Hogan appeared suddenly, running right through that being. A huge fist slammed into Sean's jaw, and the whole matter was settled. "Come on, Sandy," Marshal said. "We'll take the stairs." Rayfar, somewhere inside that shaking, besieged building, knew he had to get out. He tried to get his wings to stir. They only quivered. He had to build up the strength. He could not be defeated in the presence of these petty warriors. He would not go to the abyss. He sank to one knee, his hand holding his oozing side, and let his rage grow inside him. Tal! This was all Tal's doing? No, clever captain. You'll not gain your victory this way. The yellow eyes burned with new fire. He tried again. This time his wings roused themselves and went into a blurred rushing. Rayfar gripped his sword tightly and turned his eyes skyward. The wings surged with power and began to lift him up through the building, faster and faster, until he soared up through the roof and into the open air, and found himself face to face with the very captain he had taunted and challenged time and again. All around them the battle raged. Demons and Rayfar's great victory fell like smoking, burning rain from the sky. But for one very short moment of awe and mutual horror, Tal and Rayfar remained frozen. They had met at last, and each could not help but be numbed by the memories he had of the other. Neither remembered the other looking so fierce, and neither could be entirely sure of winning this contest. Rayfar shot sideways, and Tal braced himself for a blow, but Rayfar was fleeing. He dashed away across the sky like a bleeding bird, trailing a stream of ooze and vapor. Tal went after him, wings rushing, dashing this way and that through falling demons and charging angels, looking far ahead through the wild flurry of the battle, clashing and thundering all around. There, he spotted the demon warlord dipping down toward the town. He would be hard to find in that maze of buildings, streets, and alleys. Tal quickened his speed and closed the distance. Rayfar must have seen him coming up from behind. The evil prince shot ahead with a surprising burst of speed, and then dropped suddenly and sharply toward an office building. Tal saw him disappear through the roof of that building and dove after him. The black tar roof came at him, growing in an instant from the size of a postage stamp to more than the eye could see. Tal plunged through it. Room, floor, room, then pull up, then down a hall, through a wall, up again, turn back, follow that smoke, through an office, follow up a wall, dip through a floor, rush along, the passing walls slapping the eyes and rushing past like speeding freight cars. A smoking black missile followed by a flaming comet roared down the hall, down through several floors, back up again, right through the office and over all the desks, up through the ceiling panels, up through the roof and out into the open sky again. Rayfar was soaring, dashing, looping, zigzagging through falling demons, doubling back, ducking down side streets, but Tal stayed right on his tail and retraced his every turn perfectly. How much longer could that bleeding demon keep this up? The other door of the conference room burst open, and the body of Alexander Kasef rolled across the hallway floor. He was retching and screaming. The general swung his sword at the strong man again and again, weakening him, cutting him more and more frequently as the strong man continued to lose his power. "You will not defeat me," the strong man still boasted, as did Kasef, but the boast was empty and futile. The strong man was gushing red vapor and tar like a wretched and broken sieve. His eyes were full of evil and hate, and he slashed with his big sword. But the prayers could be felt everywhere, and the general could not be defeated. Bernice had her group of vindicators gathered in the lobby downstairs, and she was trying to figure out where to start explaining everything when Marshall and Sandy burst out of the stairway door. "Get yourselves upstairs," Marshall hollered, holding his weeping daughter. "Someone's been shot." Lemley's feds went right into action. "Call the police. We'll cordon off the building," Bernice remarked. "I see some cops outside there." The police had come purely in response to a call about all these religious fanatics assembled on the campus. They were trying to break up the gathering when Norm Madeley and one federal agent ran out to them, identified themselves, and ordered them to close off the building. Brummel's men were no fools. They obeyed. Rayfar darted and weaved all over the sky, still trailing a stream of red smoke from his wound. With that telltale marker, it was easy to follow him, and Tal kept up the chase unrelentingly. Rayfar sped toward a very large warehouse several blocks away. He shot through the outside wall at about the 3rd floor, and Tal dove into the building after him. This floor was open with no places to hide. Rayfar dove immediately to a lower floor, and Tal followed that trail of smoke. The gray concrete floors came up at them. Tal came out on the 1st floor and could see the smoke trail veering off sideways and corkscrewing through the distant wall. He shot after it. The wall slapped around him as he passed through. Impaled! A burning edge cut through his side. He spun and spun from the impact, and the sword went flying from his hand. He tumbled to the floor, doubled up with pain. There stood Rayfar, bent and wounded, his back against the wall Tal had just come through. He had been waiting in ambush. The tip of his ugly sword was still draped with part of Tal's tunic. No time to think, no time to feel pain. Tal dove for his fallen sword. Crash! Rayfar's sword came down with a shower of sparks. Tal rolled and fluttered out of the way. The big red sword ripped through the air again, and the keen edge whistled just over Tal's head. Tal clapped his wings and jerked sideways several feet. Whoosh! That horrible sword sliced the air with brilliant red streaks. Rayfar's eyes turned from yellow to red, his mouth frothed with putrid foam. The huge wings roared, and Rayfar came at Tal like a pouncing cat. His powerful arm raised that blade to strike again. Tal lurched forward and ducked under Rayfar's raised arm, his head butting into Rayfar's chest. The sulfur exploded from those huge lungs as Tal spun around Rayfar's body and beyond the tip of that red blade as it slashed through the air. This was what Tal needed. He was now between Rayfar and his fallen sword. He dove at it, grabbed it, and turned. Clang! The blade of hell came down upon Tal's sword with a flash of fire. They faced each other, swords held ready. Rayfar was grinning.
"So now, captain of the host, we are alone together and evenly matched. I am opened, and you are opened. Shall we assail each other for another 23 days? We will be finished long before that, eh?
Tal said nothing. This was Rayfar's way. Cutting words were part of his strategy. The swords met again and again. An envelope of darkness began to fill the room. Rayfar's creeping, growing evil.
Is the light fading? Rayfar sneered. Perhaps it is your strength we now see ebbing away.
Saints of God, where are your prayers? Another blow, Tal's shoulder. He returned with a swipe that caught Rayfar under the ribs. The air was filling with darkness, with red vapor and smoke. Several more clashes of the fiery blades, ripping hides, tearing garments, more darkness. Saints, pray! Pray! When the police reached the 3rd floor, they thought at first that Kasif was the gunshot victim. They found out differently when this wild animal threw them off as if they weighed nothing.
You cannot defeat me, he screamed.
The general slashed at the strong man again, and the strong man screamed again. The swords clashed and sang and flashed with fire.
You cannot defeat me.
The police aimed their guns. What was this nut going to do next? Hank shouted, "No, take it easy. It's not him." They did not understand that statement at all. Hank stepped forward and gave it one more try. "Strong man, I know you can hear me. You are defeated. The shed blood of Jesus has defeated you. Be silent and come out of him and depart from this region." Now the police were aiming at Hank. But the strong man could take no more of this praying man's rebukes. He wilted. His sword dropped. The general took one swipe with his flashing blade, and the strong man was gone. Kasif collapsed to the floor and lay there as if dead. The lawyers and regents shouted from the conference room, "Don't shoot!" and came out with their hands raised, whether ordered to or not. The police still did not know who to arrest. "In here!" someone shouted from the lounge. The police ran in and found the pitiful wreck that Alf Brumell had become, and the very deceased Julian Langstrath. Chapter 42. Rip! Rayfar's sword took off a corner of Tal's wing. Tal kept darting and flirting, dodging and swinging, and he clipped Rayfar's shoulder and thigh. The air was filled with the stench of sulfur. The evil darkness was thick like smoke. "The Lord rebuke you!" Tal shouted. Clang! Rip!
"Where is the Lord?"
Rayfar mocked.
"I see him not."
Whoosh! Tal screamed in pain. His left hand hung useless.
"Lord God," Tal cried, "his name is Rayfar. Tell them."
The remnant were not praying so much now. Instead, they watched all the excitement and the police dashing in and out of the administration building. "Wow," said John Coleman. "The Lord's really answering our prayers." "Praise the Lord," Andy replied. "That just goes to show—" Edith? Edith, what's wrong?" Edith Duster had sunk to her knees. She was pale. The saints gathered around. "Should we call an aid car?" someone asked. "No, no," Edith cried. "I know this feeling. I felt it before. The Lord is trying to speak to me." "What?" asked Andy. "What is it?" "Well, quit your gabbing and let me pray, and I'll tell you." Edith started to weep. "There's still an evil spirit out there," she cried. "He's doing great mischief. His name is Raphael, Raving." Bobby Corsi spoke up. "Rayfar." Edith looked up at him with wide eyes. Yes, that's the name the Lord's impressing upon me." "Rayfar," Bobby said again. "He's the big wheel." Tal could only back away from the fearsome onslaught of the demon prince, his one good hand still holding his sword up for defense. Rayfar kept swinging and slashing, the sparks flying from the blades as they met. Tal's arm sank lower with each blow.
The Lord rebuke you,
Tal found the breath to say again. Edith Duster was on her feet and ready to shout it to the heavens.
Rayfar, you wicked prince of evil, in the name of Jesus, we rebuke you.
Rayfar's blade zinged over Tal's head. It missed.
We bind you,
shouted the remnant. The big yellow eyes winced.
We cast you out,
Andy said. There was a puff of sulfur, and Rayfar bent over. Tal leaped to his feet.
We rebuke you, Rayfar,
Edith shouted again. Rayfar screamed. Tal's blade had torn him open. The big red blade came down with a clang against Tal's, but that angelic sword was singing with a new resonance. It cut through the air in fiery arcs. With his one good hand, Tal kept swinging, slashing, cutting, pushing Rayfar back. The fiery eyes were oozing. The foam was bubbling out the mouth and fizzing down the chest. The yellow breath had turned deep crimson. Then, in one horrible, rage-empowered swipe, the huge red sword came sizzling through the air. Tal went tumbling backward like a tossed rag doll. He fell to the floor, stunned, his head spinning, his body drenched in fiery pain. He could not move. His strength was gone. Where was Rayfar? Where was that blade? Tal tried to turn his head. He strained to see. Was that his enemy? Was that Rayfar? Through the vapor and darkness he could see Rayfar's battered frame swaying like a big tree in the wind. The demon did not move. He did not charge. As for the sword, the huge hand still held it, but the blade now hung limply, the tip resting on the floor. The breaths were coming in long, slow wheezes. The nostrils spewed deep red clouds. Those eyes, those hate-filled eyes, were like huge glowing rubies. The dripping, foaming jaws trembled open, and the words gargled through the tar and the froth.
But for your praying saints, but for your saints.
The big beast swayed forward. He let out one last hissing sigh and rumbled to the floor in a cloud of red. And it was quiet. Tal could not breathe. He could not move. All he could see was red vapor spreading along the floor like thin fog and darkness all around that huge body. But, yes, somewhere the saints were praying. He could feel it. He was healing. What was that? From somewhere the sweet music found its way to him. It soothed him. Worship. The name of Jesus. He lifted his head up from the floor and let his eyes explore the cold concrete room. Rayfar, the mighty, loathsome prince of Babylon, was gone. Nothing remained but a shrinking cloud of darkness. Above the cloud of darkness, light was coming through, almost like a sunrise. He could still hear the music. It echoed throughout the heavenlies, washing them clean, clearing away the darkness with God's holy light. And his heart was the first to tell him, "You've won. For the saints of God and for the Lamb, you've won." The light grew and grew, blossoming, filling the room, and the darkness continued to shrink and ebb and fade away. Now Tal could see light coming in through the windows. Sunlight? Yes. The heavenly host? Yes. Tal struggled to his feet and waited for more strength. It came. He stepped forward. His gait became firm and steady. Then, like unfurling silk spun from sparkling diamonds, he spread his wings fold by fold, inch by inch. They blossomed outward from his shoulders and back, and he let them grow strong. He took a deep breath, took the handle of his sword in both hands, held it out in front of him, and the wings took over. He was into the air, climbing into the fresh, light-washed sky, looking straight up and seeing no darkness, no oppression, no clouds. What he did see was light. Light from the heavenly host, as they swept the sky clean from one end to the other. The air was so fresh, the smells were so clean.
He sailed over the little town and back to the college just in time to see the many flashing lights of squad cars and aid cars and official cars parked everywhere. Where was Gilo? Oh, where was that blustery Gilo? "Captain Tal!" came the shout, and Tal dropped toward Ames Hall, where his burly friend awaited him with an almost crushing bear hug. "Surely the battle is over," Gilo roared happily. "Is it?" Tal wanted to know. He looked all around to make sure. Yes, in the very great distance he could see the last fleeing fragments of the clouds scattering in all directions, swept away by the heavenly forces. The sky was a very lovely blue. Below them he could see the faithful remnant still singing and cheering. It looked like the police were going through some kind of final cleanup. Norm Matterley, Justin Parker, and Al Lemley huddled around Bernice and her new friend. "Well, everybody," said Bernice, "I'd like you to meet Susan Jacobson. She has a lot to show you." Norm Matterley took Susan's hand and said, "You are a very brave woman." Susan could only point at Bernice through tears of relief and say, "Mr. Matterley, look right there. You're looking at bravery personified." Bernice looked at the stretcher being carried out of the building by 2 medics. Julian Langstrap was completely covered with a white sheet. Behind the stretcher came Alf Brumell, handcuffed and escorted by 2 of his own officers. Behind Brumell came the #1 man himself, Alexander M. Kasov. Susan stared at him long and hard, but he never raised his eyes. He got into the squad car with a federal agent without saying a word. Hank and Mary were embracing and crying because it was over, and yet it was just beginning. Look at all those fired-up saints. Hallelujah, what God could do with a bunch like them. Marshall held Sandy as if he had never held her before. Both of them had lost count of how many times they had each said they were sorry. All they wanted to do now was get caught up on some badly missed love. And then, what was this, some kind of fairy tale? Forget the doubts and the questions, Hogan. That's Kate coming your way. Her face was shining, and boy, did she look good. All 3 of them held on to each other, and the tears dripped all over everybody. "Marshall," Kate said with tearful giddiness, "I couldn't possibly stay away. I heard you were arrested."
"Aw," Marshall said, giving her a loving squeeze. "How else was God ever going to get my attention?"
Kate cuddled close to him and said, "Wow, this does sound promising."
"Just wait till I tell you about it."
Kate looked around at all the people and activity. "Is this the end of your big project?" He smiled, held his 2 favorite girls, and said,
"Yeah, it is. You bet it is."
The general touched Tal on the shoulder. Tal looked and saw that big golden trumpet in the general's hand. "Well, Captain," said the silver-haired angel, "how about doing the honors? Sound the victory." Tal took the trumpet in his hand and found he could not see through a sudden flow of tears. He looked down at all those praying saints and that little praying pastor. They will never know what they have done," he said. Then he took a breath to sober up and turned to his old buddy in arms. "Gilo, how about you?" He pushed the trumpet toward the big angel. Gilo was reluctant. "Captain Tal, you are always the one who sounds the victory." Tal smiled, gave Gilo the trumpet, and sat down right there on the roof. "Dear friend, I am just too tired." Gilo thought about that for one short moment, then started guffawing, then slapped Tal on the back and sailed into the air. The victory signal went forth loud and clear, and Gilo even did a tight corkscrew climb for effect. "He loves to do that," said Tal. The general laughed. So Hank had Mary and his little newborn church. Marshall had his family back together again, ready to patch things up. Susan and Kevin would be busy for a while as state witnesses.
Bernice figured Marshall would let her cover the story to its final end. But as Bernice stood there, bruised and exhausted, she felt very separate, far away from this happy crowd. She was glad for them, and her professional, public-minded side acted the part very well. But the rest of her, the real Bernice, couldn't smile away that same old burden of deep sorrow that had been her closest companion for so long. And now she missed Pat. Perhaps it was the mystery of her death and the obsession with finding the answers that kept Pat alive in her heart for so long. Now there was nothing left to delay the final step Bernice had never been able to take, saying goodbye. And there was that strange yearning deep in her heart, something she had never felt before she met that strange girl, Betsy. Had she really been touched by God somehow? If she had, what was she to do about it? She started walking. The skies were bright again, the air was warm, the campus was quiet. Maybe a walk along the red brick pathways would calm her and help her to think, help her to make sense of all that was happening around her and inside her. She paused under a big oak tree, thought of Pat, thought of her own life and what she would ever do with it, and then let herself cry. She thought maybe she should pray. "Dear God," she whispered. But then she couldn't think of what to say. Tal and the general were assessing the situation below them. "I would say this whole thing has left the town in quite a mess," said the general. Tal nodded. "The college won't be the same for a long time, what with the investigation by the state and federal authorities, not to mention all that money to be tracked down." "So, do we have a good contingent to set the town back in order?" "They're assembling for that now. In the meantime, Creone and Triscall will remain with Bush. Nathan and Darmoth will remain with Hogan. Hogan's family will have a good church where they can heal, and—" Tal suddenly noticed one downcast figure standing alone across the campus. "Hold on." He got the attention of one particular angel. "There she is. Let's not let her get away." Bernice finally thought of one little sentence to pray. "Dear God, I don't know what to do." Hank Bush. The name just came to her. She looked back toward the administration building. That pastor and his people were still there. "You know," said a voice inside her, "it wouldn't hurt to talk to that man." She looked at Hank Bush, and then at all those people who seemed so happy, so at peace. "You've been calling out to God. Well, maybe that preacher can introduce the two of you once and for all." He sure did something for Marshall, Bernice thought. "There's something back there that you need, girl, and if I were you, I'd find out about it." The general was eager to be gone. "We're needed in Brazil. The revival is going well, but the enemy is concocting some plan against it. You should like that kind of a challenge." Tal rose to his feet again and drew his sword. Just then Gilo returned with the trumpet. Tal told him, "Brazil." Gilo laughed excitedly and drew his sword also. "Wait," said Tal, looking below. It was Bernice, timidly making her way toward the young pastor and his new flock. By the quiet surrender in her eyes, Tal could see she was ready. Soon the angels would be rejoicing. He waved his approval to the little curly-haired angel sitting in the crook of the big oak, and she smiled and waved back, her big brown eyes sparkling. Her glowing white gown and golden slippers suited her much better than bib overalls and a motorcycle. The general asked with pleasure in his voice, "Shall we be going?" Tal was looking at Hank when he said, "Just a moment. I want to hear it one more time." As they watched, Bernice found her way to Hank and Mary. She began to weep openly and spoke some quiet but impassioned words to them. Hank and Mary listened, as did the others nearby, and as they listened, they began to smile. They put their arms around her. They told her about Jesus. and then they began to weep as well. Finally, as the saints were gathered and Bernice was surrounded with loving arms, Hank said the words, "Let's pray." And Tal smiled a long smile. "Let's be off." With a burst of brilliant wings and 3 trails of sparkling fire, the warriors shot into the sky, heading southward, becoming smaller and smaller, until finally they were gone, leaving the now peaceful town of Ashton in very capable hands. This concludes This Present Darkness by Frank E. Peretti. From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Jack Sonderecker. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.